Under the moon in the land of grass, muffled blasts shake a mountain cave until the whole cliff suddenly splits apart. Orochimaru bursts out of the collapsing mountain and throws up hand signs without even glancing back. He uses a summoning jutsu, and a giant brown snake appears in the smoke as his instant shield. Akihara Kagura shoots out of the wreckage a heartbeat later and smashes the snake's head with one brutal punch. The snake dies almost instantly and vanishes into smoke, but that tiny delay is enough for Orochimaru to land safely below. Instead of fear, Orochimaru stares up with greedy delight and calls the boy his greatest creation, a perfect match for Hashirama cells. When the smoke clears, Kagura lands bare-chested in front of him, handsome and newborn calm, but carrying absurd chakra. Kagura tilts his head and asks the most basic question possible. Who are you? Orochimaru immediately suspects the experiment damaged the boy's mind and answers with a cold frown. The moment Orochimaru says his name, Kagura's body reacts like a trap springing shut. Kagura blasts forward and drives a wooden spike out of his palm straight at Orochimaru's head. Orochimaru snaps on the binding curse mark he planted earlier, and black marks spread across Kagura's body to freeze him in place. With Kagura immobilized a hair from his face, Orochimaru finally relaxes and smiles again. Then Kagura's chakra erupts hard enough to start tearing the curse marks apart. Even Orochimaru retreats when he sees the binding curse failing against the boy's raw power. Once he shakes the curse off, Kagura's confusion clears and he suddenly addresses him as Lord Orochimaru. Kagura apologizes for losing control, and Orochimaru smoothly treats the attack like a normal side effect of surviving Hashirama cells. Asked how he feels, Kagura admits the transplant made him stronger than ever, with huge chakra and sharpened senses. He also demonstrates the strange new bloodline in his body by growing another wooden spike right from his palm. Orochimaru is delighted, telling him that this is only a tiny piece of wood release and promising to teach him far more. Kagura softly asks if he still needs training when he thought success meant Orochimaru would take his body right away. Orochimaru refuses for now, because his body-switching technique has a 3-year limit, and he would rather claim a polished masterpiece than a half-finished vessel. He is fully confident Kagura will stay loyal, because he raised him from childhood and believes abandoned children cling to the first warmth they get. But inside his own head, Kagura quietly remembers the truth. He is a transmigrator, not a loyal orphan molded for someone else's use. A system prompt pops up in his mind and confirms he just earned a new reward for helping Orochimaru's human experiment succeed. Kagura thinks back on his old life as an ordinary worker who accepted an interview from a strange company before waking up in this world instead. He woke up as Akihara Kagura, one of Orochimaru's orphans in a research facility, cleaning by day and serving as test material when needed. The only thing that made survival possible was his bizarre system, which rewards him whenever he works hard under a chosen superior. Because Orochimaru was his only real option, Kagura picked him as his boss and got a starter trait that made dangerous ninja science always succeed. That cheat is the reason he survived a Hashirama cell transplant with a death rate over 99%. After the experiment, Kagura privately reviews the huge payoff, monstrous chakra, self-healing, and several would-release techniques already sitting in his arsenal. He also realizes something important from the sudden attack. The system does not punish him for turning on his own boss. That makes Kagura suspect the system actually expects him to keep changing jobs and collecting better superiors. And with Orochimaru already eyeing his body as a future vessel, Kagura decides he needs another boss sooner rather than later. Right then, Orochimaru gives him his next assignment: go to Konoha and learn wood release from an ally waiting there. Orochimaru's smile turns stranger when he adds one more order: learn from that ally, but watch him too. Kagura agrees, then carefully asks if Konoha is the hometown Orochimaru left behind. For a brief second Orochimaru sounds almost nostalgic, saying Konoha is beautiful before that softness vanishes again. Then the malice comes back, and Orochimaru quietly promises that one day he will return. Kagura is not emotionally invested, but he knows enough history to understand why Konoha matters so much to Orochimaru. In Kagura's mind, Konoha is the strongest hidden village, homeland of the Hokage, and the place where Orochimaru once stood among the famous 3 Sannin. He remembers that Orochimaru was once close to becoming Hokage before Sarutobi Hiruzen rejected him for the darkness in his heart. Instead, Konoha chose the radiant 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze, the golden hope. Kagura remembers the village admiring. But after the Ninetales disaster, Minato died protecting the village, and Konoha's leadership crisis only grew worse. Orochimaru still did not get his chance, because Hiruzen returned, exposed his human experiments, and came to arrest him personally. That is how a former Hokage candidate became an S-rank missing nin who fled his own village. Kagura also knows Orochimaru's ally in Konoha helped create that mess, which means the man waiting there is dangerous too. Even so, Kagura sees the trip as his best opening yet, because being sent to Konoha could let him climb into the ranks of the ninja world's biggest power. Akihara Kagura quickly realizes that getting into Konoha matters far more than a job title, because it puts him at the center of the ninja world and close to the future itself. At the same moment, his system hands him a new assignment with no deadline: go to Konoha, find Danzo, learn wood release, and keep watch on Orochimaru's ally. That missing deadline does not reassure Kagura at all, because he knows a job like this can swallow an entire life unless he stays proactive. Before he can think further, a little white snake slithers out of the brush and affectionately climbs onto Orochimaru with a message. The tiny snake spits a scroll into Orochimaru's hand, and he opens it with the kind of smile that means the news is dangerous and useful at the same time. The letter is Danzo's harsh demand for answers, reminding Orochimaru that years of secret funding for would-release experiments were supposed to buy real results. Danzo even complains that the earlier would-release survivor was discovered by the third Hokage and taken into the Hokage Zanbu, so he now wants Orochimaru to produce another one. At the end of the message, Danzo asks for a meeting, and that request makes Orochimaru quietly pleased instead of pressured. Orochimaru tells Kagura that someone will be coming to pick him up, making it clear the next step of Kagura's transfer to Konoha is already set in motion. Then Orochimaru starts teaching him how to release the Cursed Tongue Eradication Seal, because Danzo brands his own subordinates to keep them silent. The lesson reveals Orochimaru's real plan. Kagura is not just being sent to serve Danzo, he is being planted inside Konoha as Orochimaru's spy. Once that is settled, Orochimaru drifts into talking about Konoha and especially his old teacher, the third Hokage, with the bitterness of someone who still has not let go. Kagura already understands the real balance inside the village, so while Orochimaru speaks of Hiruzen's softness, Kagura is really trying to measure the man waiting in the shadows behind him. So Kagura directly asks what kind of person Danzo is, and what he should watch out for when he reaches Konoha. Orochimaru answers with a grim little sermon, calling Danzo the shadow behind the Hokage and accusing Hiruzen of pretending to stay clean while letting others handle the village's darkness. When Orochimaru starts ranting about his teacher again, Kagura can barely hide how tired he is of hearing the same old resentment. Eventually Orochimaru reins himself in and warns Kagura to stay away from the third Hokage, insisting that the old man is dangerously persuasive. Kagura silently notes the irony, because Orochimaru himself is more than capable of bending people with words. Orochimaru then turns flattering, telling Kagura he is the most perfect result of the Hashirama cell experiments, and perhaps the most talented child of this era. Kagura accepts the praise without surprise, but he is still waiting for something more useful than flattery, real information about Danzo. At last Orochimaru sums Danzo up as an ambitious, short-sighted old advisor who survives because Hiruzen keeps giving him room to handle Konoha's dirty work. Even that answer leaves Kagura unsatisfied, because the future boss he is about to serve still feels more dangerous than understood. Instead of elaborating further on Danzo, Orochimaru suddenly brightens and starts talking about another Konoha prodigy who truly interests him, Uchiha Itachi. Orochimaru describes Itachi as a true genius with a Kekkai Genkai that naturally counters wood release, and the memory clearly fascinates him. Kagura catches that obsession immediately and, acting like the perfect subordinate, offers to bring Itachi to Orochimaru if he gets the chance later. Orochimaru approves at once, already imagining a future clash between Kagura and Itachi and planning to claim the body of whichever genius proves superior. Kagura keeps his own thoughts hidden, because he has a different idea. If those two ever meet, he wants Orochimaru to be overwhelmed by the Sharingan and become obsessed with it. The system accepts that promise as another official task, locking in Kagura's side mission to arrange a future meeting between Orochimaru and Itachi. 4 days crawl by inside the base, with Orochimaru sunk in research and Kagura growing more impatient to finally step into Konoha. On the 4th day, Danzo finally arrives at the ruined base, leaning on a cane with 2 wary subordinates guarding his approach. Seeing the destroyed ground, Danzo's men tense up and assume Orochimaru may have fought an enemy here, pushing their caution even higher. Orochimaru steps up beside Kagura and casually explains that the damage was not from an attack at all, but from Kagura's successful experiment. Even knowing Danzo and Orochimaru are connected, the 2 guards instantly move to shield their master, because an S-rank rogue ninja is still an S-rank rogue ninja. Danzo shuts that down with a single order and greets Orochimaru like an investor checking on a long-running, very expensive project. Then Danzo ignores Orochimaru's status games entirely, fixes his attention on Kagura, and demands to know if this child is really the successful would-release result. Orochimaru confirms that Kagura is exactly what Danzo wanted and far superior to the earlier immature would-release subject. Danzo wastes no time after hearing that and flatly declares that Kagura will come with him, because only Konoha should control the power of would-release. When Kagura's would-release appears in Orochimaru's hideout, Danzo stares at him like a lifelong obsession just stepped out of a dream. Danzo immediately cuts to what he really wants to know and asks Orochimaru if Hashirama's cells can now be transplanted successfully into other people. Orochimaru coolly shuts that hope down, saying Kagura was only a lucky success and not proof that the experiment is stable. Before Danzo can lose interest, Orochimaru smoothly adds that the result gave him a new research direction, if Danzo is willing to pay for more materials and funding. Kagura is quietly thrown off, because he knows the success came from his own special trait, not from Orochimaru actually solving the science. Danzo hesitates, but his greed wins out, and he tells Orochimaru to submit the list because he wants a satisfying result next time. With the deal made, Danzo claims Kagura on the spot, and Orochimaru casually hands the boy over while reminding Danzo that Kagura's body may still be useful later. Danzo pats the stunned boy's head and strips away his identity, declaring that from now on he belongs to Root under the codename A. Kagura almost curses the old man for it, until two new superior rewards pop up at once from joining Danzo and, by extension, Konoha under Horizon. Once Kagura sees the intelligence and learning bonuses, his attitude flips fast, and he obediently accepts Danzo as a very useful boss. Danzo starts to leave with Kagura and his men, but before they go, he warns Orochimaru that this base is no longer safe. Danzo reveals the reason with open annoyance. Jiraiya has shown up in a nearby town and has been secretly hunting Orochimaru's trail ever since he left Konoha. The name alone sours Orochimaru's face, because he knows exactly which old teammate is closing in on him. Danzo calls Jiraiya a naive nuisance, and says it would be best to kill him if the chance comes. Orochimaru admits Jiraiya is not easy to handle, and the tension makes clear this is no simple cleanup job. Danzo offers to leave Tatsuma behind as backup, but Orochimaru's pride snaps back and he refuses to help outright. Orochimaru insists Jiraiya has never beaten him since their academy days, while Kagura silently judges Danzo for trusting that claim. On the road back to Konoha, Danzo expects another cowed experiment survivor, but Kagura keeps pestering him with bright curiosity about the outside world. When Kagura even asks if they can stop to fish by the river, Danzo is baffled that a Root recruit would think like such a normal child. Danzo decides the boy simply has not seen enough darkness yet and plans to shape him properly once they get back. Then Kagura changes the whole impression in one move by using wood release to spear a giant fish straight out of the river. A heartbeat later, the wood branches inside the fish and rips through it so brutally that the river turns red. Kagura turns back with a cheerful face that makes the bloody catch even colder, and Danzo is genuinely pleased by what he sees. Danzo praises the technique and, more importantly, starts seeing Kagura as a natural killing tool worth cultivating. Worried about exposure and eager to secure this talent, Danzo hurries Kagura all the way back to Konoha. Instead of using the front gate, Danzo slips into Konoha through the back mountain and opens a hidden entrance to Root. Kagura follows Danzo down into the underground headquarters and immediately feels how dark and joyless Root's world really is. The place is so eerie that Kagura taps the railing just to test it, and the sound makes people around them turn to stare. Danzo snaps at him to be quiet, only for Kagura to explain that he was surprised Root used wood underground because Orochimaru once said damp air makes it rot. The moment Kagura says Orochimaru's name, Danzo cuts him off again and orders him to forget that man entirely. Kagura instantly obeys and keeps talking anyway, leaving everyone in a painfully awkward silence Danzo cannot even correct without looking petty. Deciding he has official work to handle, Danzo hands Kagura over to Tatsuma, tells him to arrange the boy's room, and orders him to teach Root's creed. Tatsuma leads Kagura deeper inside and warns him not to wander, because the headquarters is packed with traps and forbidden areas. The tour ends at Kagura's assigned room, and the empty floor bedding makes it clear Root expects comfort to mean nothing. Kagura immediately asks for a proper bed, and Tatsuma flatly refuses because Root members are not supposed to care about useless sensations. Kagura tests the power structure next by asking if Tatsuma is his boss, and Tatsuma insists only Danzo holds that place in Root. With that settled, Tatsuma begins the indoctrination speech. Root members have no names, no emotions, no past, and no future, only the mission beneath Konoha. Kagura calmly pokes a hole in that doctrine by asking Tatsuma's own name right in the middle of the lecture. Tatsuma answers that he is Aburame Tatsuma, then tries to escape the contradiction by calling it a code name Danzo let him keep from his past. Kagura quietly presses the advantage and points out that if Tatsuma remembers his past name, then Root's own will does not fully line up with reality. In Root's underground quarters, Tatsuma is already thrown off because the brand new recruit Kagura talks to him like a superior testing his loyalty. When Kagura asks what Root's creed means if a member has no past and no future, Tatsuma can only fall back on one answer: your life is the mission. Kagura keeps pushing, asking whether past missions or future missions have any meaning at all, and Tatsuma goes quiet because he has no real reply. Desperate to shut the conversation down, Tatsuma recites Root doctrine harder: forget your name, emotions, past, and future, and obey whatever Danzo orders. Kagura casually says he understands, and for one brief second Tatsuma thinks the headache is finally over. Instead, Kagura instantly drives a fist into Tatsuma's stomach and blasts the Jonin into the wall with shocking speed and raw strength. Kagura explains the absurd reason for the ambush with total seriousness. Danzo gave him the name Akihara Kagura, so no one else is allowed to use it. Even while spitting blood, Tatsuma is less angry than baffled, because this new kid is clearly strong and clearly not thinking like a normal person. Kagura doubles down and tells Tatsuma that if he must address him at all, he should use Kagura's old name from the past instead of Danzo's chosen one. Tatsuma decides this arrogant recruit needs a lesson and opens his mouth to unleash the Aburame clan's parasitic insects. The crawling swarm almost makes Kagura recoil, but he immediately reads the matchup anyway. Tatsuma himself is the weak point, and the bugs are too slow. Kagura darts through the bugs and punches what he thinks is Tatsuma, then realizes too late the body he hit was only an insect clone. Tatsuma's real body reappears as the insects wrap around Kagura in an insect sphere and start draining his chakra from every side. Thinking he has the rookie trapped, Tatsuma smugly lectures him that he was easy to bait because he only knows how to charge in with his fists. Then Kagura's voice drifts out of the swarm, calmly mocking Tatsuma because the insects still are not doing enough. Tatsuma stares in disbelief as the insects lose their grip and start dropping off Kagura in thick piles, overstuffed by his chakra. Refusing to back down, Tatsuma hatches more bugs with an insect cocoon and whips them into a fresh insect tornado. Kagura answers by stomping the floor and blasting his chakra outward, blowing the new swarm apart with raw internal power. That explosion chills Tatsuma on the spot, because he has never seen anyone force out chakra with enough pressure to feel like a disaster. Kagura charges again like a black blur, and Tatsuma narrowly dodges while noticing the one weakness he can still exploit. Kagura has monstrous power but no polished combat training. Using experience against raw talent, Tatsuma slides in close, hammers Kagura's shoulder and neck, then drives a kick into his chest. Tatsuma presses the advantage, flies after Kagura, and pins him against the wall by the throat to force him under control. Kagura answers that chokehold with a mischievous smile, and that tiny reaction is enough to make Tatsuma instantly uneasy again. The warning comes true when Kagura's clothes tear and a wooden spike erupts from his body, punching straight through Tatsuma's shoulder without any hand seals. Tatsuma instantly realizes the real danger is not the wound itself but the wood branching deeper into his body and killing him from the inside. Kagura smashes his elbow against the wall to break free, throws Tatsuma back, and calmly raises his fingers to finish the wood release attack. That is the moment Tatsuma finally folds and hurriedly raises a hand to surrender before Kagura can drive the wood deeper. The instant Tatsuma yields, Kagura flips back to cheerful and proposes a new relationship. He will politely say senpai, and Tatsuma will call him Lord Kagura. Tatsuma cannot even argue properly, because the rookie who beat him is still being weirdly respectful while also trying to stand on his head from day one. When Tatsuma awkwardly protests that the title breaks root doctrine, Kagura brushes that aside and says Danzo's personal will matters more. Kagura pushes the logic further, arguing that root exists to serve Danzo, but Danzo does not exist to serve root, so the two are not equals at all. Tatsuma can only admit Kagura's reasoning makes sense, and the whole exchange leaves him shaken by how this child sounds even more devoted to Danzo than an old guard like him. With the argument settled, Kagura waves Tatsuma's overthinking away and gives his first practical orders. Take him to Danzo, and make sure tonight's room already has a bed. And after all that fighting and twisted philosophy, Tatsuma simply agrees, because on this first day in root, Kagura has already forced his way to the top of the room. Back in his root office, Danzo sits alone under dim light and works through a mountain of intelligence like a man trying to control the whole ninja world from one desk. As he reads reports from the land of rain, wind, earth, lightning, and water, Danzo judges every crisis by one standard: how Konoha can exploit it before someone else does. The misreport bothers him most, because every spy sent into the land of water has vanished, and Danzo can smell a hidden plot. After the foreign reports, Danzo turns to Konoha's internal news, because he watches his own village just as closely as its enemies. One report says Hiruzen gave a cheerful speech at the Ninja Academy opening, and Danzo can only sneer at what he sees as weak, public Hokage work. That contempt quickly turns darker, because Danzo never stops looking for a mistake that could finally bring Hiruzen down. The next sheet is the new student list, and Danzo barely cares about famous clan heirs until one name makes him stop. When he reaches Uzumaki Naruto's name, Danzo's mood changes completely, because to him this 6-year-old is not a student but a village-ending risk. His thoughts linger on the Nine Tails and the long history of Jinchuriki as living war weapons, a logic that has shaped every major village. The story is cruelest in Naruto's case, because the orphan left carrying the Nine Tails is the son of Minato and Kushina, the two heroes who died saving the village. Danzo remembers how he and Hiruzen shaped Naruto's miserable life on purpose, exposing him to fear and rejection, while Hiruzen stepped in just enough to keep the boy from breaking. To Danzo, none of this is unfair at all. Naruto is simply Konoha's strongest beast locked inside a child who still needs to be turned into a usable weapon. That thought snaps Danzo toward Akihara Kagura, because if wood release can restrain the Nine Tails, this boy could become the key to a real Jinchuriki program. In Danzo's mind, the plan swells fast: use Kagura, remove Hiruzen, seize the Hokage seat, and forge Naruto into the war weapon that could help Konoha dominate the world. Danzo decides the first move is simple: test Kagura's wood release talent for himself. Right then, Tatsuma and Kagura enter together, and Tatsuma's freshly bandaged shoulder tells Danzo something happened before they arrived. Before Tatsuma can explain, Kagura calmly cuts in and says he was the one who injured him after a fight over the room assignment. Danzo starts by scolding Kagura for chasing comfort, but the moment he hears they fought, his real question becomes who actually won. Kagura answers with blunt confidence: Tatsuma changed the room, so the result is obvious. Kagura makes it worse by saying Tatsuma delayed meeting Danzo just to dress a wound, a comment that quietly paints the veteran root ninja as soft. Danzo sees the ugly implication at once. Tatsuma may have done nothing wrong, But Kagura just won a fight against an experienced jonin and exposed a crack in Danzo's trusted guard. Instead of dwelling on it, Danzo abruptly punishes Tatsuma with a mission to the Land of Water, ordering him to uncover whatever Mist Village is hiding. Danzo twists the knife by telling Tatsuma he has grown too comfortable, because a root ninja should never hesitate over pain or sacrifice. Tatsuma accepts the order at once, but he is visibly shaken by being judged this way after years at Danzo's side. Tatsuma tries to speak, but Kagura cuts in first and asks for the dangerous mission himself, eager to prove his worth directly to Danzo. Danzo refuses immediately, not out of kindness but because Kagura's wood release is now too valuable to risk on a mission like that. Danzo goes further and promotes Kagura on the spot, saying that beating Tatsuma proves he has already surpassed him and should stay close as Danzo's personal attendant. With the decision made, Danzo tells Kagura to follow him to the practice field so he can personally teach him new wood release techniques. Left behind at the doorway, Tatsuma can only watch the old man and the boy leave together, stunned by how fast his standing just changed. He finally settles on one answer. He will complete the Land of Water mission and let results prove that he never feared death in the first place. On the shadowy corridor bridge, Kagura follows a step behind Danzo with quiet focus, already adapting to the new position he just seized. As they walk, the gap between them is already clear. Root members obey Danzo's will, but Danzo never truly trusts any of them. That mistrust is built into Root itself, because Danzo controls his subordinates with the cursed seal on their tongues to stop secrets from ever leaving his hands. At the Root training ground, Danzo personally starts teaching Kagura a top-tier wood release technique from Hashirama's legacy. Danzo explains that wood release techniques were preserved in Konoha's scroll of seals for a future inheritor, even though the bloodline itself almost vanished. He demonstrates the hand sign for advent of a world of flowering trees with complete confidence, even though he cannot actually cast it. Nothing happens, and the training ground falls awkwardly silent after Danzo's grand shout. Without a trace of embarrassment, Danzo calmly tells Kagura that the lesson is done and now it is his turn to try. Kagura is stunned by how absurd the lesson is, because Danzo basically named a god-tier jutsu and expected him to solve the rest. Then Kagura's cheat-like system quietly fills in the gap and instantly lets him learn the technique for real. Kagura copies Danzo's pose, gathers his chakra, and roars out the same wood release technique. This time the jutsu answers, and the earth erupts as roots and giant trees swallow the whole training ground into a sudden forest. Danzo is genuinely shaken, because Kagura has just mastered a monstrous Hashirama-class technique on the spot. That display convinces Danzo that Orochimaru was right, and Kagura's wood release talent may surpass the previous test subject entirely. Kagura turns back with an uneasy look and asks if wrecking the training ground has caused trouble for Danzo. Instead of blaming him, Danzo breaks into a rare smile and rewards Kagura by handing the entire training ground over to him. Privately, Kagura is not doing this just to impress Danzo, because he also wants this huge chakra burst to stir trouble with the third Hokage. Danzo reaches the same conclusion from the other side and immediately worries that Hiruzen might notice this new wood release genius. To hide what just happened, Danzo sets up a ceiling barrier around the training ground before outside eyes can confirm anything. Looking at Kagura, Danzo starts thinking past control seals and towards something deeper, how to shape this obedient child into a tool loyal only to him. Kagura also starts planning, using his hidden information-gathering ability to check on Hiruzen and see whether the disturbance reached the Hokage. His motive is twisted but clear. The more trouble Danzo faces, the more chances Kagura will have to prove his loyalty. In the Hokage's office, an ANBU reports that violent tremors and a sudden forest appeared near Training Ground 9. When the ANBU compares it to Tenzo's wood release in the ANBU grounds, Hiruzen immediately understands what kind of jutsu may have been used. Hiruzen orders the matter dropped and lies that Danzo already informed him about another wood release user in the training class. He knows he cannot keep stripping wood release children away from Danzo in public, even if he intends to pull this one into ANBU later. Even so, Hiruzen decides Danzo still needs a warning, because Konoha depends on him for ugly work but cannot let him grow reckless again. He then shifts focus to the more public priority of the year, Konoha's upcoming Chunin exam. The exam matters far beyond promotion, because in peacetime it shows Konoha's strength to daimyo, clients, and smaller allied villages. Reviewing the applications, Hiruzen asks about Uchiha Itachi entering the exam alone. The ANBU explains that Itachi lost his teammates years ago, never rebuilt a team, and has still trained enough with Shursui to qualify on merit. Hiruzen laughs off the idea of letting Shursui join the exam support, because a jonin-like body flicker Shursui would turn the whole thing into a joke. He approves Itachi's solo participation, trusting that the boy is strong enough to pass on his own. Then Hiruzen gives a sudden order to two masked operatives. Kakashi and Tenzo are to carry an application form to Danzo's training class. His final message is deliberate and pointed. Danzo must also let that would release child enter the Chunin exam. In the Hokage office, Hiruzen sizes up two problems at once: Uchiha Itachi's shocking solo Chunin exam entry, and the sudden value of a would release child inside Danzo's hands. He knows a 10-year-old genius from the Uchiha clan would only make the clan prouder and deepen its clash with the village. That is why Kagura matters so much to him, because a wood-release ninja under Danzo can pressure Uchiha Fugaku and keep the clan in check for now. Hiruzen even turns the messenger choice into a warning by sending Kakashi and Tenzo, two men Danzo hates for the root incident that took Tenzo away from him. Because Danzo still remembers being surrounded by Hiruzen Zumbu, Hiruzen knows he can force Root to accept the message instead of lashing out. With the move planned, Hiruzen dismisses Kakashi and Tenzo and reaches for his pipe, satisfied that he has arranged the next pressure point. Then Hiruzen suddenly feels as if Danzo is watching him through the crystal ball, laughs it off, and mutters that age must be playing tricks on him. Back in Root's training ground, Kagura gets a remote system task from Hiruzen ordering him into Konoha's second Chunin exam and realizes the system can treat the Hokage like a superior from anywhere. Kagura is impressed that his spying trait is so clean that even when Hiruzen senses it, the suspicion lands on Danzo instead of him. That makes Kagura privately decide Danzo will be a very useful superior, because a boss who can take the blame is worth keeping. Danzo, meanwhile, is busy thinking about how to hide Kagura, train him further, and someday use him to shock Hiruzen. Still pleased with his new weapon, Danzo tells Kagura he will teach him a new ninjutsu tomorrow, and Kagura obediently agrees while hoping Danzo stays this happy. When they return to Root's entrance, Danzo's mood turns icy at once because Kakashi and Tenzo are already there waiting. Danzo openly shows more disgust for Tenzo, the former Root boy who left him, while Tenzo lowers his head in awkward shame. Kakashi cuts in before Tenzo can stumble through it, and plainly delivers Hiruzen's order for the wood-release child to enter the coming Chunin exam. When Kakashi's eyes land on Kagura, Danzo instantly fears Hiruzen is using the exam as a pretext to pull this terrifying talent out of Root. Kakashi hands over the registration form, but Kagura does not even look at the paper first, and stares at him in silence. When Kakashi reminds him he is a Konoha ninja who must obey the Hokage, Kagura calmly answers that he only obeys Danzo. Kagura pushes it even further by asking Danzo, with frightening sincerity, whether he may kill Kakashi and Tenzo for upsetting him. Kakashi sees the answer in that one line and realizes this child has been molded into someone who treats murder as normal service to Danzo. Danzo enjoys the loyalty, lightly stops the killing talk, and orders Kagura to take the form because the Hokage's command still has to be obeyed. The moment Danzo calls him A, Kakashi and Tenzo both freeze, because that codename used to belong to Tenzo inside Root. Kagura innocently explains that A is the name Danzo gave him and that only Danzo is allowed to use it, which makes his dependence feel even deeper. Danzo suddenly catches the real danger in Hiruzen's move and demands to know which three-man exam squad Kagura is supposed to join. Kakashi gives nothing away and calmly tells Danzo to ask the Hokage himself if he wants answers. Kagura decides a boss should never run out of problems to solve, so he immediately asks a new one. If his assigned teammates are weak and annoying, can he kill them first? Danzo answers yes without hesitation, already seeing that dead teammates would make it easy to pull Kagura back out of any team Hiruzen builds. That answer cuts into Kakashi because he knows exactly what it means to kill teammates, and hearing it from a child only makes Danzo's influence look worse. Done with the delivery, Kakashi says they will report back to Hiruzen, and Danzo makes it clear he has no intention of seeing them out. As the two Umbu head for the exit, Kagura calls after them to show more respect to Lord Danzo next time. Kakashi stops at the end of the corridor and casually twists the knife by remarking that Danzo once let someone else use the name A2. Kagura hesitates for a beat, then answers the only way that still protects his bond with Danzo. He says he knows about the traitor and will kill him when he gets the chance, because he is the only A now. Kakashi quietly shuts that down by saying the former A is no longer A, and then finally leaves with Tenzo. Once they are gone, Danzo adds fuel to the fire by telling Kagura that Kakashi tempted the previous A into defecting and that Tenzo is Root's traitor. Kagura explodes at once, furious that he let them go, and actually lunges for the exit to kill them now. Danzo has to stop him on the spot and lay down a hard rule: no attacking anyone inside Konoha without his order, and if Kagura wants them dead, he must do it secretly outside the village. Only then does Danzo fully grasp the problem he created himself. Kagura's loyalty is so extreme that even Danzo is starting to fear what the boy will do. Back en route, Danzo privately admits Kagura is the kind of abnormal child even he does not know how to handle. What makes it worse is that Kagura's wild loyalty is always aimed at protecting Danzo, so Danzo cannot even scold him cleanly. Danzo decides to visit the Hokage first, and tells Kagura to stay behind at the base. Kagura immediately objects and insists that, as Danzo's guard, he can guarantee Danzo's safety. Danzo shuts him down with a cold order, because he is genuinely afraid Kagura might attack Hiruzen if the meeting turns ugly. At the Hokage office, Danzo comes to test whether Hiruzen plans to take Kagura away during the Chunin exams. Hiruzen sees right through him and calmly hands over the Chunin exam participant list instead of arguing first. Danzo's eyes stop on one name at once. Uchiha Itachi is entering the exam alone. Danzo remembers Itachi as the Peace-era prodigy who already embarrassed Root when he was only 8. He admits Itachi is strong enough to pass alone, but an Uchiha doing that would hand the whole clan a dangerous new symbol. Hiruzen cuts him off and warns that a surname alone is not a reason to treat someone with malice. At the same time, Hiruzen admits the Uchiha name still carries real political danger, because the village is growing more tense by the day. Danzo answers with open contempt, and says the Uchiha should have been wiped out long ago. That finally angers Hiruzen, who reminds Danzo that worthy Uchiha existed too, starting with their dead teammate Uchiha Kagami. Hiruzen points to Kagami's legacy and to Shursui, who is still trying to carry the will of fire inside the Uchiha clan. For a moment Danzo falls quiet, because even he cannot forget the friend who once saved him. But Danzo hardens again and says a few loyal Uchiha do not erase the risk of the clan rising in revolt. He presses even harder, accusing Hiruzen of weakness and warning that he will regret refusing harsher action. Hiruzen ends the argument with a blunt reminder of rank. Danzo, I am the Hokage. Only then does Hiruzen reveal the real order. Danzo's would-release child will enter the Chunin exam, but he will stay en route. That one promise instantly eases Danzo, because keeping Kagura matters more to him than winning this argument. Danzo quickly pivots and promises to train Kagura well enough to stop Itachi from stealing all the attention. As Danzo leaves, Hiruzen suddenly asks the dangerous question he has been holding back. Where exactly did that would-release child come from? Hiruzen presses further, wondering if forbidden Hashirama cell experiments are still happening in the village or if Orochimaru is involved. Danzo keeps his face steady and lies that Kagura was an orphanage child who awakened would-release long ago inside root training. Hiruzen appears to accept it, but his final warning is clear. Teach the boy to protect Konoha and do not lead him down the wrong path. Outside, Danzo stops and stares back at the Hokage building, bitterly reminded that one man in that office can still make him sweat. He reads Hiruzen's warning for what it really was, a reminder not to get ideas about the Hokage seat just because Root now has a would-release prodigy. Even so, Danzo refuses to let go of the dream and leaves convinced that his path is still the right one, not Hiruzen's. Back en route, Kagura has been left alone with no task to do, and the forced downtime annoys him more than any mission would. He even tries to reason that resting on a superior's order should count as work, but the system still gives him nothing. That changes the moment Danzo comes back and formally orders Kagura to train under him for the Chunin exam and beat Uchiha Itachi. A new system task flashes up around Kagura, and his whole mood sharpens because this assignment promises a real reward. Kagura answers with complete seriousness, then immediately asks the question Danzo hates most: can he just kill Itachi in the exam? Danzo is caught off guard, because Itachi is not just any opponent but Fugaka's gifted son and one of the Uchiha clan's brightest hopes. He immediately thinks of the political fallout, because Kagura killing Itachi could push Konoha's conflict with the Uchiha even closer to open disaster. What worries Danzo even more is Hiruzen's habit of buying peace through humiliation, because he has seen Konoha sacrifice its own before. He remembers the Hyuga incident, when Hiruzen let a Cloud Envoy's crime end with Hizashi dying to satisfy the enemy and preserve peace. So Danzo concludes that if Kagura killed Itachi, Hiruzen might hand over Root's prodigy just as coldly to calm the Uchiha. Only now does Danzo seriously face another problem too. He has never actually proven Kagura can beat Itachi at all. He trusts Kagura's would-release power, but he still fears the boy's reckless simplicity could be exploited by an Uchiha like Itachi. Danzo finally answers with a warning instead of permission: never underestimate Uchiha Itachi. He adds that the exam does allow killing, yet awkwardly backs off and says they cannot kill carelessly. Danzo steadies himself and makes the order plain: there is no need to kill Itachi, because that boy is still useful. Kagura obediently agrees, because his casual killing talk was mostly just bait he knew Danzo would never dare approve. Danzo moves to the next problem and starts building Kagura's official past, ordering him to remember that he grew up in Konoha and came from the orphanage. He names Yakushi Nono as the orphanage dean who took Kagura in, then claims he himself brought Kagura into Root and performed the Hashirama cell transplant. Danzo even spells out the lie he once protected most: Orochimaru must be erased from the story completely. Kagura nods along, then instantly offers the most Root answer possible: should he just kill Nono to prevent future loose ends? Danzo snaps back that Kagura should stop thinking about killing everyone, because Yakushi Nono is still useful to him. At Training Ground 9, Danzo realized teaching would-release was a problem, because Hashirama's jutsu notes gave almost nothing except a name and a snake seal. Even so, Danzo calmly demonstrated the same snake seal and announced a new technique: would-release, wood-dragon jutsu. Kagura was stunned, because this looked exactly like Danzo's last lesson, just with a different jutsu name slapped on it. Sensing the awkwardness, Danzo softened his tone and told Kagura not to worry if this harder jutsu took time. Inside, Kagura knew the real issue was Danzo's absurd teaching method, not the difficulty of the jutsu itself. But Kagura's cheat-like system accepted the lesson anyway, and he instantly learned would-release, wood-dragon jutsu. Instead of showing that miracle, Kagura immediately worried that learning it too easily would make Danzo suspicious. So Kagura carefully tested the waters by asking Danzo whether wood-dragon used a different chakra activation method from Advent of a World of Flowering Trees. Danzo went silent, because he had no real answer and clearly did not understand these would-release techniques himself. Seeing his superior cornered, Kagura quickly changed course and asked if there were any other would-release jutsu instead. Danzo seized the opening at once and tried to launch into another lesson with the very same seal again. This time even Danzo felt the limit of his own act, and his fingers stalled mid-gesture. He abruptly backed off and ordered Kagura to practice the wood dragon first before asking for anything new. Kagura could only stare at him, baffled that Danzo was embarrassed by a farce Kagura himself did not even mind. By the next day, Danzo suddenly got busy and stopped showing up, leaving Kagura to train alone under rotating route watchers. In truth, Danzo was avoiding Kagura until he could study the scroll of seals again and stop getting trapped by would-release questions. Kagura saw an opening in Danzo's distance and started planning to pretend he could not learn wood dragon, hoping that would lure the scroll of seals out. Meanwhile, the rest of Root suffered, because Danzo was gone and Kagura threw his weight around without restraint. He insisted he would only answer to Danzo's orders, and any Root member who called him got hung from a tree. That ugly job finally landed on a returning Root spy, a bespectacled young man named Yakushi Kabuto, who was sent to supervise Kagura's training. The ancient forest around Training Ground 9 felt alive and dangerous, and Kabuto entered with obvious caution. A branch suddenly lashed at him, forcing Kabuto to twist away while blurting out that he was there under orders. The first strike paused for a beat, and then the forest answered with far worse. Roots and branches exploded out together and hoisted Kabuto upside down before he could escape. Kagura walked out at his leisure, grabbed Kabuto by the head, and coldly demanded to know who had allowed him to use Danzo's codename for him. Kabuto smoothly asked how he should address him instead, and Kagura answered with shameless confidence, Lord Kagura. When Kabuto gave his name, Yakushi Kabuto, that familiar surname immediately caught Kagura's attention. Kagura waved a hand, and the chakra-fed trees gently lowered Kabuto back to the ground. Kabuto thanked him, then pointed out that Root members usually were not supposed to use their real names at all. Kagura brushed that off, saying Danzo probably used the codename because he was old and could not remember so many names, and he pointed out that Kabuto was using his own name too. Kabuto quietly explained that spies like him were different, because having a special codename could actually make him easier to trace. Then Kagura steered the talk straight at the Yakushi name, and asked whether he was connected to Dean Yakushi Nono from the orphanage. After a brief hesitation, Kabuto admitted that Yakushi Nono was the orphanage dean who had taken him in. Kagura immediately lied that he had also been adopted by Dean Nono, and asked if Danzo had raised Kabuto too. Kabuto answered yes, and the thought immediately hit him that this boy might be another orphan Root had swallowed and reshaped. His mind drifted back to Nono's warmth, the orphanage, and the glasses she gave him that still helped him endure everything. Kagura pressed the shared bond, saying it was strange that two children adopted by the same dean and raised by Danzo had never met before. Kabuto replied that Root had kept them on separate missions, and he warned that they might never meet again after this. Kagura sighed and said Danzo was about to send him out too, starting with the Chunin exams and likely ending in a deadly mission. That sharpened Kabuto's interest at once, because a Root boy with wood release and a dangerous mission was clearly no ordinary child. Kagura pushed the act further and asked that, if he died, Kabuto tell the dean that being adopted by her had been his happiest day. Those words hit Kabuto hard, because they echoed the feelings he had never been able to put down himself. Kagura kept going, saying Root had forced him to forget his old name, and even robbed him of any photo of the dean, until he could barely remember her face. Moved at last, Kabuto pulled out the plastic-wrapped photo he always carried and offered Kagura a look at Dean Nono. The photo showed a smiling blonde woman in glasses, and Kagura thanked him while lowering his head. Kabuto gently said he could help make Kagura a copy later, since he only had this one precious photo with him now. Kagura thanked him again and promised to give Kabuto a photo of himself too, so the dean could see what he looked like if he died first. He even asked Kabuto to tell Nono that he had joined Root willingly, just to make life easier for everyone at the orphanage, and that he had never blamed her. Kabuto immediately defended Nono in a shaken voice, insisting she would never blame either of them. Caught in that feeling, Kabuto handed over his own photo too and asked Kagura to pass the same message to the dean if Kabuto died first. Kagura accepted it at once, and Kabuto had a fleeting sense that something about this smooth exchange felt a little off. Kagura started warning Kabuto not to let anyone in Root know about their exchange, because Root's rules would never allow it. Before he could finish, a Root ninja barged into the forest and called him A again while announcing that Danzo had summoned both Kagura and Kabuto. Kagura exploded at the name on the spot, furious that another Root member had ignored his warning. With one raised finger, he unleashed the forest again and had vines and roots bind the Root ninja and hoist him up into the trees. Kagura forced the humiliated man to correct himself and say the proper title, Lord Kagura. Then the messenger finished the order, saying Danzo wanted both of them in his office immediately. Kagura snorted that Root loved using Danzo's name to push people around, then told Kabuto not to worry because he would teach them a lesson for this too. Watching all this, Kabuto finally understood why no one in Root wanted this assignment, and why Kagura was doing far better here than he first seemed. Kabuto is thrown off by Akihara Kagura, because the boy talks about obeying Root but casually beats a fellow member for calling him by his codename instead of his real name. Still cautious, Kabuto respectfully asks if Kagura is doing alright in Root, and Kagura answers as if everything is perfectly fine. The truth behind that answer is ugly. Kagura has spent half a month en route making everyone else miserable while acting like he alone serves Danzo correctly. When route members complain that Kagura refuses to follow orders, he doubles down and says he will only obey commands he hears directly from Danzo himself. Danzo is annoyed at first, but once he hears that Kagura's arrogance comes from wanting to be loyal only to him, he starts accepting it as useful. On the way to see Danzo, Kagura even threatens the route ninja escorting them and warns that if the order is fake, he will kill him on the spot. The escort fires back that route is loyal to Danzo too, but Kagura dismisses them all as useless men who only bother Danzo with petty complaints. Kabuto can only stare, because Kagura treats route the way an untouchable bully would, not the way a frightened orphan recruit should. Back at the base entrance, the gate guards pointedly ignore Kagura, so he stops and orders them to spread one message: nobody is allowed to bully Kabuto anymore. Kabuto quietly says nobody has really bullied him, but Kagura launches into a bitter lecture about route members suppressing their own comrades and running to Danzo whenever someone resists. When Kabuto asks how Kagura made everyone afraid to touch him, Kagura proudly gives his rule for survival en route: bully them first. The absurd part is that Kagura's method works, because every route ninja they pass instinctively keeps their distance. Kagura keeps pushing it, loudly introducing Kabuto as someone under his protection and forcing passing route members to remember his face. When one route ninja snaps and calls him kid, Kagura instantly catches the insult, and the man hastily corrects himself to Lord Kagura just to get away. The man grudgingly promises to take care of Kabuto on future missions, but the look on his face makes it obvious this favor could easily become a threat. Kabuto realizes Kagura's help may actually paint a target on his back, even if Kagura seems genuinely pleased with himself. That mismatch finally makes Kabuto stop and ask bluntly whether Kagura is doing all of this on purpose and what he really wants. Kagura brushes the suspicion aside and says Kabuto is not useful to him yet, and that he is only repaying help Kabuto might give him in the future. Behind that answer, Kagura is already calculating that Kabuto is too valuable to ignore, so he needs a bond strong enough to keep this future talent tied to him. Kagura's earlier orphanage talk was part of that plan, because he borrowed Kabuto's own hidden feelings about the orphanage and the dean to make them sound alike. Kabuto proves he is not fooled that easily, saying Kagura never looked like someone who truly missed the orphanage or the dean. Even so, Kabuto admits those words still hit home, because root has buried him so deeply that hearing someone speak of the orphanage and the woman who raised him feels painfully comforting. Then Kabuto makes his real accusation. He thinks Kagura hates both him and the dean, and that this fake protection is meant to push him out of root or get him killed by other members. Kagura answers with mocking applause and says Kabuto guessed everything, even though Kabuto's conclusion is actually wrong. Kabuto cannot understand the motive, because if they really came from the same orphanage under the same caretaker, there should be no reason for this kind of hatred. Kagura gives him a cold answer. Hatred can grow from something as small and ugly as jealousy. He presses the point harder, asking why Kabuto shares the dean's surname, and why she always kept him in her heart, while another adopted child was left behind. Kabuto answers honestly that he had lost his memories as a child, so Nono gave him her own surname, and he immediately asks whether she has really been worrying about him. Kagura says yes, and twists the knife by claiming the dean cared so much about Kabuto that she forgot there was another child sent into root as well. From there, Kagura spins a full grievance, saying he never wanted to hate them until he watched Nono's search for Kabuto while never noticing the child who stayed behind and suffered in root. He claims that was when jealousy finally took root in him, turning the will of root into personal hatred for the one who was cherished. Kagura ends the performance by looking Kabuto in the eye and saying that even though they both entered root, the difference between them was unbearably unfair. As Kagura talks about being the child the dean forgot, his sadness lands hard enough that even Kabuto stops arguing. Kabuto realizes that compared to Kagura, his own painful life still had one precious thing: Nono's love. Kabuto admits he has not seen Nono or heard from her in years, then awkwardly apologizes for never knowing what happened to Kagura. That apology only makes Kagura sneer, because he says Kabuto knows nothing and the dean knows nothing too. When Kabuto asks what that means, Kagura walks him into the trap step by step, starting with one simple fact: Kabuto has grown up since he entered root. The moment Kagura hints that Nono would need a current photo to recognize him, Kabuto finally sees the shape of the scheme. Kabuto coldly guesses the truth. Danzo has been feeding Nono fake photos, so the woman waiting for him no longer knows his real face. Kagura confirms the guess and casually shifts the blame upward, saying Danzo made that decision, not a powerless child like him. Kabuto does not buy the innocent act, because everyone in the base fears Kagura and he suspects Kagura pushed Danzo out of jealousy. Kagura ignores the accusation and twists the knife instead, admitting Nono always kept asking for Kabuto and never once asked about him. Then Kagura lays out Danzo's larger problem. Forged photos worked only as long as Kabuto died before he could ever meet Nono again. Because Kabuto kept surviving and became too useful to discard, Danzo was left with a lie that would eventually explode. Kabuto reaches the brutal conclusion himself: either Danzo wants him dead before he sees Nono, or wants Nono dead before she sees him. Kagura says Danzo's original answer was simple and ugly. He preferred Kabuto, so Nono was the one marked for death. That lands like a blow, and Kabuto starts shaking as fear for Nono overwhelms him. Kabuto looks up in panic and asks the terrifying next question. Is Kagura telling him this because he wants Kabuto dead so Nono can live? Kagura admits that was his first idea, but then he learned Nono had tried to bargain with Danzo for Kabuto's freedom. Instead of softening him, that revelation makes Kagura even more resentful, because Nono was ready to save Kabuto but never came for him. Kagura pushes the grievance further by reminding Kabuto that he was sent into Root to be used as a human experiment, not protected like a child. Kabuto steadies himself and tries one gentler angle, suggesting Danzo may have deceived Nono and that she would not abandon a child without reason. For a split second Kabuto's argument almost reaches him, but Kagura hardens and refuses to be the kind of lost child who can still be talked back from the edge. Then Kagura snaps, grabs Kabuto by the throat, slams him against the wall, and warns him not to disrespect Danzo again. After dropping him, Kagura coldly says he should have just killed Kabuto back at the training ground. Still coughing, Kabuto forces himself to ask the obvious question: if Danzo would not object, why did Kagura leave him alive? Kagura answers by producing Kabuto's real photo, making it clear he has a crueler revenge in mind than a quick death. He explains the setup with chilling calm. Nono would see Kabuto's real face in the photo and believe he was only an imposter, not the real boy she raised. Then Kagura says the rest out loud. Using Danzo's authority, he would send Nono after the person in the photo and dangle Kabuto's freedom as bait. Kabuto goes white as he understands the true point of the plan. Nono would only realize she killed the real Kabuto after it was too late. Kagura pats Kabuto's shoulder and almost cheerfully asks if forcing someone to kill the person they love most would hurt enough. Kabuto fires back that revealing the scheme could still ruin it, because he can tell Nono the truth himself. Kagura is not bothered at all, because even if Kabuto and Nono recognize each other and reunite, he plans to kill Kabuto at her happiest moment. He strips the motive down to one ugly truth: he does not care how it happens, as long as Nono tastes real pain. With that, Kagura tells Kabuto his fate was sealed the moment Kagura learned who he was. Kabuto bows his head and accepts one hard truth: Kagura is strong enough that this threat is not empty. But that same confidence gives Kabuto a sliver of hope, because if Kagura plans to kill him personally, there may still be time to save both himself and Nono. Kagura ends the confrontation by telling Kabuto they are going to see Danzo first, and warns him not to say anything disrespectful in front of their master. Kabuto follows in silence, deciding that for now he has to stay low, reach Nono as fast as possible, and if he can, help both her and the abandoned child walking ahead of him survive. Deep in Root headquarters, Danzo opens by scolding Kagura for driving away everyone assigned to train with him. Kagura answers without hesitation that the other trainees are too weak, and half a month with them is worth less than half an hour with Lord Danzo. Flattered, Danzo tells Kagura that he is taking the Chunin exam tomorrow and warns him not to disappoint him. Kagura immediately throws him off by pulling out his exam form and asking if he should still submit it before tomorrow, since he has not turned it in. Danzo snaps that the form should have been submitted a week ago, furious that Kagura neglected something so basic. Kagura quietly explains that Danzo never allowed him to leave Root, so he had no idea who he was supposed to give the form to. That leaves Danzo with no comeback, so he takes the form himself and decides to pull strings with the examiner. Kagura presses further and asks Danzo to take him to the exam site too, claiming he does not know the roads in the village. Danzo refuses to show himself in a crowd, so he turns coldly to Kabuto and orders him to escort Kagura instead. When Kabuto seems the slightest bit reluctant, Kagura grins and threatens him outright, asking if he does not want to live. Danzo cuts him off at once and reminds Kagura that Kabuto is still useful to Root, so he is not allowed to kill him without orders. Once Kagura agrees with an easy smile, Danzo gives Kabuto another order on top of it. After the exam, infiltrate the land of Earth and wait inside Rock Village. Kabuto has no choice but to accept, and Danzo dismisses him so he can speak with Kagura alone. After Kabuto leaves, Danzo turns serious and asks Kagura how far he has gotten with the Wood Dragon Jutsu. Danzo admits the lesson may have been too much to force, because even he could not get access to the Scroll of Seals to teach Kagura properly. In Danzo's mind, Hiruzen's refusal has trapped him in a miserable loop. Kagura needs more power to help him become Hokage, but becoming Hokage is exactly what he needs to unlock that power. Unable to solve that, Danzo tells Kagura to trust his talent and try developing his own wood release instead. Kagura answers that he may already have mastered a kind of wood dragon, and he is sure its power is extraordinary. Before Danzo can challenge him, Kagura adds that he wanted to report it days ago, but Root's people kept him from meeting Danzo. Danzo lets that awkward point slide and praises Kagura instead, relieved that the technique was learned at all. Kagura leans fully into the act, telling Danzo that with his guidance he will master any technique placed in front of him. Pleased again, Danzo saves face by promising that when he has time, he will look through the first Hokage's scrolls and teach Kagura more ninjutsu. Kagura leaves him that dignity and silently decides that if Danzo cannot get the Scroll of Seals, He may have to get it for him himself. At the end of the meeting, Danzo tells Kagura to rest and warns him that in the Chunin exam he absolutely cannot lose to Uchiha Itachi. Kagura's first response is to ask if he is allowed to kill Itachi, and Danzo has to sigh and remind him that useful people are not to be wasted. The next morning in Konoha, Kagura and Kabuto are casually eating at Ichiraku ramen instead of hurrying to the exam. Ayame gets starry-eyed over Kabuto's gentle table manners, while her father Tuchi awkwardly tells her not to stare at the customers. Ayame wonders why someone as good-looking as Kagura eats so wildly, and Kagura proudly says it is because Ichiraku tastes great, and he skipped breakfast. When Ayame asks if he is a ninja from another village for the Chunin exam, Kagura casually claims he is Umbu and describes Umbu as the kind of force that shows up at night and wipes out whole families. That bizarre sales pitch is interrupted when Kakashi arrives with his team and dryly points out that Kagura is not actually Umbu. Kagura smoothly argues back that Roots training class still counts under Umbu's structure, leaving Kakashi with no easy answer. Kagura greets Kakashi warmly for a moment, then ruins it by cheerfully calling Tenzo a traitor and noting that Danzo will not let him kill recklessly inside the village. Kakashi asks why Kagura is still eating when the written exam should already be starting. Kagura shrugs that it makes no difference, because he does not know anything on the test paper anyway. Tenzo still tries to help by warning that arriving late may get Kagura disqualified from the exam. Only then does Kagura turn to Kabuto and mock him for sitting there calmly, acting as if he had forgotten they still needed to pay and leave. Ayame blurts out that Kagura has a nasty personality, then instantly panics and apologizes when his gaze shifts to her. Kagura lets it pass and casually asks Ayame to waive the bill as an apology, saying otherwise he might have to leave the money for Umbu to settle later. Before that can go anywhere, Kakashi, Tenzo, and Kabuto all offer to pay at the same time. Ayame calls that popularity, but Kagura smugly notes that all three people trying to treat him are also people he wants to kill. Kakashi finally tells him to stop wasting time and go take the exam. As Kagura gets up to leave with Kabuto, he tells Kakashi and Tenzo they were a step too slow, and that if they want favors in the future, they should learn to pay faster than the competition. Once they are moving, Kabuto realizes why paying first mattered, because Kagura turns to him and says he still plans to kill both him and Yakushi Nono. Then Kagura delivers the real payoff for Kabuto's lunch money. The person Kabuto is being sent to find in Rock Village is already there, because Nono is in the land of Earth too. Kabuto softens toward Kagura and quietly offers him inside help for the written exam after explaining that the first test will likely judge information gathering. Kagura's smile vanishes, and he coldly refuses the favor because he can handle a small test himself. He orders Kabuto to leave for the Rock Village mission Danzo assigned, making it clear the conversation is over. As Kabuto agrees and turns to go, Kagura glances back toward Ichiraku and wonders how long Kakashi will stay there. Inside the packed exam waiting room, almost every candidate keeps stealing looks at Uchiha Itachi, the 10-year-old genius standing alone in the corner. The older genin whisper that the arrogant Uchiha kid thinks he can clear the exam by himself, but Itachi ignores every word without flinching. The room goes dead quiet when someone in Kakashi's form kicks the door open and snaps at everyone to shut up. Using Kakashi's reputation and rank, Kagura tells the examinees that the first test venue has been changed and they must head to the Hokage building notice board. When the candidates protest, Kagura shuts them down by invoking the Hokage's order and claiming the room is needed for an urgent allies meeting. Even the two Chunin planted among the genin get waved off, because Kagura boldly claims the assistants have already reported to the news site too. The candidates finally file out, never noticing that the real order keepers are already unconscious in a hidden attic nearby. Once the room is empty, Kagura notices that only Itachi stayed behind and asks why he is not heading to the new hall. Itachi answers in a much colder voice than before and immediately calls out the fake venue change as a deception. Kagura tries a lazy senior act in response, but Itachi is already reaching for his tools and picking apart the lie. Itachi calmly explains that no real jonin would handle a village exam this crudely, and a major test would never change venues at the last second. Then Itachi's Sharingan lights up, and he points out that even a clever transformation technique cannot fool Uchiha eyes. The Kakashi disguise bursts away in smoke, and Kagura reveals his real face with an eager grin for the boy who saw through him. The moment Kagura mentions Danzo, Itachi's expression hardens because he remembers hearing that name tied to shady attacks inside Konoha. Kagura spots that reaction at once and needles Itachi by asking if he has a problem with Danzo too. Itachi quickly reins himself in and says he only wants to understand why Kagura tricked everyone else. Kagura answers without shame that he just wanted fewer competitors, because a ninja should use any method that works. Itachi points out the obvious flaw in that logic. The village will just postpone the exam, so the two of them will not stay alone for long. Kagura looks around the cleared-out room anyway and admits he still likes having fewer people around for now. Up in the Hokage's office, Konoha's leadership watches the whole stunt on surveillance screens, and Hiruzen is amused by how cleverly Kagura disrupted the test. The advisors are much less amused, warning that Kagura's stunt could leave the Chunin exam with only 2 examinees and embarrass Konoha in front of the other villages. Hiruzen turns to Danzo about the boy from his side, but Danzo cuts past the teasing and says they should stop the mess first. Hiruzen calls in Chief Examiner Ibiki Marino to clean up the exam before Kagura's trick turns it into a public embarrassment. Ibiki proposes a practical fix. Let Itachi and Kagura skip straight to the second round, since one fooled the room and the other was the only one not fooled. The room approves the plan, but Danzo adds one oddly serious warning: no one except him should call Kagura by the root codename A. Outside, the deceived genin are still hunting for the fake venue notice when the truth finally reaches them. Ibiki tears into them for falling for such a basic transformation technique, and calls them the worst batch Konoha has seen. After finishing ramen with Tenzo, the real Kakashi steps outside just in time to find a stream of furious examinees glaring at the wrong man. Ibiki has to stop the crowd and explain that a candidate named Akihara Kagura transformed into Kakashi, knocked out the guards, and emptied the room himself. Kakashi is left silently annoyed that the same kid who was bad-mouthing Umbu this morning has now framed him too. Meanwhile, Kagura and Itachi are informed that they have both cleared the first round without even taking the written test. Kagura actually sounds disappointed, because the written test was the only stage he thought might stop him, and he still had more cheating plans ready. That only confuses Itachi more, because to him the written exam looked so easy that cheating never even entered his mind. Kagura studies Itachi's face and answers with a quiet truth that draws a line between genius and everyone else. What feels simple to him can be hard for other people. At the Forest of Death, the second Chunin exam starts with every genin staring at the two 10-year-old exceptions who came alone, Akihara Kagura and Uchiha Itachi. Once someone blurts out that Kagura was the one who tricked everyone into changing the exam venue, the crowd's curiosity turns into open hostility. Kagura just smiles, admits it without hesitation, and invites anyone with a grudge to step forward. A few tougher-looking genin start to move in on him, but the second proctor cuts the fight off before it can begin. Yamashiro Aoba lays out the first ugly truth of the exam. Everyone must sign a consent form, and if someone dies inside, it is their own responsibility. Kagura immediately asks the part everyone was thinking about least safely. Does that mean they are allowed to kill people in the second exam? After a wary pause, Aoba admits the rules do allow killing, then tries to steer everyone back to the real test, surviving the forest itself. Aoba explains the exam clearly. Teams must keep all members alive, steal the missing heaven or earth scroll, and reach the central tower within 5 days. He adds the trap hidden in the rules. Anyone who opens those scrolls before reaching the tower is disqualified, and something strange will happen if they try. While the crowd buzzes nervously, Itachi stays focused and quietly checks his gear like a boy who came here to prove something. Kagura signs the death waiver just as calmly, and that only makes more teams decide he is easier prey than a 3-person squad. Then one chubby candidate asks the question nobody else cares about, asking where they are supposed to get food in this death trap. Aoba says the forest has enough resources to live on, and almost everyone accepts that answer except Kagura. For Kagura, the real crisis is suddenly obvious. He can catch fish, but he has no idea how to cook for himself. He ends up scanning the crowd for a different kind of target, wondering if he can latch onto some team that actually knows how to cook. When the gates finally open, most of the genin rush into the Forest of Death at once to grab the early advantage. Even Itachi wastes no time, heading in with the same cold focus he had before. Kagura is the only one who strolls in slowly, casually weighing his earth scroll while he studies the darkness ahead. The woman running the gate loses patience with Kagura's slow walk and snaps at him to hurry before the Forest of Death kills him on the first night. Instead of arguing, Kagura turns back and asks the woman her name with an easy smile that catches her off guard. She introduces herself as Midarashi Anko, jokes that he should buy her dumplings if he survives, and treats him like a bold little brat with guts. Kagura quietly recognizes her as Orochimaru's former disciple from the chakra on her, and that makes her feel less like a stranger than she realizes. Anko gives him one last half-joking warning not to die too soon, and Kagura answers with the same unsettling promise that he will remember her. Then Kagura suddenly forms a hand sign and unleashes wood release right at the edge of the exam grounds. Roots and vines explode upward as Kagura's advent of a world of flowering trees violently reshapes the Forest of Death around him. Before Anko can even process that, Kagura folds the new forest together and shapes a giant wooden dragon from the living trees. The wooden dragon lowers its head, lifts Kagura onto it, and turns the lonely examinee into the most terrifying thing in the forest. Anko can only stare in horror because what he just used should have been impossible. True wood release. Kagura repeats that he will remember her, then rides deeper into the Forest of Death to go greet the other examinees first. That display is so blatant that Anko rushes off to report it, even though everyone nearby has already seen the giant wooden dragon above the trees. Inside Hokage Tower, Konoha's top brass watched the same impossible scene on the monitors and realized this exam just became a political problem. Even Danzo, who knew Kagura had learned wood dragon jutsu, is stunned that the boy can reproduce it so completely. Hiruzen says little at first, but behind that calm face he is already weighing what a child with this kind of wood release could mean for the whole village. Hamura and Koharu go straight to Danzo with the obvious questions. When did this child awaken wood release, and where did he come from? Danzo explains that Kagura was an orphan who survived Orochimaru's illegal wood release human experiments, and only awakened the bloodline power recently after being taken into root. That answer cools the elders' excitement, because if would release only came from surviving those experiments, it is not something Konoha can safely recreate. Then Hiruzen raises the stakes even higher, saying Kagura's wood dragon may matter more than the unfinished flowering forest because that technique could potentially suppress tailed beasts. Hiruzen bluntly says that talent is too valuable to waste in Root's darkness, and Danzo instantly realizes where this conversation is going. Kohara says it out loud at last. Danzo should hand this child over to Hiruzen instead. Danzo can only clutch his cane harder, hearing his own old argument thrown back at him now that Kagura has become too valuable to ignore. In the Hokage office, Danzo glares at Hiruzen because the old promise is clearly collapsing again. Hamura cuts in and says Konoha comes first, so Root has to give up Kagura's strength for the village's future. Hiruzen plays the reluctant friend, saying he did promise Danzo, even if keeping Kagura in Root might hurt the village. Hamura immediately crushes that excuse and argues that protecting Konoha matters more than any private promise. Outnumbered 3-1, Danzo can only swallow his anger while Hiruzen calmly asks if he minds losing Kagura. Danzo tries one last angle and warns that Kagura is already a dangerous weapon who would turn the exam into a slaughter without orders holding him back. The advisors stare at him like he just said something absurd, because Danzo acting worried about children killing people is hard to believe. Hiruzen ignores the warning and turns it into a final decision. Once the exam ends, Kagura will report to the Umbu. Danzo starts to object, but Hiruzen cuts him off with token compensation and makes the transfer official. With no real way to fight back, Danzo is left silently seething while Hiruzen casually moves on to watching the exam. Out in the Forest of Death, Kagura rides his giant wooden dragon and secretly confirms that the transfer to Umbu is already decided. Kagura is pleased with that outcome, because Umbu means more freedom, more superiors to use, and no need to stop serving Danzo or Orochimaru at the same time. As the wooden dragon drops in front of one genin team, Kagura politely demands their scroll and makes it clear Danzo's order not to kill is the only reason they are safe. When the team hesitates over whether their scroll matches his, Kagura brushes it off and says in this forest, scrolls are better than money. The team throws the scroll up, and Kagura catches it without a fight before thanking them and flying off. With the first team gone, Kagura now has both heaven and earth scrolls and realizes the hard part of the exam is already over for him. Instead of rushing out, Kagura decides to stay in the forest longer, partly because facing Danzo while Danzo is furious sounds annoying. He starts searching the huge forest for more prey and especially for Itachi, hoping to spend the next few days comfortably. But the wooden dragon's size works against him too, because once everyone sees it, the smart choice is to hide. Even Itachi chooses to lie low, and before long the whole Forest of Death goes unnervingly quiet. After 2 fruitless patrols, Kagura gets annoyed and heads straight for the central tower with a harsher idea. Outside the forest, the examiners watch the monitors and grumble that Kagura's brute force search is only making everyone else hide. They can tell it is getting dark and still have no idea how long Kagura's wood release will last, which only makes the situation feel worse. Then one examiner suddenly panics because the wooden dragon has wrapped itself around the central tower. Aoba tries to stay calm and guesses Kagura is just setting an ambush at the finished point like other candidates sometimes do. Enko dryly reminds everyone that the old tower was already half broken, so this is probably about to get much worse. A second later, the tower collapses, and the examiners explode because Kagura has literally destroyed the checkpoint. Aoba nearly panics on the spot, desperately trying to think of any way to salvage the second stage. Enko immediately solves it: send people to the ruins, and when teams arrive with both scrolls, just tell them how to open them there. Relieved, Aoba immediately puts Enko in charge of the response team and sends her into the forest. At the ruined tower in the forest center, Kagura sits calmly before the wreckage while the huge wooden dragon coils behind him like he owns the entire exam. When the central tower collapses, hidden genin all across the Forest of Death panic and rush toward the center before their exam chances disappear. At the ruined center, Kagura sits calmly on the broken steps with a huge wooden dragon behind him, smiling because his trap is finally working. Kagura dismisses the dragon for the moment, and quietly tells it the show is starting, already sure the fastest examinees will arrive first. As a solo examinee, Achiha Itachi reaches the ruins ahead of most teams and immediately hides to study Kagura from the shadows. Other squads reach the area too, and with too many people hiding in one cramped battlefield, ambushes and accusations explode almost instantly. The collapse turns the center into a feeding frenzy, and stronger teams start fighting to steal heaven and earth scrolls before anyone can regroup. Even Itachi gets dragged into the mess when another squad spots him and demands his scroll. That threat ends fast, and Itachi cleanly defeats the squad and takes the scroll he needed. Now holding both scrolls, Itachi backs away from the pointless fighting, but his attention stays fixed on the real danger at the center, Kagura. A few examinees realize the same thing and shout for everyone to stop fighting and gang up on Kagura before he wins outright. But once the brawl has started, nobody can shut it down cleanly, and the chaos keeps feeding itself. Kagura steps down from the rubble and almost mockingly offers to help end the battle before people die. Then Kagura unleashes wood release, advent of a world of flowering trees, and the whole area erupts into a living forest under his control. The examinees finally stop fighting each other because the new forest starts binding everyone it touches like prey on branches. Itachi cuts through one branch and answers with a great fireball, but even his flames can only slow Kagura's spreading wood for a moment. Realizing he already has both scrolls and nothing to gain here, Itachi chooses the smart move and withdraws. The rest are nowhere near that capable, and soon whole teams end up hanging helplessly from Kagura's trees like captured fruit. Kagura rises to their height on a wooden dragon and coldly tells them they are lucky he has orders not to kill. He makes his terms clear by toying with a scroll in his hand. First they hand over what he wants, and then he will decide the rest. Before he can finish, Enko arrives with the examiners, and the prisoners instantly look to them as their rescue. Enko does not rush to save them at all and instead demands to know why Kagura blew up the exam's finish point. Kagura casually explains that he is bad at wilderness survival, so he destroyed the tower to force everyone out and steal food from them. He even jokes that he caught a fish only for the pond owner to come after him, and Enko openly complains about his weird metaphor. When Enko warns that he could still be eliminated, Kagura stays completely unbothered because someone already leaked the real second round requirement to him. He bluntly says all that really matters is collecting both scrolls and reaching this place, which leaves Enko grinding her teeth. Enko quickly changes tactics and tempts the hungry kid with outside food, reminding him that eating meals from rival examinees could get him poisoned. That argument works, and Kagura immediately throws his heaven and earth scrolls to Enko so he can clear the exam and leave. Enko declares Kagura the first person to pass, skipping the usual explanation because he clearly does not need it. Itachi suddenly appears and realizes the same shortcut works for him now that the tower is gone, so he claims his own pass on the spot. Enko names Itachi the second passer and casually tells the sweet-loving Uchiha kid to go buy tricolor dumplings. Itachi thanks her as senpai and immediately heads for the exit. Kagura never cared about the rankings anyway, and he keeps staring at Enko's food bag like that was the real prize. Enko cruelly pulls out a dumpling for herself instead of sharing, reminding him that causing this much trouble does not earn him her favorite sweets. Kagura laughs at being fooled again, but he pointedly calls her Enko-senpai as if he has no intention of forgetting her. After finally sending Kagura away, Enko breathes easier, though even her own staff seem uneasy about tricking a kid who is this troublesome and this strong. Enko shrugs it off, saying lively kids just need discipline, and decides the remaining examinees can fight out the rest of the round themselves. Night falls over Konoha, and most shops close until only a few warm lights remain on the quiet street. Under the eaves near Ichiraku, a hungry Naruto stares at the ramen stand and sadly counts coins that are not enough for a bowl. Kagura quietly appears beside him and remarks that the money is not enough, startling Naruto because this stranger is not avoiding him. Kagura introduces himself only as another kid with an empty stomach and even invites Naruto to squat down and rest beside him. Naruto warms up fast and starts chatting, happy that this older boy is treating him normally instead of chasing him away. When Naruto asks if he is a village ninja, Kagura says yes and cruelly adds that he is about to become a chunin, a level Naruto will never reach. Naruto fires back that he will surpass even the Hokage one day, but Kagura instantly knocks the wind out of that speech by pointing out he needs a real meal first. Naruto points out that Kagura is hungry too, and Kagura admits he should have had food for days if Enko had not tricked him earlier. Naruto finds the complaint annoying, but Kagura just pats his head and says one day he will understand what that kind of anger feels like. Naruto loudly insists he would never get fooled that easily, still too proud to realize how naive he sounds. Their chat is interrupted when the third Hokage, disguised only as a kindly old man with a pipe, stops in front of the two hungry boys. Naruto happily greets him as grandpa, and Hiruzen casually asks why they are both still outside so late. Naruto immediately proposes going fishing for dinner and excitedly includes Kagura in the plan. Hiruzen agrees and kindly invites Kagura too, trying to draw the sharp-eyed boy in without making a fuss. Kagura bluntly says he wants ramen instead, which immediately exposes how little patience he has for being politely steered anywhere. Hiruzen checks whether either boy has enough money, but Naruto's coins are too few and Kagura admits he has nothing at all. Instead of taking the bait, Kagura decides he has played enough for one day and says he should go back before Danzo gets angry. Hiruzen tests him with a smiling remark that Danzo is his friend and not someone who angers easily, probing how this strange child will react. Hiruzen casually tries to tempt Kagura along with food first, even offering to smooth things over with Danzo if they get back late. When Hiruzen claims Danzo listens to him, Kagura immediately pushes back and treats the old man like a braggart who should know his place. Naruto jumps in to defend the old man and proudly blurts out that this is the third Hokage, before declaring that he will surpass him one day. Unlike other children who warm up to Hiruzen, Kagura reacts to the Hokage reveal with open shock and wary hostility. Kagura bluntly says Hiruzen does not look like a real Hokage at all, because in his eyes someone like Danzo fits that role far better. The moment Naruto repeats his dream of becoming Hokage, Kagura shoves his head down and insists the future Hokage can only be Danzo. Naruto fights back and shouts that Danzo has no chance, turning the childish argument into a direct clash of loyalties. Hiruzen lightly claims he never heard Danzo say he wanted the Hokage seat, and Kagura freezes on that point instead of letting it slide. Kagura seriously asks whether Danzo truly never wanted to be Hokage, forcing Hiruzen into an awkward answer he cannot safely fake. Hiruzen finally admits Danzo may have thought about it, and Kagura immediately treats that as proof that his loyalty was justified all along. Then Kagura spins his own theory that Danzo gave up the title for the sake of his friendship with Hiruzen, which visibly sours the old man's mood. Realizing the talk has drifted badly, Hiruzen drags it back to his real lesson and says Hokage is a burden that carries everyone's hopes and recognition, not a prize to fight over. Kagura seems thoughtful for a beat, as if Hiruzen's lecture might finally be reaching him. Instead, Kagura solemnly announces that his own hope is simply a hot bowl of Ichiraku ramen when he is hungry. Naruto instantly backs him up and even promises to treat Kagura to ramen every day once he becomes Hokage. Cornered by his own words about bearing people's hopes, Hiruzen finally gives up and agrees to buy dinner. At Ichiraku, Kagura marches up to the counter and bluntly orders 2 bowls while pointing back at Hiruzen as the one paying. Naruto copies Kagura's rude confidence perfectly and doubles down, proudly announcing that Grandpa Hokage is buying theirs too. Naruto even jokes that Tuchi and Im should tell the Hokage their wishes, which leaves the ramen shop briefly staring at Hiruzen in disbelief. Hiruzen has to cut that off fast, reminding Naruto that the Hokage is not there to grant random wishes. Naruto immediately recovers from the scolding, because just getting ramen tonight is enough to make him happy again. Hiruzen orders one for himself too and jokingly admits he may have to put it on his tab tonight. While they wait, Naruto realizes he never asked Kagura's name, and the answer is revealing right away. Kagura says his code name is A, but only Danzo can use it, and everyone else should call him Akihara Kagura. When Naruto asks why, Kagura flatly says Danzo gave him a new life after rescuing him from a place where a long-haired man cut into him every day. Kagura keeps going, saying Danzo saved him when he thought everyone had abandoned him, then raised him as a ninja and taught him ninjutsu. That story works exactly as Kagura intends, and Naruto blurts out that Danzo actually sounds like a good person. Kagura enjoys the praise and casually tells Naruto that once he becomes a ninja, Danzo can assign him to routes so they can eliminate the other members together. Hiruzen suddenly sees the whole problem more clearly and privately suspects Orochimaru was the long-haired man, while Danzo may have been the one who sent Kagura into that nightmare. From there, Hiruzen quietly decides the way to save this child is not force but bonds, and he starts trying to teach Kagura what a ninja exists to protect. Hiruzen tells Kagura a ninja is not meant to hurt people, but to protect the ones he wants to protect. Kagura answers that he once wanted to protect Yakushi Nono, but because she abandoned him, now he wants to kill her instead. Kagura adds that now the only person he wants to protect is Danzo, and what Danzo will probably ask from him is killing enemies. Hiruzen tries another angle and warns that a human life takes decades to grow old but can be extinguished in mere seconds. Kagura instantly twists that logic around and concludes that killing for someone is much easier than protecting them for decades. Even when Hiruzen says an excellent ninja does what ordinary people cannot, Kagura only hears confirmation that his would release already makes him excellent. Kagura throws the question to Naruto, asking if he can do something other people cannot too. Naruto proudly answers yes, because other kids can cry in their parents' arms, but he has no parents and still refuses to cry alone. Kagura takes that answer at face value and sincerely tells Naruto that he is an excellent ninja too. By the time the ramen arrives, Hiruzen has completely abandoned the lecture and just tells the children to eat, go home, and get some sleep. After finishing ramen, Kagura gives a surprisingly polite thanks, and Naruto instinctively copies him right beside him. Watching the two boys act almost like brothers, Hiruzen quietly decides tonight helped him understand Kagura better and ease up on forcing guidance. Once Hiruzen tells them to head home and rest, Naruto happily pats his full stomach and runs off in high spirits. Kagura does not leave with Naruto, because he keeps staring after him as if he is still trying to figure the boy out. When Hiruzen asks what he is looking for, Kagura answers with a dark little truth: Naruto does not look sad at all. Kagura pushes that thought even further and says that if someone abandoned him, he would be so hurt he would want to kill. That blunt answer leaves even Hiruzen uneasy, and he can only watch as Kagura turns away for route headquarters. Left alone, Hiruzen mutters about what a difficult child Kagura is before his own mood hardens back into Hokage business. As he approaches the Hokage building, Hiruzen calls for Kakashi and Tenzo, and both bodyguards appear at his side in an instant. Without bothering to turn around, Hiruzen asks the two jonin what they think of Akihara Kagura. Hiruzen immediately follows with the real point: after the Chunin exam, Kagura will join Umbu and be placed on their team. Kakashi flicks a glance at Hiruzen, but the old man never slows or softens, making it obvious the decision is already made. With no room to argue, Kakashi bows his head and accepts the Hokage's order, while Tenzo stays characteristically silent. Hiruzen warns them not to underestimate Kagura, because his would-release talent is already powerful and his combat ability is no joke. But Hiruzen also spells out the problem. Kagura's basic ninja education is weak and his temperament is far too extreme for ordinary village instruction. In the end, Hiruzen leaves Kagura's future training to them, and Kakashi can only feel a headache coming as the burden lands on his team. In the Hokage's office, Kakashi swallows his misgivings about Kagura and accepts Hiruzen's order anyway, because Anbu do not get to refuse. Kakashi immediately suggests putting Kagura on Tenzo's team, arguing that another would-release user should handle him. Tenzo is stunned on the spot, because he already knows exactly how miserable dealing with Kagura can be. Hiruzen agrees without hesitation, settling Kagura's placement before Tenzo can object. With the order given, Hiruzen dismisses them and says he wants to take a walk alone. Kakashi and Tenzo vanish from the office in a blur, leaving the Hokage behind. Out in a narrow village alley, Tenzo finally blurts out his panic about being stuck with Kagura. Kakashi cuts through Tenzo's anxiety with quiet confidence, and tells him he can handle it. Kakashi pushes a little further, and tells Tenzo he has always believed he could become a reliable senior too. Then Kakashi gets serious, and says Kagura's would-release makes this feel like fate, and he wants Tenzo to guide that dangerous child into someone who protects Konoha from the shadows. Tenzo gives in at last and says he will start by teaching Kagura to develop his would-release, even if he expects trouble. Kakashi approves the plan and tells Tenzo to go home and rest now that the guard mission is over. Still troubled, Tenzo heads off alone, already dreading the job he just accepted. After Tenzo leaves, Kakashi stays alone against the alley wall, suddenly looking as tired and hollow as the life he has been dragging through. Kakashi drifts into a numb daze, carrying the weight of a childhood orphaned by his father's suicide and a future scarred by dead teammates, dead teachers, and endless Anbu missions. Only after a long silence does Kakashi finally push himself off the wall and leave the alley. After Kakashi disappears from view, a mysterious black-robed masked man steps out of the alley's shadows and sneers at him as useless. Then an unseen voice answers with a creepy laugh, leaving the hidden watcher standing in a suddenly more dangerous silence. Somewhere hidden near Konoha, a black and white plant creature rises from the ground and tells the masked man that Kakashi no longer matters compared to the would-release boy who has reappeared. Zetsu pushes the idea further and wonders if Akihara Kagura could even become a useful ally for the Eye of the Moon plan. The masked man answers with open contempt, saying would-release is not that valuable to his plan and that even his own would-release is inferior to the Mangekyo Sharingan. Zetsu does not argue, but the black half takes over and coolly suggests they keep observing Kagura anyway because a strong extra helper is still worth having. Zetsu adds that he already inspected the Forest of Death, and even without seeing Kagura cast would-release there, the lingering life force in the forest proved the boy's power is real. That is enough for the masked man, who decides Kagura is worth keeping under watch. He goes further and judges Kagura easy prey, because a child full of darkness and flaws can be manipulated without much effort. Then he reveals he already has a piece prepared to ruin Kagura if needed. The masked man explains that he recently caught Abirame Tatsuma after spotting him sneaking into the Mist Village as one of Danzo's subordinates. His plan is brutally simple: kill Tatsuma with would-release, leave the corpse for Konoha to find, and let suspicion fall straight onto Kagura. Zetsu is intrigued by the scheme, because with so few would-release users in the world, framing Kagura could actually work. For now, the masked man decides to keep watching Kagura and also check on another seed he planted in Konoha 2 years ago. That second target is Uchiha Itachi, and the mention pulls the conversation toward an older scheme. Zetsu reminds him that 2 years ago he personally killed Itachi's teammate to force open the boy's Sharingan, and Itachi answered by awakening 2 Tomo at once. The masked man confirms that Itachi's talent impressed him enough that he chose to spare the boy's life. In the villain's hideout, the masked man calmly says Itachi is close to awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan, and only needs the right push. Zetsu lights up at the timing and points out that both Itachi and Kagura are in Konoha's Chunin exam right now. He eagerly adds that if Kagura and Itachi meet in the 3rd round, they can watch the Uchiha prodigy clash with the would-release boy and judge which one is stronger. The mention of the Chunin exam makes the masked man go quiet and grim, as if the subject carries old weight for him. Back in Root headquarters, Danzo summons Kagura with a harsh shout and immediately starts scolding him over the exam. Danzo bluntly tells Kagura he was reckless for exposing his would-release and burning chakra on such big techniques during the Chunin exam. Kagura answers with a straight face and asks if that means he should just avoid using would-release in the 3rd round instead. That answer nearly makes Danzo choke with anger, because now that the secret is out, hiding it anymore would be pointless. Danzo finally gives up on secrecy and tells Kagura it no longer matters if people know about his would-release. Kagura just nods, still oddly indifferent, while Danzo shifts to what really matters next. Danzo warns Kagura to take the 3rd exam seriously, because he and Itachi are the standout candidates and are almost certain to collide in the finals. He makes the order crystal clear: when Itachi is in front of him, Kagura is supposed to use would-release and beat him. Behind that order is Danzo's political calculation: if would-release crushes the Uchiha prodigy in public, the Uchiha clan will be easier to pressure. Kagura accepts the order without a fuss, leaving Danzo to move on to an even more serious announcement. Danzo then reveals that once the Chunin exam ends, Kagura will be transferred out of Root and into the Hokage's direct Anbu. Kagura immediately questions it, confused why he needs a transfer at all when Root is already part of Anbu. Danzo coldly explains the difference: Root belongs to him, but the Hokage's Anbu belongs to the Hokage. That answer hits Kagura hard, and he suddenly looks up at Danzo like he's just heard a personal rejection. Kagura asks in disbelief if Danzo is sending him away because he no longer wants him en route or by his side anymore. In Danzo's dark office, Kagura instantly puts on a wronged, anxious face and blurts out that he only left the base for 1 day, as if someone must have reported him. He pushes the act even harder, trying to look pitiful and promising that if this is about those people, he will cut ties with them completely. Danzo cuts him off at once, and says the blame is not his, even though he knows perfectly well Kagura caused this mess by going too far in the exam. Watching Kagura still cling to him so loyally, Danzo's irritation turns into calculation, and he decides this useful child can become his piece inside the umbu. Once he settles on that plan, Danzo softens his tone, calls Kagura by his codename A, and reaches out to steady him. Then Danzo casually tests the leash he wants on him, asking whether Kagura will still obey his orders after joining the umbu. Kagura answers immediately and firmly, knowing Danzo is not asking for explanation but for a clear display of obedience. But Kagura does not stop at simple loyalty. He decides the smartest way to please Danzo is to bring up Danzo's biggest rival. So Kagura casually mentions that he ran into the third Hokage that night, and that Hiruzen kept talking to him about Danzo. The mention of Hiruzen instantly sours Danzo's face, and he coldly demands to know what the third Hokage said. Back in Root headquarters, Danzo is already furious that Hiruzen spoke to Kagura behind his back, and he demands every detail of the night. Kagura starts carefully, saying he met Hiruzen and Naruto after the second exam, and Hiruzen even ordered him to stay because Danzo still had to obey the Hokage inside the village. When Kagura admits he worried refusing Hiruzen might bring trouble to Danzo, Danzo snaps back with arrogant confidence that no one in the ninja world can threaten him. Sensing what his boss wants to hear, Kagura adds that Hiruzen called Danzo an old friend and brought up Danzo once wanting the Hokage seat. Then Kagura repeats Hiruzen's real insult. Danzo once competed for Hokage, but gave up because he could not bear that responsibility. That hits Danzo's pride directly, and he silently burns at Hiruzen for acting like Danzo was never worthy of the title. Kagura immediately feeds his ego again by saying he argued back and declared that only Danzo should become Konoha's next Hokage. For one brief moment, Danzo is genuinely pleased, because Kagura just said out loud the ambition he never dares to claim openly. Danzo presses further and tries to learn whether Hiruzen named anyone else fit to become Hokage. Kagura shuts that line of questioning down and pivots to a more dangerous point, saying that somehow he almost let his own background slip to the third Hokage. That finally rattles Danzo, because if Hiruzen traces Kagura's origin, the secret behind Danzo's actions could come with it. Kagura quickly reassures him that he only mentioned the orphanage and the wood release experiment, nothing beyond what Hiruzen already knew. Danzo calms down and clings to the leverage he still believes he has over Kagura. The boy's true origin is dangerous enough to keep him obedient. He dismisses Kagura with a warning, reminding him that Danzo was the one who brought him into Konoha and expecting loyalty in return. Once outside, Kagura knows his goal worked, but he also realizes Danzo now sees him less as a trusted subordinate and more as a tool he can crush whenever he wants. Before Kagura fully leaves, Danzo stops him with one last insult and strips away the root codename A on the spot. Over the next few days, Danzo keeps Kagura at arm's length, even canceling his private training ground and treating him like just another expendable asset. At the third Chunin exam arena, most finalists arrive to a crowd of family and friends, which only makes Kagura standing there alone feel even starker. Itachi's side is the exact opposite, with Fugaku, Mikoto, Sasuke, Shursui, Izumi, and other clan members all gathered to cheer on the Uchiha prodigy. Sasuke latches onto Itachi's arm and excitedly begs him to clear the exam fast so they can practice shuriken together after. Fugaku notices the boy standing alone and asks if that is the wood release user Itachi told them about. Itachi confirms it and admits Kagura's wood release was overwhelming in the forest of death, especially that living wooden dragon. Fugaku says the Uchiha do have ways to counter wood release, but Itachi's Sharingan is not developed enough yet to use them. Mikoto quietly wonders whether Kagura has no family at all, and Fugaku coldly answers that Danzo's subordinates are raised only to kill and obey. Because Kagura serves Danzo and carries wood release, Fugaku reads him as a direct future threat to the Uchiha, and tells Itachi to defeat him. Itachi takes that seriously and, during the short break before the finals, even asks Shursui to help him train for Kagura. Sasuke loudly brags that nobody can beat his brother, and the boast makes the nearby examinees glance between Itachi and Kagura. Then Proctor Shiranu Ginma appears and calls all the finalists into the arena. As the finalists start toward the arena, the others instinctively fall a step behind and whisper that Kagura is too strong to beat. The same nervous whispers turn a little hopeful when the trailing examinees remember the exam judge's performance, not just victory. Walking side by side at the front, Itachi quietly tells Kagura he has to win this time because he has reasons he cannot lose. Kagura guesses the reason at once, pointing to the family outside and asking if it is because his little brother believes in him. Itachi admits it plainly and says he refuses to disappoint either his father or Sasuke. Kagura looks at him and says, with a strangely loaded calm, that Itachi really does have a happy family. Itachi takes it as sincere praise, and his whole attitude toward Kagura softens right before the exam begins. At the start of the third exam, Gunma has the 8 remaining teams confirm the bracket, and everyone immediately notices the real problem. Kagura and Itachi are on opposite sides, so they are both headed toward the finals. The team facing Kagura in round 1 nearly loses heart on the spot, because everyone already saw what he did in the Forest of Death. The teams that might meet Kagura in round 2 look just as sick, realizing they may only survive long enough to be his next victims. Kagura casually makes it worse by offering to fight all 3 teams at once, as if he is doing them a favor. Gunma shuts that down immediately and reminds everyone that this exam is about judgment and tactics, not just brute force wins. When Kagura's first match begins, his 3 opponents try the obvious plan and throw shuriken at once to stop him from forming hand seals. It does not matter. Kagura finishes 1 seal, and his wood release erupts so fast that giant trees burst from the ground and pin all 3 enemies in a blink. The trap team can only stare in despair, realizing Kagura's jutsu is too fast and too strong to stop unless someone can overpower it directly. Gunma declares Kagura the winner, but the arena's real reaction is shock at a wood release technique this devastating from a single hand sign. In the stands, Aoba can barely process that someone can cast a jutsu of that level with almost no setup at all. Enko backs that up and says Kagura's wood release was shocking even the first time she saw it. Aoba looks over the remaining candidates and grimly decides that if Kagura's wood release is this efficient, none of these genin should be able to beat him. Kakashi turns to Tenzo about the technique, and Tenzo admits Kagura has already mastered the true version of a wood release art stronger than his own simplified copy. Tenzo goes further and says he can feel the life force in Kagura's forest, and it is denser than anything his own wood release can produce. Tenzo looks genuinely shaken by Kagura's talent, but Kakashi just gives him a calm pat on the shoulder and tells him to keep working. By the time the bracket reaches 4 teams, Kagura's next opponents are already trying to talk themselves into surviving with dignity rather than actually winning. Their doubts are justified, because Kagura wipes them out exactly the same way and leaves them hanging from his summoned trees just as fast. On the other side of the bracket, Itachi crushes a full team in a much flashier fight, using taijutsu, ninjutsu, and genjutsu so smoothly that even Hiruzen praises him. That leaves the final no one expected. 2 solo candidates, the same age, one with wood release and one with the Sharingan, facing each other for the title. The audience starts comparing them to old legends, saying it feels like wood release and the Uchiha have collided again through a new generation. When some people say Itachi probably cannot beat wood release, little Sasuke bursts out that his big brother will definitely win. Fugaku shuts Sasuke down with one hard glare, and the noisy protest dies instantly. Before the final starts, Kagura notices Sasuke's confidence and tells Itachi that his little brother seems to believe in him completely. Itachi answers with total seriousness that because Sasuke is watching, he cannot afford to lose here. Kagura says that is a coincidence, because he also has a reason he cannot lose. If he fails here, Danzo will abandon him for good. Then Kagura lays out the wound under all of this. He was taken in, used, forgotten, and pushed into the dark again, so now beating Itachi feels like his only way back to Danzo's side. Itachi can only apologize for not knowing, but he admits that even if he had known, he still would have fought to pass the exam. Kagura accepts that answer with a grim calm and says this match will let him correct the mistake by defeating Itachi now. Genma cuts in with a warning not to kill each other, but Kagura bluntly says the exam no longer matters to him and Itachi's death would just mean his life ended here. People in the stands catch the exchange and realize the final may have turned into a real life and death fight. Hiruzen sees the same thing and inwardly blames Danzo for pushing an already unstable child even deeper into darkness. Nearby, Izumi asks Shursui if Itachi will win, and Shursui comforts her aloud even though he can already see how dangerous Kagura really is. Shursui's private fear is simple. If Kagura truly means to kill, Itachi may not survive the wooden dragon technique he has been hiding. At last Genma starts the match, and both boys move at the same instant, with Itachi opening by hurling 4 shuriken and vanishing from sight. Kagura answers with the same terrifying 1 seal would release, and a root wall bursts up in front of him to block Itachi's opening shuriken. The stage is swallowed whole as roots and giant trees explode across the arena, turning the final exam platform into Kagura's personal forest. Knowing every tree is under Kagura's control, Itachi refuses to stay still and keeps leaping through the forest to avoid roots and vines attacking from every direction. Itachi activates his Sharingan mid-movement, and starts reading the attack paths just to find safe footing for the next split second. Then Itachi notices the whole forest changing pattern, because the branches and vines are no longer hunting him at random, and are all gathering upward for something bigger. Kagura calmly says that if this is really would release against Sharingan, he should end it with something more shocking than a simple capture technique. With that, Kagura unleashes the wooden dragon, and the giant trees twist together into a massive dragon body that rises over the arena like a disaster. A thick vine extends like a walkway, and Kagura steps onto it, and climbs to the dragon's head, taking the high ground above Itachi and the entire arena. As Kagura's giant forest and wooden dragon swallow the arena, Konoha finally sees why the first Hokage's wood release became a legend. In the Uchiha section, fear spreads fast as one clansman blurts out the nightmare everyone is thinking. This is the kind of power that crushed their ancestors. Fugaku says nothing, but his silence makes it clear he understands exactly how dangerous both would release and the Sharingan really are. Young Izumi panics because she has seen the Nine Tails before, and this wooden dragon looks just as monstrous. Shui is just as tense, because if even Itachi cannot bridge this gap, then the fight is already slipping toward disaster. Kakashi stares at the dragon in disbelief, suddenly realizing the old records about wood release suppressing the Nine Tails were not exaggerated at all. When Kakashi looks to Tenzo for an answer, Tenzo can only admit he does not have nearly enough wood release chakra to reproduce a technique on this scale. On the main stand, Hiruzen quietly notes that the exam has already succeeded as a show of Konoha's power. But Hiruzen's mood hardens when he watches Kagura rise on the dragon, because power this wild cannot be left under Danzo's influence. Hidden in a dark corner, the masked man and Zetsu are stunned too, but they immediately start treating Kagura as a pawn they can push into betraying Konoha. Zetsu mocks that their chosen Uchiha boy is about to die, and the masked man coldly answers that Itachi's death would only make their plans easier. Inside the forest arena, Itachi still refuses to give up and fires a shuriken into a giant tree to launch himself upward on a wire. Using that brief height, Itachi forms hand seals midair and throws a great fireball straight at the dragon's head. Kagura barely bothers to react, brushing off the flames as if Itachi's last stand is nothing but annoying noise. Back on a tree branch, Itachi stares up with sweat in his palms because for the first time he can feel just how close defeat and death really are. Kagura gives a cold farewell and sends the massive wooden dragon diving straight down to finish him. The stands erupt as little Sasuke screams for his brother and Mikoto turns to Fugaku in desperate hope. Fugaku's Sharingan flashes to life for an instant, but he crushes the impulse and stays seated as clan head instead of rushing in as a father. Even Ginma can tell the attack is too much to stop, so all he can do is shout for Kagura to halt the match. The dragon hesitates for only a heartbeat after Ginma's shout, then tears forward again and crashes through the forest in a blast of smoke that hides everything. When the smoke clears, a translucent green half-body Susanoo is standing in the ruined forest with its spiral sword driven through the dragon's head. The audience stares in disbelief, because Kagura's wood release was already absurd and now an even stranger green giant has cut it down in one stroke. Once people spot Shui and Itachi inside the shell, the rescue becomes obvious and the whispers spread through the arena. Among the Uchiha, shock turns into excitement as they recognize the green giant for what it is, the legendary Susanoo born from the Mangekyo Sharingan. That one reveal instantly revives the clan's confidence, because now they can imagine Uchiha power standing against wood release after all. Inside the Susanoo, Itachi looks up at Shui in awe, shaken by how close he just came to dying and by the sheer power that saved him. But Itachi immediately worries about the bigger fallout, telling Shui he should not have revealed Susanoo in front of the whole village. Shui brushes that aside and treats Itachi like family, making it clear he would never stand by and watch him get killed. Then Shui notices the dragon did pause once and asks if Itachi slipped a genjutsu onto Kagura in that tiny opening. Itachi admits he did cast genjutsu for a moment, but from his side it looked completely useless. Kagura answers from above that the genjutsu did work, claiming it disrupted his control just after he decided to stop and enjoy Itachi's fear. Shui bursts out laughing, because Kagura's excuse is obviously a lie polished just enough to fit the crowd watching. Behind his blank face, Kagura is not focused on Itachi anymore but on Shui, because Shui's Mangekyo Genjutsu is the one power here he truly considers dangerous. Kagura remembers exactly why. Kodo Amatsukami can override a person's will, and if eyes like Shui's ever fall into the wrong hands, they become a disaster waiting to happen. That thought only makes Kagura more contemptuous, because to him a trick that forces obedience by tampering with the mind is a cheap kind of power. He simply calls the whole fight boring, which leaves Itachi standing there unsure whether he has been dismissed, spared, or insulted. Shui tries to smooth everything over by reminding both boys that one clash does not decide their future. Shui goes even further and asks them to become the next Hashirama and Madara in the best sense, two gifted heirs who train together to protect Konoha. Itachi immediately accepts Shui's words, still trusting him completely. Kagura also tells Itachi to protect Konoha, but his calm agreement hides a much darker read on what Shui has just done. From Kagura's view, Shui has just reignited the Uchiha clan's ambitions with Susanoo and started a fire he is far too naive to put out. When the Chunin exam ends, Hiruzen announces only 2 promotions, Akihara Kagura and Uchiha Itachi. The Uchiha clan is unhappy that Itachi lost, but Shui's dramatic Susanoo rescue has already restored their pride. Kagura ignores the clan politics and focuses on what matters to him next, the exam task rewards from his 2 superiors. Hiruzen's completed task gives Kagura a whole set of Konoha taijutsu, and Kagura is genuinely pleased because it patches a weakness he still had. He quickly realizes Hiruzen never said it out loud, but the old man probably wanted a wood-release prodigy there to keep Itachi in check. Danzo's reward is stronger on paper but more irritating in practice, because defeating Itachi earns Kagura wind release, vacuum blade even though he does not even carry a proper kunai. After sorting through both rewards, Kagura heads back to Route expecting to report in the morning like usual. Instead, the gate guards coldly stop him and say Danzo has already removed him from route. The guards are braced for a violent scene, but this time Kagura only stares into the dark base and quietly turns away. Outside under the bright moon, Kagura feels the emptiness of Konoha all at once, a full village, but no family and nowhere that is really his. He ends up curling on a park bench for the night, trying to endure the cold until he can report to the Umbu in the morning. From a dark corner, the masked man and Zetsu watch him and mock Danzo for throwing away a loyal would-release ninja so easily. Zetsu asks where to dump Aburame Tatsuma's corpse, revealing the trap is already in motion. The masked man wants Kagura to taste how cruel the world is, then vanishes in a spiraling space-time vortex while Zetsu sinks back underground. A bun-haired girl passing the park is startled to find a boy sleeping there, then decides she cannot just leave him freezing. She comes back with a small blanket and gently covers Kagura before hurrying off again. Kagura opens his eyes after she leaves, touches the blanket, and takes her kindness as proof that his luck has not run out yet. Later that same night, Root's guards are jolted when a body is thrown into the base entrance well. The corpse is Aburame Tatsuma, and his body is riddled with wooden spikes in a way that screams Kagura's would release. When Danzo sees the body, he immediately decides Kagura did it and treats the killing as a direct challenge to his authority. Danzo orders Kagura brought back at once, but the Root members are too scared to say they have no idea where the kid even is. Realizing Kagura has nowhere obvious to stay, Danzo sends teams across Konoha and tells them to stall the boy until he arrives himself. Before dawn, Kagura is already awake on the bench, and the sudden village-wide search tells him something serious has happened. Using his shadow-based awareness, Kagura learns Tatsuma is dead and instantly recognizes the wounds as his own would-release piercing technique. Because he knows exactly how framing works, Kagura sees the setup for what it is. Someone used would-release to pin Tatsuma's murder on him. Then Kagura remembers there is another person in the ninja world who can use that same piercing jutsu, the mysterious masked man. He digs further and is startled to realize the masked man is actually in Konoha, close enough to have watched everything tonight. Linking Tatsuma's last trip to the Mist Village, Kagura figures the masked man is not trying to kill him yet but push him into defecting and becoming a pawn. Kagura is annoyed by the underhanded method, but he quickly decides there is no clean way to shake the blame tonight. So he chooses the practical move, accept the accusation for now, settle the score later, and still make sure he reports to the Umbu as planned. He even decides the Umbu can help him stir trouble for the masked man later, which makes this morning's next move even more important. When Kagura deliberately approaches one of the Root search teams, they panic and surround him with drawn swords before he can say a word. Kagura answers by snapping his fingers together and unleashing would-release vines that burst from the ground and bind almost all of them at once. One ninja slips through, but Kagura drops him with a clean kick before another vine ties him up too. Once the squad is beaten, their leader nervously asks if Kagura plans to kill them too over Tatsuma's death. Kagura deliberately plays along with the frame-up, claiming Tatsuma provoked him after returning from Mist and that he killed him by accident in anger. The team leader swallows the story immediately and even says Tatsuma brought death on himself, showing how completely Kagura still dominates Root's rank and file. As Kagura leaves with the Root team to meet Danzo, the masked man appears under a tree and is left genuinely baffled that the boy just confessed to a murder he did not commit. Watching his scheme go sideways, the masked man is genuinely baffled that Kagura would accept a murder charge instead of fighting it or running. He sends Zetsu underground to shadow Kagura and find out why the plan to push him into fleeing failed. Zetsu slips into the earth, tails Kagura's group back to Root headquarters, and hides below the floor to eavesdrop. Inside Danzo's office, Tatsuma's corpse has already put him in a foul mood, and Kagura standing there without remorse only makes it worse. When Danzo demands an explanation, Kagura bluntly says Tatsuma mocked him as a traitor, so he tried to teach him a lesson and killed him in one move. Danzo pauses, realizing the bigger problem is that Tatsuma came back, picked a fight, and made this mess explode inside Root. He finally scolds Kagura for being too extreme, and Kagura answers like killing Tatsuma barely even counts because Danzo can clean it up. Kagura even points at the guards who once threw him out and admits he wanted to kill them too, but stopped only because he did not want Danzo to abandon him. That answer cools Danzo's anger just enough, because it proves Kagura still cares more about Danzo's approval than the murder itself. Danzo warns that if Umbu had found Tatsuma's body outside, the fallout would have been far worse, and he silently admits this only stayed manageable because the victim was Root. Danzo shifts to the real lesson. Kagura is entering Umbu now, so he absolutely cannot start killing his own comrades inside the village. When Kagura asks if he can kill Tenzo or Kakashi if they mock him too, Danzo snaps that they would not do that, and clearly feels dragged into defending them. Danzo orders Kagura to stop wasting time and go report to Umbu, planning to send him away before he causes any more damage. The moment Danzo hints at punishment, Kagura cuts him off fast, because he does not want talk about being sent back to Orochimaru overheard by anyone lurking nearby. As he leaves Root, Kagura quietly decides he still will not approach the masked man first, and would rather make that future boss come to him. At Umbu headquarters, he formally reports in and receives his new gear, including a short sword, kunai, shuriken, gray armor, and an Umbu mask. When Kagura steps into the Umbu changing room with his new gear, a dozen waiting Umbu turn toward him, and one impatient teammate immediately calls him late. Kagura answers the complaint with a cutting jab, asking if they are all waiting because they are too weak to finish the mission without him, and the room bristles instantly. Kakashi shuts the confrontation down before it gets stupid, already feeling the headache of managing Kagura on day one. Tenzo follows up more gently, trying to smooth things over and telling Kagura there is an empty locker and a place for him on his squad. The instant he hears Tenzo is his direct leader, Kagura's attitude flips from prickly to openly pleased. That new chain of command pays off immediately as Kagura gets a system reward from Tenzo and feels his wood release grow even stronger. A second reward arrives from Kakashi, and Kagura unlocks the left eye of Bond, a Mangekyo level eye that could become much stronger if he ever gets its missing pair. As he changes into Umbu gear, Kagura tests the new eye in secret and realizes the power feels innate, not like a foreign transplant. Then the eye fully awakens and turns into a true Mangekyo Sharingan, granting him the Dojutsu Limited Tsukuyumi. The new technique sounds terrifying, but the system also warns that it needs overwhelming chakra and overuse will blind the eye. Even so, Kagura decides this strange illusion technique may become a deadlier trump card than wood release, especially now that his wood release control has also become much smoother. With the welcome reward secured, Kagura moves to his next plan and decides the perfect bait for troubling the hidden masked man is standing right here in front of him. He calls out Tenzo by name, and says he can explain why he was late, but only somewhere quiet, which instantly puts Tenzo on edge. Tenzo immediately looks to Kakashi for help, because he clearly does not want to be left alone with this new subordinate. Kagura invites Kakashi to stay as a referee, almost mocking the idea that Kakashi would side with Tenzo anyway. Kakashi clears the room and keeps only the three of them behind, deciding he needs to hear this out himself. Once they are alone, Kagura drops the bomb. Someone used would release last night to kill Tatsuma, dumped the body at root, and he still confessed to the crime. The word would release hits Tenzo hard, and fear flashes across his face before he can hide it. Kakashi's expression also darkens, because a comrade murder inside Konoha is bad enough before would release even enters the picture. Kagura presses the point straight at Tenzo. If wood release was used to frame him and only 2 people in the world should have that bloodline, then Tenzo lands under suspicion immediately. Tenzo hurriedly denies it and says he was out on a mission, desperate to prove he has an alibi. Kagura coolly answers that he cannot be the killer either, because if he really wanted Tatsuma dead, he would not bother staging this conversation at all. Instead of blaming Tenzo, Kakashi widens the possibility and points at Orochimaru, reminding them that the man who experimented on both of them could have created another wood release user. Kakashi then asks the sharper question. If Kagura knew he was framed, why did he still tell Danzo he did it? Kagura answers without hesitation that taking the blame is cheap, but losing Danzo's trust would be the real disaster for him. He goes one step further and says the person trying to split him from Danzo was probably someone on their side, which makes his confession sound like a deliberate counterplay. Then Kagura calmly tells Tenzo he already swallowed the blame in front of Danzo, so he will remember this debt from now on. Tenzo is left pale and speechless, realizing his rebellious new subordinate has saddled him with a murder debt on the very first day. Tenzo goes pale and wonders if another would release ninja is hiding in Konoha, because he knows he did not kill anyone. Kakashi admits that in the ninja world, even something this absurd could be true, and he starts quietly wondering who would gain by separating Kagura from Danzo. Kakashi even suspects the hidden hand might be tied to the Hokage's side of the village, but the murder itself does not fit Hiruzen cleanly enough to trust that guess. He decides the case has to be investigated properly, because a wood release killer inside Konoha could be either an infiltrator or someone protected by powerful people. Kakashi promises to take the burden himself and warns that if the framer failed to break Kagura away from Danzo, that person may strike again. Kakashi also makes it clear that Tenzo would never frame a comrade, and that blunt trust visibly moves Tenzo. Kagura acts doubtful on the surface, but inside he is satisfied, because getting Kakashi to investigate was his real goal all along. He quietly decides that if the masked man stays too careful, he will have to plant clues himself and force Kakashi closer to the truth. Underground, Zetsu overhears everything and reports back to the masked man that Kakashi has started digging into the wood release murders. The masked man scoffs at Kakashi and instantly wants to answer with another murder that same night just to prove he cannot be stopped. Zetsu hurriedly talks him down, pointing out that another wood release killing now would only make it obvious Kagura is being framed. That finally makes the masked man stop and remember his real goal was to recruit Kagura, not drive the whole plan into chaos. He orders Zetsu to keep watching Kagura for a better opening, but no chance appears that day because Kagura is glued to his new ANBU team. Kagura spends his first day in ANBU doing routine village work like protecting the Hokage, carrying orders, and checking defenses. By evening, Kagura casually asks when he gets to rest and where the dormitory is, only to learn that ANBU do not stop at night. Kakashi explains that village ANBU usually work more than 16 hours before the next shift arrives, and Kagura's face immediately sours. Tenzo treats soldier pills as dinner, and says real ANBU have to endure this kind of grind, which only makes Kagura look more horrified. Kakashi frames it bluntly. ANBU are Konoha's peacetime army, so village duty is supposed to be harsh and boring. Kakashi brings up ANBU code names, but Kagura instantly points out that white hair and would release already make both of them impossible to miss. Kakashi gives up arguing and redirects them to the real mission: patrol the village and quietly search for any trace of the hidden would release user. Kagura answers with suspiciously bright enthusiasm, because searching for the framer fits perfectly with the trap he already wants to build. That night, Konoha looks peaceful only because ANBU squads in gray armor keep circling the village without rest. Kagura joins the patrol, but instead of working hard, he lazily checks one area and settles down like he is waiting for something. Zetsu, hidden underground nearby, is baffled that Kagura is slacking off in the middle of an ANBU mission and creeps closer to listen. What Zetsu hears is worse than laziness. Kagura mutters that if the framer stays hidden, he will commit bigger would-release killings himself and create panic across Konoha. He even compares the scale he wants to the Ninetales disaster, leaving Zetsu genuinely rattled by how extreme this village kid sounds. Zetsu rushes the report to the masked man, warning that Kagura is planning something wildly dangerous and unpredictable. The masked man sneers that Kagura cannot frame someone whose identity he does not even know, and for a moment he is curious to watch the attempt. But Kagura does not need the man's name, because he already knows who remembers the masked intruder best: the Ninetales inside Naruto. Kagura's logic is simple and vicious. If something threatens the Ninetales, the masked man should be forced to show himself. And if the masked man still refuses to appear, Kagura is ready to transform into his likeness and trigger a fresh wave of suspicion around the Ninetales incident. So he goes looking for Naruto, knowing the lonely boy is easy to find at night because hunger keeps sending him into the hills for food. That night, Naruto is happily gathering wild mushrooms in the back mountain, completely unaware that Kagura is watching him from a tree. Zetsu is hidden in the same tree, spying on Kagura, and sees wooden spikes start forming in Kagura's hand as the real target becomes obvious. Kagura quietly says the Ninetales must matter more than anything else, and that killing Naruto would create the biggest possible alarm in Konoha. Now Zetsu fully understands the disaster in front of him. If Naruto dies, the Ninetales dies with him, and the whole ninja world could be thrown into chaos. Because he cannot fight, Zetsu urgently calls the masked man and begs him to come stop Kagura before it is too late. The masked man finally loses his usual composure and uses space-time ninjutsu to rush toward the back mountain, because this mess is slipping beyond his control. Part of his rush is practical, but part of it is personal too, because Naruto is his teacher's son and not someone he wants dead here. In the back mountain, Kagura suddenly approaches Naruto openly and greets him as if this meeting were just chance. Naruto lights up at once and proudly offers to share mushroom soup with Kagura, happy just to see someone who does not reject him. Kagura takes one look at the mushrooms and dryly tells Naruto they are so poisonous they would send both of them straight to their parents. Naruto still rushes toward him cheerfully, and that is the exact instant a voice cuts in from nowhere telling Naruto not to get closer. A swirling vortex tears open between Kagura and Naruto, and the masked man rushes out with no time left to stay hidden. But Kagura was waiting for exactly that entrance, and the instant the masked man appears, a wooden spike drives straight into his body before he can dodge. With the trap sprung, Kagura looks at the wounded intruder and greets him almost playfully, making it clear he expected him to come. Kagura's trap lands cleanly, and a wooden spike punches into the masked man's body at the one instant he turns solid. For the first time in years, the masked man is actually hurt, and the irony stings because this time he took the hit while shielding Naruto. Kagura tries to finish it by making the spike grow inside him, but the wood drops out harmlessly when the masked man's body slips intangible again. Seeing the Mangekyo Sharingan in the mask, Kagura tags the intruder as an Uchiha and demands to know why he is sneaking around Naruto in the middle of the night. The masked man refuses to give his name, and says he only came to stop the blonde kid behind him from being killed. Kagura instantly flips the accusation back and points out that even ANBU was not told anyone wanted Naruto dead, which makes the intruder look guilty instead. Then Kagura loudly calls himself Naruto's protector, and tells Naruto to run behind him because the masked man might be the real enemy. Naruto starts toward Kagura on instinct, but the masked man urgently throws a black rod to stop him, and warns that Kagura is the one trying to kill him. Kagura sends a vine toward Naruto as if to pull him to safety, and the masked man immediately flashes over and kicks Naruto away from it instead of trusting Kagura for a second. That close look at the mask sets off the beast inside him, and Red Ninetales chakra erupts around Naruto as he loses control. Naruto lunges like a wild animal, and the masked man puts him down instantly with a black rod through the shoulder, pinning him to the ground. Kagura stays eerily calm and asks the real question: why did the Ninetales inside Naruto react so violently the moment it saw this man? The masked man realizes Naruto's outburst just exposed a secret he never wanted tied back to the Ninetales attack 6 years ago. Kagura follows the clue straight to its source, and says the masked man must have been involved in the Ninetales incident. He pushes even further and bluntly states that a Mangekyo Sharingan user from the Uchiha clan could have controlled the Ninetales that night. Instead of denying it, the masked man admits both the old attack and his hatred for Konoha and for the world itself. Kagura suddenly changes tack, asks if the man's family is dead, and gets another quiet yes that opens a crack in his composure. Then Kagura springs the trap in conversation and bluntly asks if he killed Aburaim Tatsuma, and the masked man answers before realizing he has been tricked. Kagura coolly says that was the only answer he needed, because once ANBU arrives the masked man's buried secrets will not stay buried. Kagura's chakra surges and vines burst from the ground as he commits to one goal now: keep this man tangled up until backup gets here. The next wave of vines passes straight through the masked man, proving again that Kagura's wood release cannot touch him while he is intangible. The masked man rushes Kagura head-on and says if Konoha reinforcements are late, he will just capture Kagura first and remove the threat to Naruto himself. Kagura pulls himself backward on a vine to keep distance, but he already knows that knowing this power's weakness is not the same as having an easy way to exploit it. When the masked man grabs the retreating vine and starts sucking it into his vortex, Kagura sees the opening and fires another wooden spike to force him intangible again. That exchange leaves Kagura frustrated, because without a space-time jutsu of his own he can only look for a trap built around the enemy's space. The masked man keeps pressing the psychological attack too, telling Kagura that resistance is meaningless in the face of real power. Kagura plays along and says all he can do is endure until backup arrives, dropping Kakashi's name on purpose to see how the masked man reacts. The name hits a nerve immediately, and the masked man spits out that Kakashi is useless and cannot change this hopeless reality. While pretending to hunker down, Kagura wraps himself inside a huge sphere of vines and quietly creates a wood clone inside the cover. The masked man mocks the defense, and simply absorbs the entire vine sphere into his kamui space instead of trying to break in. He thinks the problem is solved, but when he looks back, Kagura is already standing beside Pin Naruto outside the vortex. Kagura reveals the real plan was never to win alone, just to stall until ANBU reinforcements reach them. Kakashi appears first with other ANBU closing in behind him, and the masked man decides it is time to leave before this gets any messier. As the masked man starts kamui to escape, Kagura springs his timing trick and snaps a vine around him before the 3-second retreat can finish. Kagura openly explains he measured the delay in the man's space-time movement and built his wood release around that tiny weakness. Then Kagura twists the knife and loudly asks this intruder to help him kill Kakashi, making sure Kakashi arrives hearing the worst possible version of the scene. In the next breath, Kagura shouts to Kakashi that an intruder tried to kill Naruto, neatly framing the whole fight around the masked man. Kakashi does not hesitate and rushes the masked man, reaching straight for the mask to see who is underneath. The grab should have missed because the masked man turns intangible, but that same shift sends part of his body into kamui space, right where Kagura's hidden wood clone is waiting. Inside kamui space, Kagura's hidden wood clone tears off the mask, and in the real world Kakashi finally sees that the intruder is Obito. When Kakashi sees the intruder's face, he freezes because the scarred young Uchiha in front of him looks exactly like the teammate he buried years ago. Obito is furious that a mere wooden clone exposed both his face and the weakness in his prized Mangekyo technique. The moment Kakashi blurts out his name, Obito lashes out and kicks him hard in the chest. Kagura's vine catches Kakashi before he crashes, and Kagura casually asks if this Uchiha is the man who keeps cursing Kakashi as useless. Still shaking, Kakashi locks onto the revealed face and finally asks the question he already knows the answer to: Obito, is it really you? Obito drops the pretense and admits who he is, but he says that name belongs to a past life he has already abandoned. Kakashi can barely process it, because the friend who gave him a Sharingan and died at Canopy Bridge is somehow standing here alive. Kakashi asks the question that matters most to him: if Obito survived, why did he never come home to Konoha? Obito answers by pointing straight at Kakashi and blaming him for the one wound he never forgave. Kakashi failed to save Rin. The name alone is enough to crush Kakashi, because the truth he carries is even worse than failure. He killed Rin with his own hand. Kagura cuts into the grief with blunt curiosity and asks the obvious brutal question: if Kakashi failed Rin, why was Obito alive and not there to save her either? For a second Obito's anger slips, and he admits the real torment: that day everyone was too late, including him. Kakashi tries to force out the truth of what happened to Rin, but Obito coldly cuts him off and says he already saw Kakashi kill her. Obito says that watching his best friend kill the girl he loved felt like stepping straight into hell. And when Kakashi starts to explain, Obito refuses the explanation and shifts the blame to something bigger than either of them: the world itself is wrong. Obito declares that the village, the wars, the dead, the survivors, and every tragedy like Rin's are proof that this entire world is false and broken. Obito pushes his idea further and says desire always leads to conflict, so war and losses like Rin's will keep repeating forever. Then he reveals his answer to that cycle. He wants to build a new world where Rin can exist forever. Kakashi can only stare, because the teammate he once knew has turned grief into something he can barely recognize. Kagura, much less shaken, boils Obito's speech down to one simple point and asks if this is all supposed to be a plan for peace. Obito starts to answer, then catches himself, realizing Kagura may be fishing for the details of his real scheme. Kagura answers by casually offering his own version of peace: Kill every living thing and there will be no more conflict at all. Even Obito recoils from that and snaps that Kagura's idea is far too extreme. Kagura immediately doubles down with a second proposal. If resources are the problem, just erase half the population at random. Obito cuts him off again, disgusted that Kagura seems to know only one solution to every problem: killing people. Kakashi can only rub at the situation in disbelief, because somehow his unstable old friend and his dangerous subordinate are competing to sound worse. Kagura presses the point that matters and asks whether Obito's plan can really change the world without any bloodshed at all. For the first time, Obito does not reject the question outright, and that hesitation almost pulls him into explaining his secret plan. Before Obito can say too much, Zetsu bursts in from underground and urgently warns him that Konoha reinforcements are almost here. That warning lands badly, because Obito knows he cannot easily leave while Kagura still understands his eye technique and has a wooden clone waiting inside his other space. So instead of explaining himself, Obito tries to shift Kakashi's attention by claiming the truly dangerous one here is Kagura, who supposedly wanted Naruto dead. Kagura fires back instantly, saying he has no need to kill in secret, and accusing Obito of trying to dump both Naruto's attack and Tatsuma's death onto him. Kakashi wants to trust Obito, but the black rod still lodged in Naruto makes Kagura's accusation hard to deny. Obito gives up on arguing, because words will not clear him now and every extra second here makes escape harder. He quietly starts turning his body into a spiraling space-time vortex to slip away while Kagura and Kakashi are distracted. Kagura catches the trick first and shouts the warning, and Kakashi immediately lunges after Obito rather than letting him vanish again. A wooden vine erupts under Obito's feet, forcing him to interrupt the absorption and switch to intangibility instead. Inside the Kami space, Obito's body slips into the dark void and finds Kagura's wooden clone already sitting there, waiting for him. The clone does not attack at all, which only makes Obito more uneasy as he realizes it already understands what is happening outside. Kagura's clone casually asks how the real Kagura is doing outside and tells Obito not to answer out loud, since people beyond the void might still hear him. Once Obito gives a small nod, the clone finally lays out the real pressure point. If Kagura's real body does not cooperate, Obito is not getting out of Konoha tonight. Inside Obito's dark Kami space, Kagura's wooden clone shocks him by calmly revealing it already figured out his eye sends targets somewhere instead of making them vanish. Kagura lowers his voice and orders Obito to answer only by nodding, so the original body outside can read the signals without exposing this secret talk. Once Obito agrees, Kagura starts the interrogation by confirming that Obito had been watching him because he knew Kagura wanted Naruto dead to stir up chaos. Kagura's next guess hits harder. Tatsuma's murder was not just to split him from Danzo, but to corner him into betraying Konoha and becoming a rogue ninja. From there Kagura pushes further and realizes Obito wants his wood release for a bigger plan, so he bluntly asks whether Obito actually wants him as an ally. Obito finally nods, and Kagura immediately flips the power balance by treating the feared masked man like a boss he has chosen to work with on his own terms. Kagura makes the deal even sharper by warning that if Obito ever exposes him or crosses him, he will spread the secret of Obito's Mangekyo space-time eye. When Obito bristles, Kagura coolly tells him he should be happy instead, because planting an insider in Konoha is worth far more than taking offense. Kagura then sells the idea properly. As a Konoha Umbu who helped expose Obito tonight, he would be the last person anyone suspects, which makes him the perfect mole. He goes one step further and promises to feed Obito Konoha's movements, while quietly steering what Konoha does and does not learn, and that vision finally wins Obito over. With the partnership set, Kagura cheerfully asks for one more favor. Obito should kidnap Naruto and make himself look like the one behind tonight's attack, taking the blame off Kagura. Kagura even plans the aftermath for him, saying he can later report Obito's link to the Ninetales disturbance himself and earn even more trust from Konoha. Before ending the secret talk, Kagura tells Obito to show off his strongest wood release outside, so Kagura's real body can help him escape and clear suspicion from Tatsuma's death. Back in the real world, Kakashi is still fighting hard, but Obito's constant intangibility keeps turning every attack into a miss. Obito suddenly drops intangibility just long enough to seize Kakashi's wrist, trying to catch him in a real opening. Kakashi answers like a veteran, flicking a hidden shuriken toward Obito's shoulder, but Obito phases again and lets it pass straight through. Kagura cuts in before Kakashi can regroup, driving a wooden spike from his palm at Obito and forcing Kakashi back to his side. As Kakashi tries to coordinate, Obito interrupts with a huge great fireball and forces the two of them onto the defensive. Kakashi throws up an earth wall with a carved dog face, and the burning blast crashes against it in a wave of heat. The moment the flames settle, Kagura sends vines whipping around Obito, all while keeping up the act of a loyal Konoha fighter. Then Kagura gives Obito the tiniest head tilt, a secret signal that reminds him to stop dragging this out and follow the escape plan they just made. Obito takes the hint and unleashes wood release, Revolt of Hell, turning the area into a brutal maze of giant thorn trees. Kagura instantly pulls back and even drags Kakashi out with his vines, saving him from the thorn field without dropping the disguise for a second. Kakashi thanks him, But Kagura answers with his usual cold front and claims he only saved Kakashi because fighting Obito alone would be troublesome. Instead of dwelling on the rescue, Kagura stares at Obito's thorn forest with unsettling admiration and says he wants to develop that killing technique himself someday. Kakashi tries to steer him back to what matters and points out the obvious at last. The man who framed Kagura for Tatsuma's death is Obito. Kagura snaps onto that angle and declares Obito cannot be allowed to leave, immediately moving as if to stop him. Obito shuts that down by taking Naruto hostage and warning that one more step will get the boy killed. Kagura answers with a brutal bluff, scoffing that he does not care whether Naruto lives and that Obito was planning to kill him anyway. That answer is too dangerous for Kakashi, so he grabs Kagura's shoulder and urgently tells Obito not to act rashly. Kagura still refuses to back down and loudly insists Obito cannot escape tonight, even boasting he has enough chakra left to keep delaying him. Seeing Obito's wooden spike form, Kakashi cuts in with a direct order for Kagura to stand down and offers Obito a deal: release Naruto, and he will be allowed to leave. With Naruto hurt nearby, Kakashi chooses to protect the Jinchuriki instead of chasing Obito, and Kagura reluctantly obeys while grumbling that Danzo would never have let the enemy walk away. Kakashi uses the moment to push back on Kagura's cold logic, warning him that enemies can be hunted again, but a dead comrade is gone forever. Kakashi goes even further and repeats the lesson that defines him, saying anyone who abandons comrades is worse than trash, and Kagura just stares back in confusion. That line makes Obito scoff, because the person saying it is Kakashi, the friend he blames for Rin's death. Obito doubles down on his warped creed, sneering that this fake world only rewards people who do anything necessary to reach their goal. Kakashi can only watch in pain, realizing the idealistic teammate who once taught him to protect comrades has fallen completely away from that path. Obito grabs the black rod from Naruto's body and vanishes into a spiraling space-time vortex, leaving Kakashi with a cold promise that next time he will not be so lucky. Once Obito is gone, Kakashi lowers his head and quietly decides that saving his lost friend may have become his new reason to move forward. Kagura breaks the mood with a pointed reminder that since Kakashi let the enemy escape, they should at least go check on Naruto. When they move to help Naruto, the wound has already closed, and Kakashi quietly recognizes the Nine Tails chakra or Naruto's Uzumaki vitality at work. Seeing Naruto about to wake up anyway, Kagura bluntly suggests skipping the hospital and feeding the kid ramen first. The word ramen works instantly, and Naruto pops up as if nothing happened, more excited about dinner than the attack he just survived. Kagura even tries to charge the meal to Umbu, but Kakashi insists the report to the third Hokage has to come first because tonight's attack is too serious to bury. Kagura and Naruto both complain about being hungry, and Kakashi finally gives in and agrees to buy ramen before the report. On the way, Kakashi starts quietly asking about Obito, knowing Kagura and Naruto were the first ones to cross paths with him tonight. Just before they reach Ichiraku, Kagura remembers the most explosive part of the encounter and tells Kakashi that Naruto's chakra erupted the moment he saw Obito. Then Kagura drops the real bomb. Obito admitted he was the one who caused the Nine Tails disaster 6 years ago. Inside Ichiraku, Naruto and Kagura dig into ramen like starving kids, while Kakashi sits beside them too unsettled to touch his own food. Kagura cheerfully orders a second bowl and even asks whether Kakashi is hungry, making Kakashi's silent regret look even heavier. Kakashi keeps replaying the decision in his head, now wishing he had forced Obito to explain the Nine Tails attack before letting him disappear. Meanwhile, Kagura urges Naruto to eat fast because they still need to report everything to the third Hokage before the night gets any worse. Tucci notices the odd mood and asks if something happened, but Kagura casually blurts out that they found the culprit behind the Nine Tails disaster. Ayam asks if they caught him, and Kagura bluntly says no because the culprit was Kakashi's former comrade and Kakashi let him go. With Tucci and Ayam staring in shock, Kakashi hurries over to stop Kagura from turning a painful tactical choice into a scandal. Kakashi smooths it over as best he can, saying the truth is still unclear, and Tucci backs off because he trusts the boy he watched grow up. But Kakashi already knows he cannot soften this for the Hokage, especially with Kagura ready to report every dangerous detail. At the third Hokage's residence, Hiruzen is already awake because the ruined battle site and the leak of Nine Tails chakra have alarmed the village. Before the debrief even begins, Hiruzen checks Naruto's seal himself and, once he confirms it is stable, has Umbu escort the boy home. Once Naruto is sent away, Hiruzen calmly asks what happened, starting from the obvious fear that someone slipped into the village to target the Jinchuriki. Kakashi gives the formal answer. The intruder was the rogue ninja Uchiha Obito, and Kagura's quick response protected Naruto from being killed. The name hits Hiruzen hard, because he remembers Obito as the child hero who was supposed to have died at Canopy Bridge. Kakashi explains that Obito somehow survived, awakened a Mangekyo ability that slips through attacks, and even gained would release. Kakashi adds the worst part next. Naruto's chakra reacted violently to Obito, and Kagura says Obito confessed to causing the Nine Tails rampage 6 years ago. Even with all that, Kakashi forces himself to note the hole in the story. Obito would have been only 13 or 14 back then, which makes the claim hard to believe. Hiruzen accepts the doubt but asks the question that matters to Kakashi personally. why did Obito return as a rogue instead of coming home? Kakashi answers with one raw truth, admitting that Obito's fall probably traces back to Rin's death. Hiruzen gently reminds him that Rin chose her own sacrifice to protect the village, trying to ease the guilt Kakashi still carries. Kakashi drops to one knee and formally asks for permission to hunt Obito down himself. Hiruzen agrees at once, because Obito is now a dangerous rogue with a direct interest in killing the village's Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Kagura immediately steps in too, saying Obito escaped from his hands and he wants to kill him himself. After a brief silence, Hiruzen makes the pairing official and assigns Kagura as Kakashi's assistant on the Obito investigation. Then Hiruzen points them toward the real lead. Obito's would release means someone used first Hokage cells, so they need to reopen the village records on forbidden experiments. He finally names the trail outright, telling them to examine the files sealed after Orochimaru's defection and find whatever clue those hidden labs left behind. The night turns into a strange harvest for everyone involved, and Kagura walks away from the Hokage with a brand new assignment. Hiruzen orders Kagura to help Kakashi investigate the rogue ninja Uchiha Obito from inside Konoha. At the same time, Obito comes out ahead too, gaining Kagura as a secret subordinate and a chance to move under his true identity again. Kagura also gets Obito's welcome gift, and his right eye awakens into a Mangekyo Sharingan. When both eyes sync up, Kagura's full Mangekyo powers lock into place, including Tsukuyumi, Kamui, and the first stage of Susanoo. The upgrades come with harsh limits too, because Kagura's strongest eye techniques demand enormous chakra and overuse can still drive him blind. As he tests the feeling in his eyes, Kagura realizes his left eye's limited Tsukuyumi now ties into space-time movement much more deeply. His right eye's limited Yomi feels even stranger, because turning injuries into a dream reminds him of the Uchiha forbidden art Izanagi. That connection immediately makes him think of Danzo, and Kagura almost wants to run back to his old superior instead. Kakashi immediately warns him not to leak ANBU intelligence to Danzo, especially when Obito's truth is still unclear. Kagura bluntly admits that the real reason is simpler. ANBU life feels thankless, and Root treated him far better. Kakashi is left staring at him, because he has never seen an ANBU recruit talk this openly about wanting better treatment. When Kakashi asks why Kagura insisted on joining this mission, Kagura answers with zero tact that he is here to keep Kakashi from letting Obito escape again. Kakashi swallows his reaction, then says he wants to visit the memorial stone first. Kagura insists on coming along to keep watch, and his first idea is so extreme that he casually asks if they are digging up Obito's grave. Behind Konoha, Kakashi leads him to the graveyard where Obito's cenotaph stands beside Rin's grave under the bright moon. Kakashi stops Kagura at the edge of the woods, clearly not trusting him anywhere near Obito's grave marker. Left alone with the tombstones, Kakashi quietly tells Rin that Obito has been alive this whole time and swears that now he will be the one to save him. While Kakashi mourns, Kagura senses someone nearby and slips deeper into the shadows beneath a tree. The hidden visitor is Obito himself, who somehow stayed inside Konoha instead of fleeing after exposing his identity. Kagura greets his brand new boss with a grin and jokes that he came to dig up Obito's grave. Obito clearly dislikes the kid's nerve, but he still cuts straight to business and asks what happened in Konoha after he left. Kagura reports that Kakashi has taken charge of the hunt for Obito, and he himself has been assigned as Kakashi's assistant. Obito mocks Kakashi's awful luck, because having Kagura beside him just means a spy is standing in plain sight. Kagura oddly pushes back and says Kakashi's life should finally be turning upward from here. Once they get serious again, Kagura reveals the next investigation target. Kakashi plans to search Konoha's archives for records on Hashirama cell experiments. Kagura adds that they will even dig through Orochimaru's old illegal research to see whether any record explains Obito's implanted Hashirama cells. Obito instantly sneers at the idea, because he knows Konoha's records can never reveal where his transplant really came from. Kagura catches the implication at once and realizes that whatever changed Obito happened outside Konoha's official reach. Neither of them says more, and the two conspirators simply stand in silence watching Kakashi grieve a few steps away. At last Obito slips back into a space-time vortex, telling Kagura he will make contact later and pushing him to defect from Konoha soon. Kagura agrees out loud, but inwardly judges Obito as a lousy boss who has no pay, no plan, and too much faith in defection. Even so, Kagura quickly decides that keeping his value as a spy high may require stirring up trouble for Obito himself. A little later Kakashi returns from the graves calmer than before, apologizing for the wait. Kagura immediately offers a new clue, reminding Kakashi that Tatsuma died on a mission tied to the Mist Village and suggesting Obito may be hiding there. That possibility hits Kakashi hard, because if Obito still blames the people behind Rin's death, the Mist Village would be an obvious target. Kakashi sincerely thanks Kagura and decides that if Konoha's archives fail them, their next move will be to infiltrate the Mist Village. Kagura smoothly accepts the praise and plays the loyal subordinate, saying this is just a small repayment for the ramen Kakashi bought him tonight. In Konoha's archive room, Kakashi stops digging through scrolls and points Kagura toward records he thinks will matter to him. Kakashi reveals the scrolls track laboratory supplies, and Kagura's interest sharpens when he realizes they are tied to Orochimaru's old experiments. As Kagura reads, the surviving records show root members deliver test subjects and materials to Orochimaru, and Aburame Tatsuma's name appears on 2 of them. Kakashi grimly explains most of Orochimaru's lab records were destroyed, leaving only these scraps behind as evidence. Kagura unexpectedly fixates on how many test tubes Orochimaru must have broken, and Kakashi can only stare at him in disbelief. Behind the joke, Kagura understands exactly what Hiruzen is doing. The Hokage wants him to see Danzo's crimes and turn against him. But Kagura has no reason to be shaken, because he himself is still living proof that Danzo worked with Orochimaru. Kagura says the records look bad for Danzo and, with practiced calm, proposes taking them away since only the 2 of them are here. Kakashi immediately refuses, because to him these scrolls are evidence of Danzo's collusion with Orochimaru and cannot be touched. Kagura points out that Hiruzen knowingly let Danzo's most loyal followers see this evidence, hinting the Hokage may have expected him to carry it straight back to Danzo. The point lands harder than Kakashi wants to admit, because Hiruzen once forgave Danzo for even worse, and now Kakashi starts doubting the Hokage's motives too. Kagura calmly gathers the evidence and says the 3rd Hokage probably had good intentions, even if his method was obvious. Kakashi asks the question directly: if Danzo sent him into that nightmare as a child, why isn't Kagura furious? Kagura admits he hated every day of surviving as a child test subject, but says that hatred cannot change where he stands now. He goes further and tells Kakashi he can never leave Danzo, promising to become even colder and more ruthless than Danzo expects rather than betray him. Kakashi still tries to reach him, insisting he was just an innocent child used by adults. Kagura finally reveals the real chain on him. Yakushi Nono, the orphanage dean, is still under Danzo's command, and he refuses to save himself by abandoning someone more important to him. He admits something uglier too. He wants Tenzo dead not just for Danzo's sake, but because he envies the freedom of someone who was actually taken out of root. That leaves Kakashi quiet, and he starts to see that Kagura's harshness is wrapped around a kindness Danzo has trapped and twisted. As they keep searching, Kakashi's thoughts shift from Obito to asking Hiruzen to pull Yakushi Nono out of root and save Kagura with her. After finding nothing on Obito, Kakashi says he will report to the Hokage and ask for a reconnaissance mission to the Mist Village. Kagura says he wants to rest, but his hand on the tool bag holding Danzo's evidence makes the excuse almost transparent. At dawn they leave the archives together, then split apart with Kakashi heading for the Hokage and Kagura dropping toward root. In the Hokage's office, Hiruzen starts early because he expects Danzo to react to the archive evidence he planted there himself. When Kakashi's report brings up Yakushi Nono, Hiruzen realizes Kagura may be staying under Danzo because Nono is being used against him. Hiruzen remembers Nono as an intelligence operative who travels as the Wandering Miko, forced to keep spying because Danzo controls the orphanage's funding. Even knowing the cost, Hiruzen decides to leave that darkness untouched for now, unwilling to provoke Danzo or stall Root's work. He reassures himself that Danzo and Kagura already have enough tension between them that they will eventually break on their own. Meanwhile, Kagura strides into the Root base, and this time the gatekeepers only stand aside. Danzo is puzzled when Kagura appears again so soon, already suspecting the boy has brought useful information. Kagura opens with explosive news. During last night's patrol he found the supposedly dead Uchiha Obito inside Konoha, trying to kill Naruto. Danzo can barely believe it, remembering both Obito's supposed death in the war, and his own failed attempts to recover the body and then Kakashi's Sharingan. Kagura adds that Kakashi saw Obito too, Hiruzen already knows, and Obito now has both wood release and a Sharingan power that makes attacks pass through him. That instantly excites Danzo, who identifies the power as Mangekyo Sharingan and starts linking Obito's survival to Hashirama cells. Danzo presses him about Orochimaru, but Kagura calmly says he never saw Obito there and refuses to hand his old boss the blame. Danzo immediately shifts priorities, deciding Obito's trail and his Mangekyo must now be hunted above everything else. Only after that does Kagura mention the archive search and lay out the scrolls Hiruzen clearly wanted him to see. Kagura bluntly says Hiruzen showed him the records so he would believe Danzo sent him into the Hashirama cell experiments and start hating him. Danzo dismisses Hiruzen's meddling, locks the evidence away, and treats the problem as finished now that Kagura brought it to him first. For once Danzo openly praises Kagura, pleased that even Hiruzen cannot shake the boy's loyalty. Kagura presses a new concern, warning that the Umbu already suspect him and that he only smoothed it over by claiming Nono taught him to stay loyal to Danzo. Danzo accepts that story at once and says he will personally find a way to verify it. Then Danzo returns to the useful part of the report and asks whether Hiruzen really sent Kagura and Kakashi to keep chasing Obito. Kagura confirms Kakashi has already asked the Hokage for permission to scout the Mist Village because he suspects Obito fled there. Danzo seizes the chance and orders Kagura to stay beside Kakashi, send every lead on Obito back to Root, and alert him the moment a trace is found. In Danzo's office, his real goal is obvious. If Kakashi and Kagura find Obito, Danzo wants to be there to seize Obito's Mangekyo Sharingan for himself. Danzo orders Kagura to keep feeding him information during the Mist mission and asks whether he will be traveling with Kakashi. Kagura quietly says he might look for a chance to kill Kakashi on the road, pretending to be loyal to Danzo's grudges. Danzo immediately plays the magnanimous elder, claiming he does not hold grudges and even calling Kakashi an excellent ninja. Then Danzo gets serious and tells Kagura to sound Kakashi out about joining Root, promising he could even help spare Obito if Kakashi agrees. Kagura agrees out loud, but inwardly thinks Danzo is fantasizing far ahead when nobody in Konoha can even reliably catch Obito yet. To lower Danzo's expectations, Kagura warns that Kakashi probably will not join Root and definitely will not trust Danzo's promise to save Obito. Kagura drops the real bombshell next. Obito personally admitted he was the one behind the Ninetales disaster 6 years ago. Danzo slams the desk in fury, treating Kagura's report as proof that an Uchiha with Mangekyo Sharingan caused the Ninetales attack. Enraged, Danzo declares that the Uchiha bring disaster when their hearts go astray and rushes off to the Hokage building to push the issue immediately. When Kagura asks about recruiting Kakashi, Danzo leaves it vague and coldly says Obito will be executed while the rest is up to Kagura. Kagura tries one last time to clear the trouble around Aburame Tatsuma, but Danzo dismisses it as trivial and only warns him not to kill recklessly inside the village. Left alone, Kagura can only watch Danzo run to the Hokage again, thinking his superior loves stirring trouble and still leaves the mess for others to handle. Later in the ANBU changing room, Kagura returns intending to take off his gear and enjoy a little free time in the village. But Kakashi arrives in a hurry with permission from Hiruzen already secured, too restless to even go home and pack first. Kakashi says they need to leave fast so Obito does not have time to erase the traces of his hidden life. He also gives the mission an official frame, arguing that Konoha desperately needs intelligence from the isolated Mist village anyway. Kagura has to admit Kakashi makes sense, and another system task appears tying him to Kakashi's mission to gather Mist intelligence. Then Kakashi adds a new twist, an Uchiha will be joining them, so they need to stop at the Uchiha district first. This choice comes from Hiruzen's orders to question Fugaku about Obito, because if Obito really caused the Ninetales attack, the entire Uchiha problem inside Konoha could explode again. They arrive at the Uchiha district on the village edge, a large and increasingly isolated neighborhood pushed even farther out after the Ninetales attack. Kagura openly praises the scenery, while Kakashi asks an elderly Uchiha at a shop entrance for Fugaku's house. The old man answers politely, but the younger Uchiha they pass glare at Kagura for beating Itachi in the Chunin exam. When Kagura points out the hostile mood, Kakashi tells him this is not personal because the Uchiha rarely welcome any outsiders at all. Kagura guesses the third teammate might be Shursui, but Kakashi shuts that down because Shursui's power has become too important for Konoha and the Uchiha to let him leave freely. Kakashi says the teammate is someone Kagura already knows, and Kagura quickly narrows it down to Itachi or the loud little Sasuke from the exam arena. When Kakashi points out Kagura is about the same age as Itachi, Kagura smugly insists their status is different now because he has already entered ANBU. Kakashi immediately punctures that boast by reminding him he has not even been in ANBU for a full day yet. They stop at Fugaku's large home, where the sound of a stream in the courtyard gives the place a calm, refined feel. Mikoto greets them gently and apologizes that Itachi is not home because he went back to the training grounds after losing to Kagura. At the doorway, Mikoto's worried kindness makes it clear Itachi's family sees his defeat as something to overcome through hard work, not something to shame him for. Then Sasuke puffs up beside his mother, and angrily promises that his big brother will beat Kagura sooner or later. Mikoto gently scolds Sasuke for being rude, but Kagura waves it off and treats the outburst like normal childish temper. Instead of stopping there, Kagura pats Sasuke's head and tells him that if he really has spirit, he should grow up and take revenge for his brother himself. Sasuke instantly bites, declaring that when he is old enough for the Chunin exam, he will beat Kagura in front of everyone. Kagura answers with a wicked joke, saying that by then he might be an examiner, and could simply eliminate Sasuke before he ever reaches Chunin. That finally crushes Sasuke's confidence, and the spoiled little boy's eyes go red with tears in pure shock. Mikoto laughs softly and reassures Sasuke that Kagura is only teasing, while Kakashi hastily tries to drag Kagura away before ANBU loses even more dignity here. Before they can leave, Itachi appears on the street, already called back by Fugaku to join the Obito investigation and pack for the trip. Itachi notices Sasuke's teary eyes and moves in with immediate concern, showing where his attention goes first the moment he arrives. And Kagura, completely unhelpful to the end, brushes off Sasuke's tears and tells Itachi to stop wasting time comforting him and hurry up to pack. At Konoha's gate, little Sasuke breaks down because Itachi is leaving on a mission and refuses to let go of his brother's arm. Kagura tries to help in the worst possible way, bluntly telling Sasuke that Itachi would not be useful on this mission anyway. Instead of calming down, Sasuke cries even louder and insists that his brother is the strongest and absolutely can help. Kagura abruptly accepts Sasuke's logic, pats his head, and tells Itachi not to disappoint the little brother who believes in him that much. Mikoto finally lifts Sasuke into her arms and gently tells Itachi to go, ending the family farewell. Once Sasuke is taken home, Itachi quietly thanks Kagura, and Kakashi finally leads the team out at a faster pace. On the road, Kakashi acts like a proper senior, and teaches Itachi and Kagura how elite ANBU hide their tracks and read danger in the wild. Itachi is impressed by Kakashi's polished ANBU methods, but Kagura only reinforces his image as an unpredictable rival who does whatever he wants. That evening by a river, Kagura goes fishing, and the moment the fish stop biting, he spears them with wood release instead. On their first night camping under a tree, Kakashi casually asks Kagura to use wood release to build them a house to sleep in. Kagura unexpectedly argues like a cautious veteran, saying a brand new house in the wilderness would be too obvious and they should stay low profile. Kakashi insists the area is safe and even says traps are already set, so one night of comfort should not be a problem. Then Kagura kills the idea for a different reason entirely, admitting he cannot build a house with wood release at all and can only grow a giant old tree. With no wooden cabin coming, Kakashi changes the subject and has the temporary team share what techniques they can actually use before they reach enemy territory. Kagura shrugs that everyone has already seen his main tricks, and he dryly blames his thin skill list on never attending the academy or having a jonin teacher. Itachi modestly says he specializes in fire release and genjutsu, then turns the question back on Kakashi. Kakashi answers that he knows a little of almost everything, but if he has to pick one specialty, it is lightning release. Kagura immediately pushes him to prove it, but Kakashi refuses to waste chakra just to put on a show. When Kakashi asks if that really means Kagura only knows 2 would release jutsu, Itachi quietly reminds him those 2 alone are already terrifying. Kagura casually adds wood clone to the list and says he can use 5 wood release techniques if those count too. That makes Kakashi realize wood clones would be excellent for scouting, even if Kagura himself is the least scout-like person on the team. By the 3rd day, the team reaches the coast and discovers that not one ship in the port is willing to sail to the land of water. Itachi suggests checking another port nearby, but Kakashi shuts that down because the mist isolation means the answer will be the same everywhere. Kagura proposes the ruthless shortcut: use the Sharingan to hypnotize a captain and force a ship to take them across. Kakashi refuses because mist inspectors would search incoming ships, which would put civilians in danger and expose the mission. Kagura answers with chilling simplicity: if mist ninja come to inspect, just kill them, because surely the Mizukage would not show up for something so minor. Kakashi cannot deny the logic, but he still worries that a sea battle against Mist Jonin could go badly, especially with Kagura's wood release weakened offshore. Kagura stays grimly practical and says that if the infiltration fails, they can always retreat and wait for Danzo's coming rogue ninja warrant on Obito to flush him out later. Pressed by time and out of better options, Itachi uses his Sharingan to control a captain and secure a ship toward the land of water. Across the sea in the Mist Village, the story reveals why Kagura's guess is about to fail. The 4th Mizukage is not really in charge. Obito sits in the Mizukage seat wearing his mask again, flipping through Mist Ninja files while Yagura stands beside him like a lifeless doll. The narration makes the situation clear. After Rin's death and the Mist's role in it, Obito seized Yagura and quietly took control of the whole village. Under that control, the Mist stayed trapped in the brutal Blood Mist era, where cruelty from above kept rolling downhill onto everyone below. Obito never cared about governing any of it anyway, because to him the village is just a storage site for tailed beasts and a place to pick useful pawns. After reviewing another stack of files, Obito throws them aside in disgust and says only Hashigaki Kisame looks even remotely worth using. Even with the village under his hand, Obito is still on edge because Kakashi now knows he is alive and Konoha is bound to start hunting him. He briefly comforts himself with the thought that Kagura agreed to act as his insider in Konoha, even if he still finds the boy arrogant and impossible to trust. Then Zetsu rises from the floor with urgent news from a white Setsu clone. Konoha has issued Obito's wanted order and sent another team to the land of water. Obito barely reacts at first and tells Zetsu to keep watching the Akatsuki instead, as if this is nothing unexpected. He immediately orders Yagura to tighten Mist ANBU security and kill any Konoha spies trying to gather intelligence in the country. Zetsu finally drops the part Obito actually needed to hear. The incoming team is Kakashi, Itachi, and Akihara Kagura. The mention of Kagura jolts Obito far more than Kakashi's name, especially when Zetsu reminds him he nearly got caught by that would-release monster himself. When Zetsu adds that this message came 3 days ago, Obito realizes the Konoha team may already be nearing the land of water. Obito forces himself calm by remembering Kagura is supposed to be his inside man, even though Kagura clearly has no idea the mist is already Obito's territory. He even regrets not warning Kagura sooner, because now his own spy has walked straight into enemy ground without knowing who actually rules it. In the end, Obito gives the harshest answer possible and orders Yagura to personally lead a force to seal the coast and hunt down the Konoha infiltrators. On the voyage to the land of water, Kagura stands on the mast staring out at the endless sea like he's enjoying himself far too much. While setting traps across the ship, Kakashi dryly says life would be easier if Kagura were even half as steady as Itachi. Itachi looks up at Kagura and quietly calls him pitiful, because for all his power, Danzo still controls his whole life. Kagura drops down like a supervisor checking their work and cheerfully announces that they can stop preparing. For one brief second Kakashi thinks that means they've reached the land of water without being stopped. Kagura keeps smiling as he explains the real reason no one inspected them. More than 30 elite Mist Shinobi are already coming straight for the ship. Kakashi's expression hardens at once, and he orders full battle prep while he and Itachi rush to finish the ship's traps. As the enemy closes in, Itachi spots a small child leading the formation and realizes that detail is all wrong for a normal patrol. Kagura points out that every masked mist ninja is obeying that bare-faced child, which means the little figure has to be someone important. When Itachi hears the title from the mist side, Kakashi confirms the worst possibility with cold sweat. That child is the fourth Mizukage. Kakashi immediately decides the mission is blown and orders Kagura and Itachi to flee across the sea while he stays behind to hold the enemy off. Before anyone can move, Yugura plants his flowered club against the sea and unleashes a massive water release wave meant to flip the ship outright. Kakashi flashes onto the water and throws up a water wall, barely stopping the oncoming surge before it smashes the vessel. Even while straining against Yugura's attack, Kakashi keeps shouting for the two of them to run in opposite directions. Itachi takes one look at the mist umbu closing around the ship and realizes escape over open water is hopeless. Instead of leaving, Itachi draws his sword and says they will stay and fight beside Kakashi. Itachi's three-tomo Sharingan snaps open as he waits on the trap deck for the first attackers to jump aboard. Mist umbu land on the ship laughing at the sight of two kids, and Kagura charges them with his sword before they can settle in. Itachi expects Kagura to be skilled with a blade, but Kagura's swordsmanship is so awful that his weapon is knocked away in only a few moves. Kagura grabs the enemy blade with his bare palm, and the mist ninja freezes when the bleeding hand starts healing almost immediately. Using that opening, Kagura slams his palm into the man's chest and detonates a wooden spike through his body. Kagura retreats and throws up fresh wood-release vines, killing another attacker and finally making the mist side realize this boy can use the first Hokage's terrifying bloodline. At the same time, Itachi duels another elite mist ninja, and his Sharingan gives him control of the exchange, but not an easy win. Once the mist umbu recognize both Sharingan and wood release on the same ship, they stop toying around and order everyone to kill the two boys. Kagura answers by turning the whole ship into a thorny wooden fortress, with giant vines lashing out like tentacles and batting mist borders away. The mist squad responds with a coordinated water release bombardment, launching wave after wave at the ship from all sides. Kagura folds the vines inward into a hollow wooden sphere, and the ship survives inside while the water jutsu crashes uselessly outside. Inside the wooden shell, Itachi realizes their defense can hold, but Kakashi is still outside alone against the Mizukage. Out on the water, Kakashi is already getting overwhelmed because Yugura's effortless water release is simply too strong for a sea fight. Itachi decides they have to rescue Kakashi, because the open sea belongs to water release users and Kakashi is running out of strength. Kagura answers by pouring chakra into the vines and declares that if the sea favors them, he'll turn the whole battlefield into his own territory instead. Dark shapes suddenly spread under the water around the mist force, and the first shinobi to notice barely has time to warn the others. Then Kagura's wood release erupts from the sea, weaving a huge root and vine platform that traps the mist ninjas and starts draining their chakra. With the ship uncovered again, Kagura coolly explains that his wood release doesn't need earth to grow, because where he stands, the roots can follow. Kakashi gets back beside them at last, but their relief lasts only a moment because Yugura has already escaped the roots. In midair, Yugura starts transforming under a violent cloak of crimson chakra, and three tails burst out before the change is complete. When Yugura crashes back into the sea, he finishes transforming into the full three tails, a giant spiked turtle-like tailed beast. Kakashi grimly identifies the beast as the three tails, and the sight hits even harder because he once lost Rin to a missed plot involving that same tailed beast. Itachi can't help comparing that giant beast to the Nine Tails attack on Konoha, because one-tailed beast is already enough to turn a battlefield into a nightmare. Kagura breaks the tension by asking whether the Mizukage is out of his mind, since turning into a tailed beast in front of a wood release user sounds like begging to get caught like in Hashirama's era. Kakashi can only answer dryly that Yugura probably sees one big problem here. Kagura's wood release is still not Hashirama's. At sea, Kagura agrees with Kakashi and decides to prove just how far his wood release stands above normal expectations. The Three Tails answers with a roar and a crashing tail strike that kicks huge waves straight at them. Kagura responds with wood release, wood dragon jutsu, creating a huge wooden dragon that swims straight through the oncoming waves. As the dragon rides the rough sea, Itachi is stunned by the tailed beast's power and Kakashi warns that water release is at its strongest here, especially for the Three Tails. Kagura tells his two spectators to hold tight, then drives the wood dragon straight at the Three Tails like the fight is just getting fun. The Three Tails starts forming a tailed beast bomb, gathering a dark purple-black sphere in front of its mouth. Because the bomb is slow to finish, Kagura calmly uses the opening to reshape his wood dragon in the middle of battle. The technique evolves fast, growing horns, a wider jaw, roots, and 4 huge claws until it looks more like an eastern dragon than Hashirama's original version. Kakashi is rattled that Kagura is improving a jutsu during a live tail beast fight, but Kagura says this upgrade is exactly for the attack coming at them. As the dragon closes in, the Three Tails finally fires the tailed beast bomb straight at its head. Kakashi grabs Kagura and Itachi to bail out, but Kagura doesn't even flinch. The new dragon proves why Kagura changed it, catching the tailed beast bomb in one claw and forcing it back down onto the Three Tails. The dragon absorbs and stabilizes the bomb just enough to control the blast timing, then the Three Tails gets hit by its own attack. The blast throws everyone around, but the wood dragon survives and immediately coils tighter around the wounded tailed beast. The Three Tails fights back with brutal tail strikes, smashing chunks off the wooden dragon as the two giant bodies wrestle across the sea. That resistance doesn't last, because the dragon regenerates from wood release chakra and lashes out with vines to bind all three tails. With wood release draining its chakra, the Three Tails weakens fast and loses the one advantage it thought was absolute. The beast tries one last desperate twist to dive back into the sea, but the dragon snaps a claw around its throat and shuts that down too. Seeing the tailed beast completely immobilized, Kagura calmly declares the battle over. Only a few minutes later, the tailed beast can no longer hold its form and the Three Tails disperses in smoke. When the smoke clears, Yugura's small exhausted body is left lying weakly on the water where the monster had been. Kakashi and Itachi can only stare, both thrown off by how absurdly fast Kagura beat a full-tailed beast. Kagura insists it only looked easy because his mid-fight upgrade solved the tailed beast's bomb problem. Kagura sends vines out to wrap up Yugura and pull the defeated Mizukage onto the dragon. The mission suddenly gets messy, because instead of just tracking Obito, they are now holding the Mizukage himself. Kagura pushes the next step immediately and asks whether Kakashi or Itachi can lock Yugura down with Genjutsu for the trip back. Barely conscious, Yugura stares at Kagura like he is not seeing an enemy at all, but a way out. With his chakra nearly gone, Yugura feels the Sharingan control finally loosening and realizes this defeat may be his chance to break free. Kakashi steps in first, pulls off his eye patch, and uses his Sharingan to try controlling the captured Mizukage. The instant Kakashi looks deeper, he realizes Yugura is already under a Sharingan Genjutsu. That revelation shocks both Kagura and Itachi, because someone had been controlling the Mist Village's Mizukage the whole time. Kakashi dispels the control, and Yugura finally wakes up as himself and quietly thanks them. Kakashi immediately asks if Obito was the one behind it, and Yugura admits he only knew the controller as a masked man. When Kagura describes the tiger-striped mask and exposed Sharingan, Yugura recognizes the man immediately. Yugura confirms the masked man is still in the Mist Village, and Kakashi has to awkwardly admit that man is Uchiha Obito, a Konoha rogue ninja. Yugura starts hinting at the ugly meaning of a Konoha ninja controlling the Mizukage, but Kagura cuts him off by reminding him he is still Konoha's prisoner. The two immediately fall into absurd bickering, with Yugura insisting he is older and Kagura mocking him for looking even more like a kid when he gets angry. Kakashi drags the conversation back on track and asks Yugura to take them to Obito so they can bring him back to Konoha alive. Yugura doesn't want Obito captured at all, because after everything the masked man did to Mist, he wants to go back and kill him himself. Kagura thinks more simply and tells Kakashi they should just grab Obito first and haul the Mizukage back too as an extra prize. That suggestion hits Kakashi hard, because bringing the Mizukage home as a prisoner could drive Mist insane and start another war. Yugura finally spells it out himself, asking if they really plan to take Akaiga back to Konoha in chains. Kagura coldly points out that being controlled by Obito already made Yugura a disaster for Mist, so prison might be kinder than going back in shame. For a moment Yugura almost accepts that, because after what happened in Mist he feels more fit for death than for returning home. Then Yugura hardens again and says he still has one better option left: he can die. Kagura instantly twists that idea into something worse, pointing out that if Yugura dies here the Mist Village will assume Konoha killed its Mizukage, and war will follow. Smiling like that outcome does not bother him at all, Kagura draws his ninja sword and says if Yugura wants death, he can send him on his way. Kagura casually suggests killing the captured fourth Mizukage, and both Kakashi and Itachi lunge to stop him on the spot. Yugura is shaken too, because even he cannot accept dying in a way that drags the Mist Village into war. Kakashi reminds Kagura that Yugura is still their best lead to Obito, and he is also trying to stop a Konoha Mist disaster before it starts. Kagura argues the battle was loud enough to warn Obito already, so Yugura may have outlived his usefulness. Kakashi pivots to damage control and says only the third Hokage can decide what to do with a captured Mizukage. He adds that sneaking into the Mist Village is nearly impossible now, because the whole country will be on alert after a fight that huge. Kagura immediately offers a brutal shortcut: use the bound Mizukage to force the village open and search it openly instead of pretending to scout. Kakashi calls that anything but reconnaissance, but Kagura keeps pushing that open coercion is safer than trusting Yugura not to betray them inside the village. Itachi warns that threatening the Mist Village could still spark a war, and Kagura leaves that danger hanging in the air. Kagura points out that simply capturing Yugura has already humiliated the Mist, so the damage may be done no matter what they choose next. Yugura's expression gives him away, and Kagura dryly uses that silent fury as proof that the Mizukage already resents them. With the argument settled by force of momentum, Kagura hoists Yugura back up and drives the wooden dragon toward the Mist Village. On a coastal reef, Obito watches the aftermath and realizes Kagura was the key fighter who crushed Yugura and the Mist Elite. Zetsu bluntly says the Mist operation has been exposed and warns that Kagura's wood release makes him too valuable to ignore. Obito agrees and orders Zetsu to send a white Zetsu clone after Kagura, so they can keep tabs on him and avoid more setbacks. Zetsu warns they should send a smart one, because Kagura is dangerous, lawless, and quick to kill. Obito blames this whole setback on Kakashi getting help from Kagura, then vanishes into Kamui in a swirl of space-time. At the Mist Village guard post, the village is thrown into panic when Kagura's wooden dragon arrives with their Mizukage hanging from its horns. Kagura tells Yugura to order the guards aside, forcing the Mizukage to use his own authority while hanging as a hostage. Yugura swallows the shame and orders his own men to stand down, and the guards obey even through their anger. As the dragon passes, Kagura even praises Yugura's authority, which only makes the humiliation sting worse. Inside the mist, the news spreads fast, and the elder Genji takes command with one priority above all others: rescue Yugura at any cost. Before reaching the village proper, Kagura's group is intercepted by a rescue force hundreds strong sent by Genji. Kagura sizes up the crowd and casually complains that killing that many people would take a while, which earns him another tired warning from Kakashi. One mist leader makes the mistake of threatening them to release Yugura, but a female ninja instantly kicks him away for being reckless with the hostage's life. That woman is Terumi Mei, and unlike the others, she understands that however unpopular Yugura is, the mist cannot afford to lose its Mizukage and Jinchuriki. Terumi Mei changes the tone and asks what the Konoha team actually wants, offering to talk instead of escalate. Yugura recognizes Mei, a famous mist prodigy whose bloodline powers and political position already make her stand out inside the village. Itachi asks whether they should negotiate, and Kakashi is visibly ready to take that route if it keeps this from turning into open war. Kagura takes over the negotiation himself, and gives the mist only two choices: hand over Uchiha Obito, or let his team search the village for him. Mei immediately turns to Ao for intelligence, and Ao says there has been no known Konoha rogue from the Uchiha clan in the village. Mei smoothly lies that Obito has already fled after stealing mist intelligence, trying to turn the crisis into a shared enemy problem. Kakashi quietly admits that story fits what he feared, because the earlier battle probably did warn Obito and drive him off. Kagura presses anyway and asks why they should return the Mizukage if the mist cannot produce Obito. Mei gambles on diplomacy, guesses they are Konoha shinobi, and offers cooperation because both sides now want Obito more than a hostage standoff. Kakashi starts to accept Mei's logic, because breaking Obito's control over Yugura already means their core mission is done. Kagura also sees his goal is met, but Mei's story bothers him because she should not know Obito's identity that clearly. When Mei asks to come up and share Obito's information directly, Kagura grows even more suspicious instead of trusting the offer. Kagura catches the real plan at the end. Mei is quietly telling Ao to flood the area with hidden mist so she can use the fog to rescue Yugura. From atop the wooden dragon, Kagura lowers a thick vine and coldly orders Terumi Mei to come up, insisting they only want Uchiha Obito. Terumi Mei lets the vine wrap around her because she thinks she can break free whenever she wants, and that mistake costs her immediately. The moment the vine tightens, it starts draining her chakra, and Terumi Mei realizes Kagura's would release is much more dangerous than she guessed. Kagura keeps talking like a calm negotiator, but the threat is obvious, and Terumi Mei knows perfectly well that she came here planning to snatch Yugura back by force. She finally drops the act, spits corrosive acid, and melts the vine apart in one sharp escape. The rescue plan begins at once as Terumi Mei shouts for Ao, and the mist side floods the battlefield with thick cover mist. Hidden inside the fog, Terumi Mei sends acidic mist toward Yugura's bindings while the other mist ninjas swarm the wooden dragon from all sides. Kakashi and Itachi snap into combat, and Kagura instantly covers the dragon in a net of living vines that traps the climbers before they can reach the top. From the ground, Ao opens his stolen Byakugan and starts directing the assault through the fog because he can still see every chakra movement on the dragon. Ao orders the other squads to keep attacking and cover Terumi Mei, betting that the dragon's controller cannot guard every angle at once. Terumi Mei slips through gaps in the vines and reaches the dragon's top at last, facing the tiny Konoha team that has humiliated the mist. Kagura immediately frames the mist as the side that betrayed peace talks, and Kakashi cannot really argue because that is exactly what just happened. He pushes even harder, saying the mist can never be trusted, and Terumi Mei hurriedly tries to pull the conversation back before he turns this into a full Konoha grievance. Terumi Mei argues that Konoha already went too far by invading the land of water, but Kagura bluntly exposes her real goal: get Yugura back first and offer nothing useful about Obito. When she tries to dodge the Obito question and stall, Kagura turns almost absurdly blunt and asks what exactly the mist can do about Konoha being here. Terumi Mei warns that this could start a war, and Kagura answers with shameless confidence that Yugura already lost to him, so the mist would never stand against Konoha's third Hokage. She tries one last moral appeal about people dying in war, and Kagura answers for Konoha without hesitation that Konoha ninja do not fear sacrifice. Right in the middle of that ugly stalemate, the acid mist finally eats through Yugura's restraints, and he drops free from the dragon horn. Terumi Mei lunges for him, but two fresh vines whip out and catch her in midair before she can reach Yugura. The caught body bursts into water, and Kakashi realizes too late that the woman they were watching was only a water clone. The real Terumi Mei appears behind Kagura and clamps a hand around his neck, finally seizing the hostage she wanted. Kagura answers with a flat no, and the body in her hands reveals itself as a wooden clone that rapidly grows into a tree around her. The real Kagura steps out behind the new tree and explains that he replaced himself the moment she used her water clone, because no chakra movement escapes his wood-release field. He even twists the knife by saying she picked the wrong hostage, because the person she grabbed was actually the strongest one there. Seeing Terumi has been captured too, Ao immediately orders the entire mist attack to stop because pushing any further will only waste lives. Ao bitterly realizes how weak the mist has become under the Bloody Mist era, with its best swordsman gone and too few people willing to risk themselves for an unpopular Mizukage. He sends a messenger to Genji and makes his own position clear. If negotiation can save Yagura and Terumi, the village should be ready to pay for it. Ao raises his voice toward the wooden dragon and formally offers to negotiate any demand as long as the Mizukage and Terumi stay alive. Back on the dragon, Itachi wonders how the mist knew Terumi was captured, and Kakashi explains that Ao can see through the fog with a Byakugan stolen from a Hyuga on the old battlefield. That reminder hits Kakashi hard, because he suddenly thinks of Konoha's ugly history of sacrificing its own people to preserve peace. Kakashi realizes that if the mist demands Kagura as the price of peace, Konoha's leaders might actually hand him over rather than risk a new war. So Kakashi quietly tries to change course and tells Kagura they cannot bring a dangerous Jinchuriki like Yagura back to Konoha. Kagura shrugs off the warning, pointing out that both Obito and even he himself already managed to control or capture Yagura, so the Mizukage does not look that unstoppable to him. Then Kagura casually suggests dumping the entire problem onto Danzo's root division, since Danzo should have some cursed seal way to keep Yagura in check. A fresh call rises from the mist below as Ao returns with Genji's answer and starts setting terms for a real deal. Ao offers Konoha full access to search the mist village for Obito, but only if Yagura and Terumi are released once Obito is confirmed not to be there. Kakashi is ready to accept that compromise on the spot, hoping to end the crisis before it gets worse. Kagura cuts him off immediately and rejects the whole idea, because as far as he is concerned, this is the perfect chance to make the mist hunt Obito for Konoha. Standing high on the wooden dragon, Kagura announces the new condition himself. The mist gets its Mizukage back only after it captures Uchiha Obito and delivers him to Konoha. On the wooden dragon standoff, Ao quickly accepts Konoha's demand and says the mist will hand Uchiha Obito over if they can catch him. But when Ao asks whether Konoha will definitely trade Yagura back later, Kagura and Kakashi both go quiet because neither of them has that authority. Kagura bluntly admits they cannot promise anything, but says the mist is free to take the gamble because one rogue ninja is not worth a Mizukage. Swallowing his frustration, Ao agrees and immediately tries to get one more concession by asking for Terumi's release too. Kakashi agrees at once, embarrassed that the mist is already conceding so much while Konoha still cannot answer the bigger question. Kagura still refuses to leave empty-handed and suddenly asks for ransom money, arguing that even a hostage exchange should at least pay for ramen. Ao, now too deep into the deal to argue, grits his teeth and asks how much they want from A. Kakashi proposes 300,000 ryo, treating it like a normal high-rank mission payout instead of a dramatic ransom. Kagura immediately bumps the price to 320,000, pretending it needs to divide evenly even though he clearly plans to keep almost all of it. When Kakashi calls him out, Kagura defends the split with 3 shameless excuses. He worked the hardest, he is the poorest, and equality would only embarrass them. Ao is so relieved by how small the demand is that he stops seeing them as extortionists and agrees to both deals on the spot. Once the money changes hands, Kagura cheerfully acts like the mist was lucky to meet someone as easygoing as him. Ao asks when they will finally leave the land of water, and Kagura answers with the same blunt logic: they have the money, so they are leaving with the hostage now. Before they depart, Kakashi lets the weakened Yagura speak to Terumi, and Yagura bitterly tells her not to try to save him even if he dies in Konoha. Kagura coldly translates the meaning for her. Yagura is choosing to sacrifice himself so the village will not suffer for him. Yagura uses what feels like a final order to name Genji as the one who should take over and end the blood mist policy he created. Terumi accepts the order and leaps down, carrying the weight of both the village's disaster and its chance at a new beginning. True to the deal, Kagura releases Mei and the others, and the Konoha squad heads for the coast with Yagura still their captive prize. At the harbor, the group boards a ship, and the bound Yagura suddenly notices one sailor with bandages over his neck and lower face. Yagura recognizes the disguised sailor as Momochi Zabuza and subtly signals him not to try anything. But Kagura has already spotted the suspicious sailor and loudly calls out the man for covering his face like Kakashi. Kakashi follows Kagura's finger, reads the killing intent in the man's eyes, and instantly warns everyone to be careful. Zabuza drops the disguise without hesitation, draws his giant sword, and declares that he no longer needs to hide if he is here to kill. Yagura angrily orders Zabuza to stop and leave, but Zabuza openly spits on the authority of a captured Mizukage. Zabuza floods the deck with the hiding and miss technique, turning the cramped ship into his hunting ground. Kagura immediately tries to dump the problem on Kakashi, pretending this enemy is too much for him. Ignoring Kagura's act, Kakashi uncovers his Sharingan and tells Kagura and Itachi to guard Yagura because the tight ship gives an assassin too many angles. Itachi activates his own Sharingan, grips his sword, and takes position directly beside the bound Mizukage. Zabuza's first hidden strike comes for Itachi, and Itachi blocks it instantly with a clean clash of blades. As they trade a few blows, Zabuza realizes the child's swordsmanship is this sharp because he is an Uchiha using the Sharingan. Zabuza breaks contact and vanishes back into the mist, refusing to get pinned down after a failed ambush. Itachi answers the retreat with 4 shuriken, and one finally lands hard enough to draw blood. The dripping blood gives Kakashi exactly what he needs, even though Zabuza desperately tears the shuriken free and wraps the wound. Zabuza answers by making a water clone to mislead Kakashi while his real body slips away through the mist again. Hidden from sight, Zabuza admits the real danger is not rescuing Yugura at all, but dealing with 3 capable Konoha shinobi and especially the wood release user. Then Zabuza drops the real reveal to himself. He did not come to save Yugura at all, he came to kill him. To open a path, Zabuza creates another water clone so he can divide Kakashi and Itachi at the same time. While the mist thickens further, Yugura still believes Zabuza is recklessly trying to rescue him, and Kagura suddenly turns that misunderstanding into a private bargain. Kagura asks for unique mist ninjutsu in exchange for Zabuza's life, and Yugura slowly agrees because he thinks the man is risking everything to save him. A blade flashes again as Zabuza attacks, and Itachi cleanly intercepts what looks like another rescue attempt. But Itachi reads the clash through his Sharingan, and realizes too late that the attacker in front of him is only a water clone. Itachi whips his head around and sees the real Zabuza already rushing straight for Kagura and the helpless Yugura. Kagura draws his sword to meet him, but Zabuza bats him aside in a few blunt strikes and closes the final step to Yugura. With Yugura bound and unable to resist, Zabuza raises his giant blade at the Mizukage's throat and finally exposes the assassination for what it is. At the last instant, Kagura's vines surge tighter around Yugura and block the killing blow, stopping Zabuza's sword with wood instead of flesh. Kagura steps back and with fake surprise and twists the knife verbally, reminding Yugura that he just traded valuable mist ninjutsu to save a man who was actually trying to murder him. Even exhausted and captive, Yugura insists the deal still stands and tells them not to kill Zabuza, because he understands why Zabuza tried to assassinate him. Zabuza sneers at Yugura's fake magnanimity, rips his blade free, lands on the railing, and starts a blur of hand seals for one more attack. Kagura watches Zabuza's fingers in mild disbelief, and Itachi calmly identifies the jutsu as the 44 seal water dragon bullet technique. Zabuza finishes the seals and roars out water dragon bullet, sending a huge dragon of seawater crashing toward Kagura's side of the deck. Kagura barely moves before a thick vine erupts from the deck, catches the water dragon by the neck, and crushes it on the spot. Before the spray even settles, another vine lashes out, binds Zabuza's body, and starts draining his chakra, leaving him stunned by how easily he lost. Kakashi walks back after beating another clone and dryly asks if the whole mess is already over. Still bound, Zabuza spits that Yugura is only alive because Konoha is protecting him. When Kakashi asks why Mist A and B would target their own Mizukage, Yugura admits the bloody mist policy was his unforgivable mistake, and says being killed for it would have been a relief to the village. Yugura goes even further and calls Zabuza a true hero for trying to stop him for the village's sake. Zabuza fires back that if Yugura really means it, he should just die, but Yugura refuses because his suicide could still spark a war with Konoha. No one says the real reason out loud, because revealing that Obito controlled Yugura and drove the bloody mist policy could turn mist hatred on Konoha itself. Yugura tells Zabuza to go back, saying he already ordered Genji and the Jounin to abolish the bloody mist policy and promising Zabuza still has a future in the village. Zabuza refuses the offer, because he no longer trusts what mist will become once Yugura returns. Yugura quietly orders Kagura to release him, already resolved to repay everything with his own life once he is no longer politically useful. Kagura lets Zabuza go, but he cannot resist mocking the whole scene as another performance where a village leader humiliates himself to save a subordinate. Zabuza's killing intent flares, but Kakashi snaps him with crackling lightning to block him, and warns him not to waste Yugura's sacrifice. Forced to back down, Zabuza leaves after memorizing every face there and swearing he will remember them. With Zabuza gone, Kakashi admits the rogue swordsman really was impressive for daring to resist the bloody mist at all. Kagura nods like he learned something valuable, then casually says he would assassinate the third Hokage too if Hiruzen ever went astray. Kakashi can only stare in exasperation, because that is very much not the lesson he wanted Kagura to take from Zabuza. On the smoother trip afterward, Kagura picks up a new trick from Yugura instead, the costly water release water mirror technique. A system prompt confirms Kagura successfully learns water mirror, a jutsu that creates a water duplicate matching an enemy's power for a single strike. Kagura immediately likes the move, because it gives him a clean answer against close-range fighters he is not eager to brawl with himself. Then Itachi cuts in from watch with a warning that another boat is following them. As the ships draw close, Kagura recognizes the masked Konoha A and BU on the other deck as root operatives sent by Danzo to shadow the mission. Kakashi instantly dislikes the sight, and wonders if Root has shown up now to seize the Mizukage for itself. Kagura leaps over first, and starts berating the Root squad before their leader can even speak, furious that they hid behind him and only appeared after the hard part was done. The whole Root squad bows their heads and accepts it, because Kagura's wild authority inside Danzo's faction is already something they are used to. Once Kagura finishes, the Root leader finally explains they were ordered to stay close, await Kagura's commands, and keep a line open to Danzo whenever possible. Kagura orders one Root ninja to race back to Konoha with the news that Obito is still missing, but the 4th Mizukage and the Three Tails Jinchuriki are in their custody. Watching all this, Kakashi is genuinely thrown by how obedient Root becomes in front of Kagura. Itachi is just as stunned, especially because he has personally seen these same Root people act brazenly even in front of Shursui. Back on his own ship, Kagura explains his method simply: Root only looks impossible until you force them to learn how to behave around you. He even invites Kakashi to join Root, cheerfully pitching it as a place where all the other members are trash. Once they reach the Fire Country port, one Root runner speeds ahead while the rest close around Kagura on the road back. Kakashi realizes Danzo may move on the Mizukage first, so he leaves Kagura and Itachi behind and rushes to report directly to Hiruzen before Root can intercept the news. Kagura, meanwhile, stays completely unbothered by the coming power struggle and lets Root handle the rough parts of the journey like an impromptu holiday. Back in Konoha, both Hiruzen and Danzo receive the same shocking report. Their side did not catch Obito, but it did capture the Mizukage. Danzo immediately sees Yugura as a prize to exploit, from extracting mist intelligence to forcing the entire village into Konoha's orbit. Hiruzen looks at the same news and thinks bigger, seeing Yugura's arrival as a chance to build a historic reconciliation and alliance with the mist. He also knows the plan is risky, because housing the Three Tails Jinchuriki inside Konoha would be a nightmare even if it secures the alliance. When Kakashi reports that Root has been shadowing the mission, Hiruzen instantly understands Danzo is already moving too. Hiruzen counters at once by ordering ANBU to send Danzo and Root to guard against possible stone and cloud infiltration, keeping them away from the Mizukage handoff. Knowing Danzo will come storming in if he waits, Hiruzen throws on his Hokage hat and heads out with Kakashi to meet Yugura first. And just as Hiruzen predicted, Danzo arrives at the Hokage's office in anger only to find the room already empty. At Konoha's meeting hall, Hiruzen personally welcomes Yugura with warm courtesy, even while ANBU ring the area and Root is kept away. Yugura lowers himself and says he came as Konoha's captive, only hoping the Mist and Leaf can finally stop fighting. Hiruzen immediately softens the mood, promising Konoha will treat Yugura properly, and saying peace is what both villages want. Seeing an opening, Hiruzen proposes something bigger: let Yugura stay in Konoha for a while, reopen contact with the Land of Water, and build a real alliance. To Hiruzen's surprise, Yugura brightens and agrees at once, showing just how desperate the Mist's isolation has become. Hiruzen keeps building the dream, talking about joint exams and shared missions while privately deciding that a weakened Mist would make the safest kind of ally. Once the pleasant part is done, Hiruzen finally brings up the real danger and asks Yugura point blank if he is a Jinchuriki. Yugura calmly admits he carries the Three Tails and insists he can control it, but that answer does nothing to ease Konoha's fear. Hiruzen smiles through it, but inside he is stuck. He wants Yugura sealed for safety, yet saying that outright would wreck the goodwill he just built. For one awkward moment, Hiruzen even misses Danzo, because Danzo would have happily played the villain and forced this ugly demand for him. Instead, Hiruzen turns to Kagura and tries to bait the bluntest person in the room into saying the hard part for him. Kagura starts exactly where Hiruzen does not want him to, bluntly praising Yugura's strength and the danger of the Three Tails. Then Kagura swerves into his own priorities, complaining that he still lacks enough jutsu, sword skill, and even decent shuriken technique for fights like that. Kagura pushes further and asks to return to Danzo, making it painfully clear where his loyalties still lean. Hiruzen refuses that idea and offers to teach Kagura would release himself, while also arranging a jounin teacher for him. Kagura immediately undercuts Tenzo too, calling his own captain worse than him, and showing just how hard he is to manage. At last Kagura says the one thing Hiruzen needed, declaring that the Three Tails is too dangerous and Yugura's chakra must be sealed. Hiruzen pounces on that opening, ignoring Kagura's part about Danzo and inwardly relieved that the ugly demand is finally out in the air. To save everyone's face, Hiruzen immediately scolds Kagura for speaking out of turn and claims Konoha has no reason to doubt the Mizukage's control. Then Hiruzen pivots smoothly and admits Konoha is haunted by the Nine Tails disaster, using that old fear to make his caution sound understandable instead of insulting. He even blames Uchiha Obito for both villages' suffering, turning the conversation toward a shared enemy instead of mutual distrust. That lands with Yugura, who grimly realizes Obito could have used him to unleash the Three Tails on his own village too. With Yugura shaken, Hiruzen presses his solution. Konoha can lock the Three Tails chakra inside the Jinchuriki so even Obito could not easily use it again. Yugura understands exactly what Hiruzen is asking and accepts it with surprising calm, deciding his chakra should indeed be sealed by Konoha. He only demands one safeguard in return. Whenever he dies, the Three Tails must go back to the Land of Water, or Konoha and Mist will clash forever. Hiruzen agrees without hesitation and promises Konoha will not covet the tailed beast of an ally. Once the deal is settled, Hiruzen personally places the 5 elements seal on Yugura and locks down the Three Tails chakra. Only after that does Hiruzen truly relax, escorting Yagura through Konoha like an honored guest and housing him near the Hokage under ANBU protection. The fallout hits Kagura next. Tenzo's team gets the Mizukage guard duty, but Kagura is pulled out and reassigned under ANBU Captain Kakashi instead. Kagura hates the transfer immediately, annoyed that he got pulled away before he gained anything useful from Tenzo's team. He is even more annoyed because guarding Yagura looked like the easiest assignment around, and now someone else gets that comfortable post. Kakashi explains the real reason with a headache. After all Hiruzen's work, Kagura is exactly the kind of person who could ruin Konoha's image with one sentence. Kagura still argues from pure practicality, insisting Konoha's safety matters more and that his wood release is the best answer if Yagura ever loses control. Kakashi shuts that down too, trusting Hiruzen's seal and hinting that keeping Kagura and Danzo away from the Mizukage is part of the point. Rather than keep arguing, Kakashi changes the subject and takes Kagura to the training ground, saying the Hokage plans to teach them a new jutsu. Kakashi calls it a reward for bringing back the Mizukage and helping thaw relations with the mist, which only makes Kagura stare at him harder. Kakashi bluntly reframes the credit. Kagura caught Yagura, but the rest of them also deserve praise for stopping Kagura from killing him. Kagura grudgingly accepts the logic, but his next thought is already darker. Maybe Obito will want revenge on Kakashi for that. Kakashi tries to smooth things over by offering to teach Kagura some techniques himself once they reach the training ground. Kagura answers with one dry jab about Kakashi's dog-head wall technique, and that prickly new team dynamic locks into place. At Training Ground 3, Hiruzen personally teaches Itachi the Shuriken Shadow Clone technique, and watches the boy copy it almost immediately. Hiruzen praises the result and explains that deeper mastery lets the user split one shuriken into overwhelming numbers, which leaves Itachi openly awed. Then Hiruzen turns solemn and passes on the will of fire, telling Itachi that the village's future will soon rest on the younger generation. Kakashi and Kagura arrive just in time to see the touching lesson, and Kakashi quietly wonders whether Kagura could ever carry that same kind of future. Kagura immediately ruins the mood by lamenting that no one wants to inherit Danzo's burden en route and bluntly asks Kakashi to think about becoming his successor. Kakashi is not buying it at all, because as far as he is concerned Danzo is still far too power-hungry to ever hand root to anyone. After finishing with Itachi, Hiruzen calls Kakashi over and says Danzo wants Itachi placed in Kakashi's ANBU squad after the new year. Hiruzen adds that Itachi's ANBU time is only training, and if he proves himself Danzo intends to pull him into route afterward. Behind that decision is Danzo's real goal: use Itachi as an Uchiha insider and test whether the boy will choose the village over his clan. Hiruzen has already accepted the plan, partly because the Uchiha situation worries him too and partly because giving Danzo a new obsession may keep him away from the captured Mizukage. Kakashi accepts the order without argument, especially since working with Itachi sounds far easier than handling Kagura. Kagura cuts in at once and asks the real question bothering him. If Danzo is taking Itachi back into route later, why is Kagura still being left out? He presses harder, saying the dean is en route. Danzo has always treated him well, and he still wants to go back. Hiruzen gently shuts that down and tells him Danzo sent Kagura to ANBU because that path draws out his talent better, while Itachi suits route. That answer makes Kagura slowly look at Itachi, and Itachi immediately realizes this awkward arrangement may earn him another round of Kagura's resentment. Hiruzen quickly changes the subject and asks both of them what jutsu they want to learn instead of dwelling on ANBU en route. Kakashi answers seriously that he wants to try learning a space-time jutsu. Hiruzen immediately understands he means the Flying Thunder God technique and warns that the jutsu demands exceptional talent and brutal chakra control. Then Hiruzen softens, remembering Minato and realizing Kakashi is chasing his teacher's technique because Obito's power has left him no other clear answer. Kakashi bows and says it plainly. He needs Minato's technique because only Flying Thunder God can bring Obito back. Seeing Kakashi's resolve, Hiruzen finally approves and hands him the Flying Thunder God scroll along with Minato's own study notes. Kakashi accepts the scroll like a vow, and Hiruzen warns him that only someone with extraordinary determination can ever master it. When Hiruzen turns to Kagura, he admits teaching would release is much harder because he does not possess the bloodline himself. Kagura immediately complains that Danzo's teaching was easier, which catches Hiruzen's full attention. Asked how Danzo taught him, Kagura says the method was simple: understand the effect, make a serpent seal, and say the technique's name. When Hiruzen asks for the rest of the process, Kagura stares back and says that is the whole lesson. Hiruzen presses about chakra quantity and internal flow, but Kagura has no idea what he means, leaving even Kakashi and Itachi staring at this absurd teaching method. After a beat of stunned silence, Hiruzen asks Kagura what technique he actually wants to learn. Kagura blurts out that he wants a jutsu strong enough to beat Shusoi's green giant, making everyone realize he means Susanoo. Hiruzen tells him the first Hokage did leave behind exactly that kind of answer, the wood release wood human technique. Hiruzen starts demonstrating the hand seals, explaining that the wood human technique first needs a tiger seal to drive massive wood release chakra into a great tree. Then Hiruzen adds a serpent seal for shaping that growth into a giant wooden figure, but Kagura stops right there in disbelief. Genuinely confused, Kagura says every wood release technique Danzo taught him only needed one hand seal, ending the lesson on a ridiculous note that leaves Danzo somehow looking even stranger. At Training Ground 3, Hiruzen patiently explains that even the legendary wood release, wood human technique still needs 2 hand seals, because power like this has to be guided carefully. Hiruzen adds that only 2 seals is already absurdly efficient for a technique meant to stand against Susanoo, and he quietly doubts anyone except Hashirama should be able to master it. Even so, Hiruzen still wants Kagura to try, because the boy has real talent and someone he wants to protect, even if Root has twisted him in dangerous ways. Hiruzen gently lowers the pressure and tells Kagura it is fine if he cannot learn it, since Wood Human has practically lived as a legend since the first Hokage died. Kagura ignores the reassurance and drills the 2 seals over and over, staring hard at his own hands until the technique finally clicks in his head. Thinking Kagura is still stuck, Hiruzen starts giving broader advice about developing his own wood release instead of forcing one impossible legend. Then Kagura cuts him off, forms Tiger and Snake, and calls out wood release, wood human technique on the spot. A root explodes from the earth, swells into a massive tree, and reshapes itself into a towering wooden humanoid that shocks everyone at the field. Kakashi is left flat out stunned, because this really does look like the kind of monster technique that could trade blows with Susanoo. Itachi feels the shock more personally, realizing Kagura learned a Susanoo-level answer in minutes, while the Uchiha clan treats Shirsue's power like something unmatched. Hiruzen is shaken too, and in that moment he sees exactly why Danzo valued Kagura so fiercely, and why letting Root keep shaping him would be a disaster. He decides Kagura needs to be pulled completely away from Danzo and guided toward a more normal life before Root's darkness hardens for good. Before that plan goes anywhere, the brand new wood human starts shedding leaves and losing shape, because Kagura still cannot control it. The giant collapses back into a large tree, and Kagura jumps down in frustration, complaining that this one is much harder to control than Danzo's advent of a world of flowering trees. Hiruzen laughs instead of scolding him, pleased that Kagura already reached even this much on a first try and telling him real mastery will come with practice. Still in a good mood, Hiruzen turns to Kagura and Itachi and says the 2 boys should work well together in Anbu, because Konoha's future will rest on the next generation. Kagura instantly drags the mood darker, insisting Root people have no future except killing and hinting that Danzo now wants to pass that same will on to Itachi. Then Kagura openly sizes Itachi up and says Danzo's choice makes no sense, because Itachi is clearly weaker than him. Itachi has no easy answer, and Kakashi cuts in with a flick to Kagura's forehead, reminding him that he is Anbu now and his life is moving forward whether he believes it or not. Later, Hiruzen leaves, Itachi heads off to report to Fugaku about joining Anbu after the new year, and the field finally quiets down to just Kakashi and Kagura. With the others gone, Kakashi leans against a tree studying Minato's Flying Thunder God notes, and his face makes it obvious the technique is giving him trouble. Kagura notices the struggle and asks why a ninjutsu scroll looks more painful to Kakashi than killing does. Kakashi admits it is difficult, explaining that Minato once wanted to teach him, but his low chakra, permanent Sharingan drain, and broken state after Obito and Rin kept him from really trying. Now that Obito is alive and using terrifying space-time power, Kakashi wants this technique for a reason at last. He needs a way to defeat Obito and drag him back to Konoha. Kagura, still absurdly casual about impossible things, asks what is so hard about ninjutsu if all you need is the method, the name, and the effect. Kakashi explains that Flying Thunder God is different because it uses no hand seals at all and depends entirely on delicate chakra control. That catches Kagura immediately, so he asks for the actual mechanism and what the technique does in battle. Kakashi walks him through it plainly. First leave a Flying Thunder God mark with chakra, then use that mark as the destination for instant teleportation. He admits the real wall is the first step, because he still cannot even condense the mark itself. Kagura says he understands, pats Kakashi on the shoulder, and secretly leaves a tiny leaf-shaped mark there before announcing he is stepping out to buy something. Just from that explanation, Kagura silently grasps Flying Thunder God for himself, and uses the fresh mark as his anchor. About 10 minutes later, while Kakashi is still buried in the notes, Kagura suddenly pops back beside him holding 2 cups of pear juice. Kagura hands one over and matter-of-factly says Flying Thunder God was simple. Make a mark like this, run far away, then teleport back, which makes shopping extremely convenient. Kakashi is completely wrecked by that answer, because he is still stuck on step 1 while Kagura has already repurposed Minato's masterpiece for errands. Trying to salvage something useful, Kakashi asks Kagura to show the mark itself, and Kagura obediently forms the leaf-shaped symbol again. But when Kakashi asks how he packs spatial-temporal coordinates into it, Kagura just blinks and asks what those even are. Kakashi can only stare at the absurdity of someone learning Flying Thunder God without understanding its theory, while Kagura insists he simply makes a symbol that pulls him to it. To make sense of it, Kakashi compares the mark to the spatial anchor inside a summoning technique circle, and that analogy suddenly gives him a real path forward. Kagura nods along and casually adds the last practical warning. Flying Thunder God burns a lot of chakra and works best if your sensing is sharp enough to lock onto the mark precisely. After helping Kakashi sort out Flying Thunder God, Kagura gets an unexpected bonus and passively picks up the summoning jutsu himself. Kakashi, in a good mood, admits most of his jutsu do not fit Kagura and offers to teach the dangerous forbidden technique multi-shadow clone instead. Kakashi demonstrates the move with a single rat seal, and multiple Kakashis pop into existence around Kagura at once. Kagura acts unsure, but his trait kicks in again and he instantly learns the forbidden technique anyway. Because of his wood release, Kagura's new clone jutsu mutates on the spot into multi-wood clone jutsu instead of an ordinary shadow clone technique. When Kagura tries it, carved wooden figures grow behind him and only 3 clones emerge, but each one feels unnervingly solid and powerful. Kakashi tells him the clone count will rise with practice, and explains this jutsu should help Kagura scout properly instead of causing another Mist-style mess. Right after that, Kagura quietly receives another payoff for the Mist mission and adds Earth Release, Earth-style wall to his growing hall. Satisfied with the lesson, Kakashi calls it a day and casually orders Kagura to buy him ramen. As they leave, Kagura reflects that joining Konoha's power structure has paid off far better than his years under Orochimaru ever did. Kagura mentally reviews his stacked bosses and overlapping missions, deciding Hiruzen and Danzo are rewarding employers even if their orders blur together. Obito still has not contacted him, so Kagura guesses the wanted man is too busy staying hidden to bother with one subordinate. Meanwhile, Kakashi keeps bringing Kagura to question Yagura, hoping the freed Mizukage can remember anything useful about Obito. Yagura finally remembers one crucial detail. Obito was not alone, but accompanied by an orange-haired man and a pale purple-haired woman in the same black cloud robes. Kagura immediately realizes Yagura has just described Akatsuki's top pair, and he starts weighing how to leak that knowledge without exposing himself. Before Kagura can act, the new year arrives and Obito finally slips back into Konoha to make contact in person. Obito returns to his old village in a bitter mood, cut down inside Akatsuki after his identity leaked and clinging to his usefulness through intelligence work. In the forest behind Konoha, Kagura arrives for the secret meeting and finds Obito waiting with Zetsu and a separate white humanoid Zetsu clone beside him. Obito introduces Zetsu and the separate white Zetsu clone as Kagura's future comrades, and Kagura immediately mocks how inhuman the whole setup feels. The separate white Zetsu clone cheerfully says they were never good people anyway, making the meeting feel even more unsettling. Kagura pretends to accept the partnership, reaches in like he is shaking hands, and then suddenly clamps the separate white Zetsu clone by the throat. Obito angrily grabs Kagura's arm and demands an explanation, because the white Zetsu clone was supposed to be a useful helper, not a target. Still holding the white Zetsu clone, Kagura coolly tells Obito that the one who really needed help was him, because Kagura had intelligence but no safe way to contact him. Obito and Zetsu explain that the white Zetsu clone is exactly that contact line, able to relay thoughts, hide underground, and even impersonate Kagura if necessary. That only makes Kagura more suspicious, and he bluntly calls the arrangement what it is: surveillance. Kagura pushes even harder and says outright that if he ever decides they are worthless and walks away, this setup would expose his betrayal immediately. Zetsu answers with a cold threat, promising they will not disappoint him if betrayal ever really happens. Kagura lets the white Zetsu clone go, grabs Obito's wrist instead, and quietly plants his own leaf-shaped flying thunder god mark on him. When Kagura dares him to try killing him, Obito's Sharingan shifts toward Mangekyo, and the whole clearing tightens on the edge of violence. Kagura cuts through that threat with one line, revealing he recently learned Flying Thunder God from Kakashi and wants to see which space-time jutsu is stronger. That one name drags Obito straight back to his worst memory, because Minato beat him with that exact technique during the Ninetales incident. Obito immediately demands to know whether Kakashi learned it too, suddenly far more worried about his old teammate than before. Kagura deliberately keeps the answer slippery, saying only that he and Kakashi learned together, and that he himself has already mastered it. Obito scoffs that Kakashi is still a failure, but the irritation on his face says the possibility bothers him badly. Then Kagura drops the next knife, telling Obito that Kakashi is already chasing new leads about the orange-haired man and purple-haired woman in matching robes. Obito grits his teeth at the thought of those Akatsuki members becoming a trail back to him, especially with one of them already treating him with open disdain. Seeing that opening, Kagura calmly offers his superior a brutal solution: kill those 2 subordinates before Kakashi uncovers anything more. In the forest meeting, Kagura coolly suggests killing Obito's orange-haired man and purple-haired woman before Kakashi traces them back to Akatsuki. Obito rejects it on the spot and bluntly tells Kagura those 2 are even more important than he is. Zetsu's black side immediately soothes Kagura by saying he could replace them later if they ever become disobedient. Obito dismisses the flattery and explains the pair still matter because their strength helps Akatsuki grow. Kagura seizes on the name at once, and Obito confirms Akatsuki is the organization he will join later once his Konoha role has done its job. Obito gives Kagura a clear mission: steer Kakashi's investigation away from those Akatsuki members and keep Konoha from reaching the truth. Kagura warns that Kakashi will never drop the lead unless Obito gives him something else to chase. When Obito complains that would leave Kakashi focused on him forever, Kagura reframes it as a way to keep Kakashi moving under Obito's control. That idea hooks Obito immediately, and he decides he can even turn Kakashi into a pawn for the Eye of the Moon plan. Kagura pushes further, and says Kakashi will only bite if Obito causes trouble big enough in another major village. He even proposes Rock Village, hinting that once Kakashi takes him there he could push the mission into a full war between Konoha and IWA. Obito gives him a hard look and openly wonders if Kagura is trying to redirect Kakashi or just start a ninja war. He rejects Rock Village because a Konoha IWA war would hit the Land of Rain and drag Akatsuki's hidden base into the conflict. Instead, Obito says he can stir up Cloud Village first and use that route to provoke a safer war between Konoha and Kumo. Kagura agrees in theory but warns that Konoha's leaders fear Kumo so much they once sacrificed the Hyuga to avoid another war. Away suddenly cuts in with the obvious solution and asks why they do not just kill Kakashi instead. The whole clearing goes awkwardly silent, because everyone understands Obito's real reason for never choosing that option. Obito grabs Away by the neck in instant rage, ready to kill the clone for saying too much. Kagura unexpectedly stops him and says he really could find a way to kill Kakashi. Obito shuts that down hard, saying Kakashi does not deserve to die and that his death would only make Konoha more suspicious. Kagura pivots back to war again and dryly points out that if Konoha had to appease Kumo, Kakashi could end up sacrificed just like the Hyuga once were. Obito tries another option with Sand Village, but Kagura casually dismisses Suna as too weak to matter against him and Kakashi. Away yelps that they have gone way too far, reminding them the real goal is only to pull Kakashi's attention away from Akatsuki. Kagura instantly kicks Away, but he also catches Obito's slip and starts narrowing down where Akatsuki must be hiding. By following Obito's logic, Kagura calmly deduces that Akatsuki's base is in the Land of Rain. He pushes his luck even further and cheerfully says he can swing by the Akatsuki base on the way to Rock Village. Away pops back up to nitpick the route, smugly explaining that the shortest path to IWA is actually through grass country, not rain. Kagura praises that annoying usefulness, shakes Away's hand, and secretly leaves a flying thunder god mark on its wrist. Away immediately asks to plant spores in Kagura for self-defense, bluntly admitting Kagura is the biggest danger to him. Kagura refuses just as sweetly, promising the mark is only there so he can save Away if trouble comes. Obito cuts off their weird little standoff and orders Kagura and Away to cooperate while he and Zetsugo stir up trouble in Rock Village. Kagura promises he will make sure Kakashi watches the right target, and Away chirps the line back at the end like a creepy little echo. After Obito leaves in a foul mood, Away still tries to get spores into Kagura and gets shut down again. Kagura starts putting Away to work at once by telling him to help monitor Obito instead. Before Away can answer, he suddenly senses chakra and warns Kagura that something strange is approaching. A tiny white snake slides in and spits out a slender sword, instantly telling Kagura that Orochimaru has reached him. On the scabbard, Kagura finds a neat red seal with a simple New Year message from Orochimaru. For all Orochimaru's hidden motives, the gift still lands on the loneliest day of the year and genuinely moves Kagura. He speaks to the snake on purpose where Away can hear, thanking Orochimaru and reporting that he is now inside Konoha's umbu with Danzo's cover identity in the orphanage. Kagura adds that he may pass through grass country soon and asks Orochimaru to make time for a meeting. Once the snake slips away, Kagura calls Away back out and openly confirms that yes, he belongs to Orochimaru too. When Away asks if he should report Orochimaru right away, Kagura talks him around by saying that would only be useful after he has judged whether Orochimaru is willing to join Akatsuki. Kagura even sells the idea by claiming he has been trying to find protection for Orochimaru because Jiraiya is hunting him. Away finds that perfectly believable, comparing it to Kakashi chasing Obito and treating Konoha's cycle of defectors and pursuers as normal. Then Away asks the real loyalty question: if Orochimaru refuses Akatsuki, who will Kagura choose? Kagura answers without blinking that he would pick Akatsuki, especially if Obito proves stronger than Orochimaru. He twists the knife by adding that Orochimaru at least sent a New Year gift, while Obito did not even bother with a greeting. That finally wins Away over, and before sinking away he awkwardly offers Kagura a New Year greeting of his own. Kagura answers quietly, and for a moment the holiday feels a little less empty. As the new year begins, Konoha fills with festive decorations and visitors, while even Yagura is invited to celebrate under Hiruzen's careful watch. The celebration only means more work for Anbu, who spend the holiday patrolling for spies among the crowds. After patrol, Kagura and Kakashi return to the Anbu changing room and find a small holiday box waiting in their locker. Inside, Kagura finds a beautifully made kunai, and Kakashi reveals it is his gift for Kagura's Flying Thunder God training. Kakashi explains that Minato used marked kunai to jump straight onto enemies, so he wanted Kagura to have one worth using. Kagura admits he did not prepare anything in return, then promises Kakashi a much bigger gift later. Kakashi laughs it off and asks for something simple instead, a bowl of ramen. Kagura refuses to be that cheap and upgrades the thank you meal to grilled salted sori instead. After the two leave for dinner, Away creeps up from the floor of the changing room and grumbles that Kakashi tried to win Kagura over with a cheap little gift. Kagura lingers by the doorway with the marked kunai and pointedly reminds Away that Obito did not even bother with a cheap gift. Away can only nod along, and the holiday ends with Kagura quietly driving the wedge between his two masters a little deeper. Right after the new year, 11-year-old Uchiha Itachi reports to the ANBU as a new recruit, and the older members quietly size him up. Most of the unit keeps its distance, but Kagura jumps in first and starts guiding Itachi through the ANBU like an oddly enthusiastic senior. Kagura loudly introduces Itachi as a boy Danzo wants to raise into a future root leader, instantly making the room treat him more seriously. Itachi hurriedly tries to downplay that claim, but Kagura makes it worse by adding that the third Hokage personally placed him under Kakashi's care. Kakashi cuts in, calls Kagura's chatter nonsense, and finally gives Itachi a calm landing on his first day. Kakashi orders Team 6 to move out and tells Itachi to stay beside him, just like Kagura. When Kakashi tells Kagura to get along with Itachi, Kagura immediately twists it into Itachi being the one who has to get along with him. Before the team can leave, an ANBU messenger bursts in and urgently summons Kakashi, Kagura, and Itachi to the Hokage's building. In the Hokage's office, Hiruzen, Koharu, Hamura, and Danzo are already waiting with grim faces over fresh intelligence from the land of Earth. The Rock report says Obito controlled the Five Tails Jinchuriki and nearly triggered a tailed beast disaster while trying to kill the third Tsuchikage at the very start of the year. Danzo coldly says Rock's chaos benefits Konoha, but Hiruzen warns that Obito's string of tailed beast attacks points to a much bigger threat. Hiruzen lays out the pattern. Obito once unleashed the Nine Tails on Konoha, manipulated the Three Tails and missed, and has now moved against Rock's Five Tails too. Koharu guesses Obito may want to use tailed beasts to kill each village's Kage and put a Jinchuriki on the throne instead. Hamura pushes back that Obito never truly ruled Mist even after controlling Yagura, which makes his real endgame even harder to read. The talk turns stranger when they consider Obito's stated dream of peace and his obsession with reviving Rin. That thought leads them to a chilling possibility. Maybe Obito wants the forbidden impure world reincarnation. Hiruzen explains that the second Hokage's technique needs living sacrifices, and Koharu sharply reminds the room why it remains absolutely forbidden. Kakashi enters the office with Kagura and Itachi and immediately realizes this is not a routine summons. Hiruzen orders Kakashi's team to head into the land of Earth, find Obito's trail, and stop whatever he is planning next. Hiruzen adds one crucial warning: in rock territory, they must not draw the third Tsuchikage's attention. When Hiruzen asks Danzo to have the intelligence division support the mission, Danzo ignores Kagura and deliberately settles his attention on Itachi instead. Danzo tells Itachi to come with him for rock intelligence contacts, and Kagura visibly droops as he gets left out. Outside the office, Kakashi tries to comfort Kagura over Danzo taking Itachi, but Kagura bluntly says he wanted Kabuto's contact information so he could kill him during the Land of Earth trip. Kakashi immediately scolds him, saying ANBU cannot casually contact or endanger Konoha's own intelligence agents, let alone kill one. When Kakashi realizes Kabuto shares Nono's surname, he asks the obvious question, and Kagura confirms both of them came from Nono's orphanage. Kakashi still cannot understand it, and Kagura answers with a cold explanation that killing Kabuto would be the simplest way to free Nono from Root. Kagura says Nono stayed trapped in Root to buy Kabuto his freedom, so killing Kabuto would erase the leash keeping her tied to Danzo. Kakashi sees the bigger danger at once and guesses Danzo may be using Kagura, Nono, and Kabuto to control each of them through the others. After warning Kagura not to absorb Danzo's extreme thinking, Kakashi ends the discussion and orders the team to pack for departure tomorrow. As soon as Kakashi is gone, Kagura quietly orders White Setsu away to spy on whatever Itachi discusses with Danzo. Deep en route, Itachi kneels before Danzo and learns the real purpose behind his advancement: serve as Konoha's informant inside the Uchiha clan. Danzo frames the mission as protecting peace between the village and the clan, but he makes clear Itachi may have to sacrifice everything for it. Itachi does not hesitate and accepts the burden, convinced that sacrifice is the price of finding peace. Danzo gives Itachi the rock spy contact list, then raises the stakes by setting 3 sealed scrolls in front of him as part of the assignment. Danzo tells him the blue scroll is for Yakushi Nono's final route mission, and the red one is for Yakushi Kabuto. Then Danzo reveals the real point: the blue scroll itself is Itachi's test, and afterward he must decide if he still has the will to sacrifice everything. Before leaving, Itachi asks the question bothering him most: why was Kagura forced out of Root when Itachi joined? Danzo avoids the truth, but he does give Itachi one more order: keep a close watch on Kagura because his wood release makes him both valuable and dangerous. Itachi leaves that room already feeling the loneliness of a spy, knowing he may have to treat both his teammates and his own clan as targets of suspicion. Underground, Away slips back from the briefing half-panicked, convinced Danzo's senses are getting sharp enough to expose him. Away rushes back to Kagura with the news that Itachi was told to monitor him, then blurts out his usual pitch for Kagura to defect and join Akatsuki. Kagura barely reacts to the betrayal and instead demands every detail from Danzo and Itachi's conversation. Away spills almost everything, but the one thing he could not learn is the secret inside Danzo's 3 scrolls. Kagura brushes off the failure and sends Away on a new errand to find Orochimaru, promising an experiment that could make him even more useful. Left alone, Kagura tightens his grip on Orochimaru's Kusanagi sword and decides Itachi's surveillance no longer matters, because after this mission his hidden origin will stop being a weakness. At dawn by Konoha's gate, Itachi arrives first for the mission after slipping out early to avoid a messy goodbye with Sasuke. When Kagura cheerfully suggests going through war-torn rains so they can kill people on the way, Kakashi instantly rejects that idea and chooses the land of grass instead. Itachi unexpectedly backs Kagura's route, and his awkward caution makes it obvious Danzo's order to watch Kagura is already weighing on him. Kagura needles him by acting like Danzo already picked Itachi as Root's future boss and stole Kagura's place, which leaves Itachi looking completely blindsided. Trying to clean up the misunderstanding, Itachi admits Danzo only asked him to contact Root intelligence members and never promised him anything more. Kakashi jokes that if Itachi ever does lead Root, the least he can do is free Yakushi Nono and Yakushi Kabuto for Kagura's sake. That hits Itachi hard, because those are the exact two people Danzo secretly told him to contact in the land of Earth. Kakashi explains that Nono ran the orphanage that raised Kagura, and Kabuto was a boy from there too, even if Kagura still refuses to call him a friend. Kagura bluntly warns Itachi that Danzo is dangerous, and that someone weaker than Kagura has no business trusting him, but Itachi quietly refuses to back away. With that uneasy talk unresolved, Kakashi finally orders the team to move out. The trip starts quietly through the land of fire, but the roads grow strangely crowded the closer they get to the land of grass. Soon they realize those travelers are refugees, because the land of grass has fallen into war after hiring the violent Take-Torai clan for a counterattack. Kakashi sighs that they dodged rain only to run into another battlefield, and he switches the squad to hiding by day and moving by night. Kagura already suspects the land of grass will not be quiet at all, because he plans to do more than just pass through it. After a night march, the team rests at sunrise, and Kagura casually heads to the river to fish so he can slip away without raising suspicion. By the river, a small white snake finds Kagura's chakra and slips back into the brush, telling him Orochimaru's scouts are close. At noon, the river surface ripples and Orochimaru himself walks out of the water to greet Kagura like an affectionate but terrifying patron. Kagura immediately calls him Lord Orochimaru, and Orochimaru pats his head while asking who else is nearby. When Kagura says Kakashi and Itachi are with him, Orochimaru's eyes light up and he jokes about whether Kagura brought him fresh test subjects. Orochimaru drops the idea just as fast, deciding their deaths would only make Konoha suspicious and waste valuable talent. Kagura reports that Danzo threw him out of Root and into Konoha's ANBU, making it harder to keep watch on Danzo from the inside. Orochimaru says that was never Danzo's choice at all, because Hiruzen must have spotted Kagura's value and forcibly pulled him into ANBU. Once he starts talking about Hiruzen, Orochimaru slips into open bitterness and mocks his teacher for wanting power without dirtying his own hands. Kagura cautiously worries that he still has not fulfilled Orochimaru's order to monitor the Danzo alliance, but Orochimaru says he has already exceeded expectations. What really pleases Orochimaru is that Kagura already learned fearsome wood release, including the wood dragon that should belong to the first Hokage's legend. Orochimaru tells Kagura to stop worrying about Danzo, stay buried in ANBU, and keep feeding him information from inside Konoha. He even savors the thought that Konoha's rising genius is actually a creation he made with his own hands. As Kagura accepts the order, his system quietly marks the old mission complete, and gives him a new one to infiltrate Konoha's ANBU for Orochimaru. The reward is Orochimaru-style swordsmanship, useful but awkward, because anyone who recognizes it could connect Kagura back to Orochimaru. Kagura starts steering the talk toward his communication problem in ANBU, hoping to open the door for Away and Akatsuki, but Orochimaru cuts in first with his own answer. Orochimaru reveals he already picked Yakushi Kabuto as a future inside man, planning to rescue him after Danzo inevitably betrays both Kabuto and Yakushi Nono. Kagura carefully brings up the fake orphan identity Danzo gave him, making it sound like a small problem instead of a dangerous lie. When Kagura adds that Kabuto already seems to believe the story, Orochimaru decides Danzo's cover is solid enough that nobody else in Konoha should spot a flaw either. Kagura pushes one step further, and says Danzo may eventually kill Kabuto and Nono to erase loose ends, which fits Orochimaru's low opinion of him perfectly. Orochimaru says Danzo's mistake is thinking death solves everything, while Kabuto is the kind of clever medical ninja who is far more valuable alive. After that lecture, Orochimaru shifts to the mission itself and correctly guesses Kakashi's team is heading for the rock village to chase Obito's trail. Kagura explains Kakashi wants to bring Obito back to Konoha, and that simple loyalty instantly irritates Orochimaru. That irritation comes from his own history, because Jiraiya has been hounding him in the same stubborn way and wrecking his work. Seeing the opening, Kagura brings up a secret group that approached him and claimed they could solve Orochimaru's Jiraiya problem. When Kagura names Akatsuki and says Obito is part of it, Orochimaru instantly loses interest because a group fronted by Obito sounds unimpressive to him. Instead of joining them, Orochimaru decides Akatsuki has become a threat now that Obito knows Kagura's true ties, and he promises to gather information and eventually kill him. Kagura still tries to warn him that Akatsuki's intelligence network is strong and Obito's abilities are dangerous, but Orochimaru calmly shuts that down too. Orochimaru tells Kagura to focus on growing stronger in Konoha and stop worrying about him, then prepares to leave. Once Orochimaru disappears, Kagura immediately speaks to Away in hiding and sums it up bluntly. Orochimaru has no intention of joining Akatsuki. Away's first answer is simple and savage, asking if they should just beat Orochimaru up instead. Kagura refuses, because he thinks Orochimaru and Akatsuki are bound to collide on their own, so there is no reason for them to waste effort forcing it. Once Away agrees with that, Kagura gives him a new job instead and tells him to go to the rock village and watch Yakushi Kabuto closely. Kagura wants to know whether Kabuto has contacted anyone, especially Nono, because Danzo looks ready to move and something ugly may happen soon. For a moment Kagura catches himself thinking about the orphan identity he invented, wondering whether Nono may already remember him as if that lie were real. Away happily accepts the assignment, because watching other people's stories unfold is exactly what he enjoys. Then Kagura's fishing line jerks, and he reels in a decent river fish at the exact moment he is thinking about how to handle Kabuto. Holding the hooked fish, Kagura says a fish that has already swallowed the hook should not be let go just to get hurt again, and Away realizes he means Kabuto. Kagura explains that some fish only become valuable after you raise them, so for now Kabuto will be tossed into Orochimaru's pond and allowed to grow. But Kagura ends with the real point: Kabuto already bit his bait first, so once that fish grows big enough, it will belong to him. At dusk, Kakashi and Itachi wake at their campsite and find Kagura staggering around proudly with a giant fish on his shoulder. Kagura acts modest about catching only 20 or 30 fish, and Itachi quietly takes over to grill the biggest one for dinner. After dinner they move on through the dark forest until they reach Canopy Bridge, where battered grass defenders are still holding off the war-crazed Kagaya clan. Seeing the dead at the forest edge, Itachi mourns that the war should have ended long ago, and Kagura answers with chilling simplicity that killing everyone would end it. Kakashi immediately reins them in and warns that on a battlefield even one shuriken, or explosive tag, can kill a genius ninja. By evening the Kagaya attackers finally withdraw, and Kakashi decides their team can slip past the exhausted grass line. As they sneak through the trees, they overhear panicked grass captains calling for a dead healer's daughter, a little Uzumaki girl whose blood can supposedly heal the wounded. A branch snaps under Kagura, and the grass ninjas instantly realize someone is hiding in the forest. Kagura stays perfectly calm and tells Kakashi there soon will not be anyone alive who knows they passed through here. Before Kakashi can stop him, Kagura unleashes wood release and the whole forest erupts into roots and vines that butcher the grass ninjas where they stand. Itachi is horrified that one jutsu just wiped out hundreds of already wounded men who were barely a threat to them. Kagura coldly insists the grass ninjas made the fatal mistake of hearing him, so paying with their lives was their own way of making amends. Deeply disturbed, Kakashi orders Kagura never to act like that on his own again and says he even violated the ANBU code. Kagura obediently agrees, then immediately suggests they should wipe grass out completely so nothing can grow back, and Kakashi and Itachi stare at him in alarm. Kakashi firmly shuts that down and warns that meddling in a friendly small country's war could drag Konoha into a new great ninja war. Kakashi orders Itachi to gather the bodies for cremation and erase the wood release traces, but Kagura stops him and says they should wait a little longer. Kagura says the dead grass ninjas were calling for a little Uzumaki girl who could heal the wounded, and he wants to see whether she is truly useful. Kakashi says scattered Uzumaki descendants are nothing unusual after Whirlpool's fall, but Kagura points out the girl's mother was worked to death, making the child feel suddenly much more urgent. Kagura bluntly says if the girl is special, Root should have her, and if she is not, the Konoha orphanage can take her instead. Kakashi pushes back and says the child should be sent somewhere safe no matter what, but Kagura reminds him Danzo's hand still reaches into the orphanage too. Trying to find a better answer, Kagura suggests the girl could stay with Naruto instead, since both are Uzumaki children who should not be alone. When Kakashi points out they still have a mission in the land of Earth, Kagura tosses him a marked kunai and reveals he already planned a flying thunder god fallback. Kakashi finally asks what kind of person Kagura really is, and Kagura answers that the killer, the rescuer, and the boy who just likes fishing are all the same him. Under the moonlight, Kagura declares he will stay in the darkness so more people in the ninja world can stand in the light, and calls that his ninja way. At dawn, the bloody forest still waits in silence as Kagura dozes by a tree, Kakashi keeps watch, and Itachi stands by the mountain of corpses they still have not burned. Kakashi has agreed to wait for the next grass team and the little girl, though he had to talk Kagura out of escalating all the way to wiping out Grass Village and blaming Obito for it. Itachi quietly asks when they can finally cremate the dead, and Kakashi answers that another batch of bodies is still on the way. The moment Itachi understands what that means, Kagura opens his eyes and says the bodies have arrived. A grass reinforcement squad comes running into the forest with a terrified red-haired girl in glasses, forcing her onward with threats because they need her on the battlefield. When the squad reaches the position and finds only heaps of grass corpses, Karen is the first one to sense the terrifying person hidden deeper in the trees. Kagura answers from the forest shadows, impressed by her sensing, and the next instant his wood release tears through the entire reinforcement squad. Karen curls into herself in pure terror, but she slowly realizes every vine avoided her on purpose. After the killing stops, Kagura comes out smiling, introduces himself as a Konoha ninja, and asks if she is the little thing the dead men were talking about. The little girl shakily gives her name as Karen, still convinced this terrifying boy may want her only for her blood. Kagura says he already knows about her healing bite, then presses further and correctly guesses she also has a rare sensing talent. Karen admits she can sometimes see faraway enemies when she is scared, revealing the unstable early signs of her powerful Uzumaki sensory gift. Kagura tells Karen to come with them on the mission and coldly warns that if she proves useless in Konoha, she will be sent somewhere terrifying. Karen immediately begs to be useful, and Kakashi steps in to stop Kagura from scaring her any further. Kakashi kneels and gently explains that Kagura really stayed behind to save her after hearing what happened to her mother, even if he insists on acting like the villain. Kakashi still questions bringing a child into a dangerous reconnaissance mission, but Kagura answers that her sensing ability makes her useful and Konoha may not be safe for her yet anyway. When Kagura asks Karen whether she wants Konoha or wants to stay with them, the girl chooses the only safety she can see and clings to his group. Kagura grabs Karen by the collar and tells her to train her chakra on the road, still warning that useless children end up somewhere terrifying. Kakashi quickly reminds him they were not sending her to Root, only for Kagura to reveal that his terrifying place for children is the ninja school. For a rare moment Kagura sounds almost envious, saying kids should study properly instead of growing up in the dark like him and being doubted forever. After Itachi finishes erasing the scene and notices the rescued girl, Kagura cuts in at once and claims she is a gift for Danzo, warning him not to get involved. Kagura doubles down by warning Itachi to stay away from Karen because he has already decided she belongs to Root, and says their fight over Danzo's favor is still unresolved. Then Kagura warns Karen to stay away from Itachi too, calling himself her savior and painting Itachi as a demon, and the frightened girl hurriedly agrees. Kakashi finally scolds Kagura for mocking Itachi, and Kagura answers with a hard warning that he has told Itachi many times to stay away from Danzo too. Even after Kagura warned him they had already stayed too long, Itachi stubbornly ignored the advice and led the team toward the land of Earth. Right after they left, the Kagaya clan stormed into the abandoned grass defenses and simply took over the empty village as their new foothold. That sudden takeover alarms Konoha, because everyone knows the Kagaya are violent enough to turn a new base into a future threat. Hiruzen proposes a diplomatic approach instead, suggesting Hizashi as envoy because the Hyuga and Kagaya clans share distant blood ties. Danzo immediately pushes the opposite line, coldly saying the Kagaya should be erased before they become trouble. Hiruzen rejects that extremism and says careful handling could turn the situation into an advantage for Konoha instead. The talk shifts back to Itachi, and Hiruzen asks whether Danzo's young prospect is willing to become Konoha's eyes inside the Uchiha clan. Danzo says they will know once Itachi returns from Rock, already pleased with the idea of turning him into a spy against his own clan. In the rocky land of Earth, Rock Village's harsh terrain and fortress-like defenses make infiltration difficult even before spies have to deal with the village's sheer size. Kabuto has been hiding there as an ordinary low-ranking rock ninja, desperately searching for Nono without exposing either of them. Then Obito's attack through the Five Tails Jinchuriki throws Rock Village into a week-long lockdown, making Kabuto's search almost impossible. After the lockdown lifts, Kabuto keeps taking routine assignments in a border town, hoping Konoha's next intelligence contact will lead him to Nono. He finds the coded Konoha signal exactly where he hoped and hurries to the rendezvous point. At the rendezvous point, Kabuto is relieved to find Itachi waiting there instead of Kagura. Kabuto abruptly grabs Itachi, drags him deeper into the alley, and reveals that he is Yakushi Kabuto from Konoha's intelligence division. Itachi does not trust the claim on the spot and only relaxes after the two of them exchange the proper secret code. Once the connection is confirmed, Itachi asks for any information Kabuto has on Obito's control over the Five Tails Jinchuriki. Kabuto explains that Han attacked Tanoki under Sharingan control, Obito showed up during the chaos, and only Rock's top brass know whether the later hunt for him succeeded. Itachi accepts the limits of Kabuto's access and gives him more time to keep digging. Then Itachi hands Kabuto a red mission scroll from Danzo. Kabuto casually asks how Kagura is doing and whether he passed the Chunin exam, and the outdated question makes Itachi hesitate at once. Before Itachi can answer, Kagura suddenly appears beside Kabuto and mocks him for asking the future Root Chief about something as small as the Chunin exam. Kabuto's face goes pale at once, because this is exactly the person he never wanted to meet here. Itachi steps in at once and warns Kagura that private contact with intelligence operatives breaks Konoha rules and puts them in danger. Itachi tells Kabuto to go, and Kabuto wants to obey, but he still freezes because what matters is whether Kagura will actually let him leave. Kagura cheerfully tells Kabuto to go complete his new mission first, making it obvious he already knows exactly what Kabuto came here for. When Kagura adds that the people who should be met will be met, and the people who should be killed will be killed, Kabuto breaks into cold sweat. Itachi plants himself between them to shield Kabuto, but Kagura only stays amused and ominously calm. As Kabuto is finally released, Kagura quietly tells Itachi that whether anyone can stop him from killing in the future will depend on Itachi's luck. Once clear of the alley, Kabuto realizes sweat has soaked through his clothes and knows he cannot afford to wait any longer. He decides he has to get back toward Rock Village immediately, and find Nono before the trap snaps shut. Then Kabuto opens Danzo's red scroll and reads a simple-looking order: assassinate a defected Intelligence Division member at Tsuchi River Gorge on March 16th at night. At first the job seems easy, but Kabuto quickly realizes the fixed time, fixed place, and missing target photo all feel horribly wrong. The pattern is so deliberate that Kabuto finally suspects the person he is being sent to kill may be Nono herself. Kabuto destroys the red scroll and vows that if he cannot find Nono first, he will go to Tsuchi River Gorge himself and warn her. Back in the alley, Itachi keeps warning Kagura not to endanger Konoha's intelligence agents, and Kagura bluntly replies that he is the danger they fear. Itachi says he never wanted Danzo's future route post and just wants to finish the mission, but Kagura keeps mocking him and refuses to stop following. So Itachi changes tactics, brings Kagura back to the inn, then slips out alone to contact the next intelligence operative before Kagura can follow. Inside the inn, Kakashi tells Kagura to stop meddling, because they cannot casually expose intelligence agents even if Kagura wants to meet Kabuto and Nono. Kagura ignores Kakashi, orders Karen to locate Itachi, and the little girl nervously obeys because she says she cannot refuse him. Karen closes her eyes, spreads her senses across the border town, and quickly pinpoints Itachi in a northwest alley. Meanwhile, in a northwest alley, Nono reaches Itachi first and gives the clearer report Kabuto could not. Rock never captured Obito at all. Itachi hands Nono a cyan scroll and tells her Danzo says this will be her last mission. For Nono, those words matter more than the mission itself, because she believes one last task will finally free Kabuto from root. Itachi tries to end the contact fast before Kagura can interfere, but the warning comes a moment too late. Kagura appears in Nono's path, and she reacts like a seasoned spy by instantly slashing at the unknown boy with a hidden kunai. Kagura catches the strike barehanded, but Nono's slash still opens his arm and sends blood down his sleeve. Itachi hurriedly breaks in and says Kagura is a Konoha ninja, then asks in surprise if Nono should already know him. Kagura politely calls her Dean Nono and says she may not recognize or remember him anymore, which only deepens her confusion. Nono's first instinct is still kindness, so she immediately offers to treat the wound she just caused. Kagura refuses and raises his arm, letting the slash heal on its own right in front of her. That impossible healing makes Nono search her memory harder, but she still cannot place him and apologizes with a warm motherly smile. Kagura thanks her for the handsome comment and tells her she has not changed at all, while Itachi watches the strange exchange with growing unease. Uneasy about their strange familiarity and the danger of lingering, Itachi urges everyone to leave before enemy suspicion falls on the alley. Nono agrees at once, because all she can think about now is finishing her final mission and saving Kabuto from root. Kagura politely steps aside and watches Nono leave, and only after she is gone does his gaze turn dark again. After reaching a safe place, Nono opens the cyan scroll and reads her final mission: kill a defected Intelligence Division officer at Tsuchi River Gorge on March 16th at night. This time the scroll includes a target photo, and Nono calmly assumes the young man with glasses should not be too hard to kill. Back at the alley mouth, Itachi notices that Kagura's gaze on Nono was nothing like his usual self and realizes she matters to him far more than he admits. With the intelligence contacts finished, Itachi finally takes out Danzo's blue scroll, the assessment meant for him alone. The blue order makes Danzo's trap brutally clear. 2 Konoha intelligence officers hidden at Tsuchi River Gorge are about to defect, and Itachi is ordered to kill both before they can leak secrets. At the Borderland Inn, Itachi keeps his secret assessment tasks to himself and only passes Kakashi the intelligence report on Uchiha Obito. Kakashi quietly realizes the worst part of the situation: Obito escaped the Rock Village lockdown, and nobody knows whether he fled or is still hiding inside. Because only the Five-Tails Jinchuriki has been in direct contact with Obito, Kakashi decides that reaching him is the only real lead left. Kakashi volunteers to infiltrate Rock Village alone, fully aware that meeting the Five-Tails host could easily turn into a suicide mission. Kagura immediately points out the obvious flaw: Kakashi is too famous in the land of Earth to sneak anywhere unnoticed. Kagura offers to infiltrate instead, arguing that rock ninja are unlikely to recognize him on sight. Kakashi firmly refuses, saying Kagura is too important to Konoha's future to throw away on a mission like this. When Kakashi asks for Kagura's infiltration plan anyway, Kagura confidently suggests sneaking in, capturing Inoki, and torturing out the Jinchuriki's location. Kakashi shuts that down at once and warns that the third Tsuchikage's dust release is a terrifying Kekiai Toda, not someone Kagura can casually kidnap. Kagura oddly muses that dust release sounds stronger than wood release, and Kakashi awkwardly admits it still should not compare to Hashirama's power. Itachi offers a much cleaner plan: use intelligence agents to locate the Five-Tails host first, then slip into Rock Village for a secret meeting. Kakashi praises Itachi's idea, but the mission still looks brutally dangerous no matter who takes it. Karen timidly suggests a simpler angle: if sneaking in is too hard, maybe they should first reduce Rock Village's guard. Kagura instantly likes Karen's idea, ruffles her hair, and says they could spread word that Obito was seen outside Rock Village to pull guards away. Itachi builds on it, and says even a false lead far from the village would help if it pulls enough rock shinobi out of position. Kagura instantly warps the idea into a massacre, calmly suggesting he impersonate Obito, slaughter a city, and leave survivors to spread the panic. Kakashi shuts that down immediately, insisting they cannot murder innocent civilians just to make an infiltration easier. Kagura calmly revises the massacre down to a small town, which only leaves Kakashi staring at him in deeper disbelief. Even after being corrected again, Kagura keeps pushing and asks if killing a few rock ninja would at least be acceptable. That thought immediately mutates into an even worse plan, with Kagura proposing to disguise himself as a cloud ninja and trigger a full war with Rock. Kagura keeps going, saying he can escalate the war by killing people on the battlefield until Rock strips its own village bare. Kakashi finally spells it out. They need a covert infiltration, not a plan that starts a great war and gets Kagura hunted by every major village. Kagura still misses the point and casually says he can just impersonate Uchiha Madara instead. Trying to drag the discussion back to reality, Itachi suggests causing a smaller disturbance, or kidnapping one important figure far away from Rock Village. Kagura instantly criminalizes that too, suggesting he impersonate Obito and kidnap the Land of Earth's daimyo, maybe even for ransom. At that point Kakashi stops the argument, takes the mission back for himself, and declares that rescuing Obito is his burden alone. Kakashi says Obito once saved his life, so if this rescue costs him everything, he will still go through with it. He orders Itachi and Kagura to take Karen and return to Konoha if he dies inside Rock Village. Then Kakashi turns to Kagura and, with unexpected warmth, says Kagura is kind at heart but badly warped by Root's extreme way of thinking. Kakashi warns him that solving everything with killing only spreads more darkness, and some problems in this world cannot be fixed that way. He also tells Kagura that among everyone he knows, Kagura is the one most likely to stop Obito in the future. Finally, Kakashi leaves behind one last message for Obito. He and Rin will be watching over Obito's life from the Pure Land. Kakashi walks out without looking back, committing himself to the mission before anyone can stop him. After Kakashi leaves, Itachi tries to contact Konoha's intelligence people for help, but no matter what he does, he cannot reach them. Elsewhere, Kabuto and Nono are already absorbed in their own covert assignment, preparing for the mission at Tsuchi River Gorge. Back at the inn, Karen anxiously asks if they are really going to do nothing while Kakashi goes off alone. Kagura answers by sipping tea and lazily wondering whether the job can be skipped, delayed, or shoved onto someone else. Karen is floored by his definition of thinking, because it sounds a lot more like elegant shirking than a rescue plan. When Karen blurts out that Kakashi will die if Kagura does nothing, he finally sighs and admits he has to act. A system task pushes him the rest of the way, ordering him to pass Kakashi's Pure Land message to Obito. Using his shadow tracking ability, Kagura locates Obito nearby and rises with sudden purpose to jump to him with Flying Thunder God. Before leaving, Kagura casually tells Karen to stay put, as if he is stepping out for a quick errand instead of chasing a masked terrorist. Obito, meanwhile, is absurdly relaxed after the chaos in Rock Village, sitting at a roadside tea stall near town and watching the aftermath from close by. Kagura appears beside him in an instant, sits down, and immediately starts helping himself to Obito's tea like this is a routine meeting. Kagura reports that the scheme worked. Kakashi dropped the Akatsuki trail and led Itachi and Kagura into the Land of Earth instead. Obito immediately notices the bigger issue and demands to know when Kagura put a Flying Thunder God mark on him. Kagura casually admits he marked Obito during their last meeting so he could always jump straight to him. Obito swallows the annoyance because the result is useful, and Kagura quietly cashes in another reward for steering Kakashi off the Akatsuki truth. Then Kagura drops the real reason he came and says, almost casually over tea, that Kakashi is about to die. Obito chokes on his tea, then tries to act indifferent, and claims Kakashi's fate has nothing to do with him. Kagura ignores the act and relays Kakashi's final words anyway. Kakashi and Rin will be watching over Obito from the Pure Land. The message hits hard enough to clear Kagura's task, and he quietly picks up Kakashi's lightning blade as the reward. Obito drops the pretense at once and angrily demands to know where Kakashi is right now. Kagura explains that Kakashi headed alone toward Rock Village to question the Five Tails Jinchuriki about Obito. He even needles Obito by saying Kakashi dying might be good for his own promotion, and starts joking about splitting Kakashi's inheritance. That finally forces a real order out of Obito. Kagura must go save Kakashi so Konoha's next investigation stays manageable. Kagura acts put upon, but the fresh assignment only convinces him there are still plenty of rewards buried in these old bonds. Before leaving, Kagura drops a hint that Kakashi has taught him plenty of jutsu, hoping Obito will offer something useful too. Obito misses the hint completely, and just sneers at Kakashi's self-made lightning technique, calling it a jutsu that needs the Sharingan to control. Kagura tries once more by openly warning that Inoki's dust release and earth release could make the rescue risky, but Obito still offers nothing. Obito points out that Flying Thunder God should make the rescue easy, then abruptly realizes Kakashi never actually learned that technique. Seeing he will get nowhere here, Kagura stands to leave but tosses out one more baited warning. Orochimaru may be probing the Akatsuki and might suspect Kagura's link to them. Kagura adds that Orochimaru experimented on him, gave him wood release, and even treated him well enough that Kagura still addresses him respectfully. Obito's attention shifts immediately, and he decides Orochimaru is dangerous enough that the Akatsuki should either deal with him or recruit him. In the end, Obito settles on a cautious answer that fits his style exactly. Orochimaru is strong enough for the Akatsuki, but recruiting a difficult senior like him is better left to Pain. On the way back to the inn, Kagura silently judges Obito as a terrible boss, the kind who never wins over subordinates, and will eventually pay for it. Back in the inn, Kagura suddenly lectures little Karen that a future boss should listen to subordinates instead of acting like a tyrant, leaving the child completely baffled. Itachi returns looking tense and warns that the intelligence division members may already be gone, and Kakashi's situation is still unresolved. Kagura decides on the spot to go after Kakashi and tells Itachi to stay here and take care of Karen. When Itachi asks how long that will take, Kagura answers with unnerving calm that if things go badly, he may never come back. Karen blurts out that she wants to go too, offering her tracking eyes and even her healing blood if Kagura needs it. Kagura casually agrees to bring Karen, then turns the pressure back on Itachi and waits to see what he will choose. Itachi hesitates because helping Kakashi could ruin Danzo's deadline, and failing this first route test could destroy his plan to become the bridge between Konoha and the Uchiha. He finally sides with the mission, insisting that Kakashi order them to wait for his message. Kagura needles him for choosing his own survival and Root's future, then says this decision is the kind that locks in a person's whole path. Itachi answers that Kagura would not understand, refusing to follow him. Kagura lifts Karen onto his back and leaves, warning Itachi that he may never offer him another chance. After they are gone, Itachi quietly says that if Kagura survives, the irony will be complete. The one trying to save chooses killing, and the one sent to kill chooses saving. Choosing Danzo's mission over Kakashi, Itachi asks for the way to Tsuchi River Gorge and heads out to prepare an ambush. At the same time, Kagura carries Karen toward Rock Village, and their rescue talk is so reckless that he casually suggests capturing the third Tsuchikage if they need a guide. Kagura brushes off Kakashi's caution and jokes that Rock Village must be huge, because even Kabuto still has not found the person he is searching for. Inside Rock Village, Kabuto has already been searching frantically for Nono, but the maze of stone fortresses and mountain roads gives him nothing. Worn out and nearly ready to give up for the day, Kabuto accidentally collides with a man whose hat falls off, revealing a head of white hair. Kakashi tries to play it off and leave, but Kabuto makes it clear he recognized him from before and is not treating him as an enemy. Kakashi abruptly grabs Kabuto and asks for the location of the Five Tails Jinchuriki, exposing just how lost he is inside Rock Village. Kabuto sees an opening and agrees to help only if Kakashi later stops someone from killing. Kakashi admits he might not even make it out alive, because approaching the loyal Five Tails host could expose him immediately. Kabuto bluntly tells him the mission is suicide and starts to leave, still focused on his own deadline. Kakashi stops him again and suggests another helper, Kagura, who is powerful enough to stop the killing and already knows Kabuto. The moment Kakashi says Kagura's name, Kabuto reveals the real problem. The person he needs stopped is Kagura himself. Kakashi is startled but quickly admits that if Kagura really wants someone dead, asking ordinary help is pointless unless Kabuto can somehow find the five Kage. Trying to reassure him, Kakashi says Kagura must be joking because they both came from the same orphanage, but Kabuto cuts him off and says that is exactly why Kagura wants to kill him. Kabuto storms off to think about survival, while Kakashi refuses to let the idea go and argues that Kagura has always tried to get Kabuto and Nono out of Root. In Kabuto's temporary room, the two finally sit down, both realizing they may understand far less about Kagura than they thought. Kabuto starts from the beginning, explaining that he and Kagura were orphanage children together, but Kagura disappeared so early that everyone, even Nono, forgot him. Kakashi fills in the missing piece. Orochimaru kidnapped children for illegal Hashirama cell experiments, and Kagura survived one of them and awakened would release. Kabuto says Kagura believes Nono sent him to that lab, and he insists that part is a cruel lie because Nono would never abandon an orphanage child. Kakashi suggests that a frightened child en route could easily have been manipulated by Orochimaru or Danzo into believing that betrayal. Kabuto then connects the next wound. While Kagura was hidden inside Root, Kabuto and Nono eventually joined Root for orphanage funding without even knowing he was there. That is the part that scares him most, because Kagura remembered them all along while the two people he cared about had completely forgotten him. When Kabuto asks whether Kagura would hate them for that, even Kakashi starts sweating because the answer suddenly feels dangerously possible. Kakashi still tries to hold on to hope, saying Kagura may be extreme but perhaps he has already forgiven them. Kabuto answers with deeper shame, explaining that Nono stayed en route for his sake and kept trying to save him, while the forgotten child still trapped en route received none of that love. Then Kabuto reveals the worst of it. Kagura has long wanted to force him and Nono into killing each other. He explains Danzo's trap step by step, from fake photographs that kept Nono from recognizing him to the promise that her final mission would earn his release from Root. Kabuto says Kagura knowingly joined that scheme, jealous of the love Kabuto received and eager to watch Nono kill him before learning who he really was. Kakashi can only call the plan cruel, finally understanding why Kabuto always believed Kagura truly meant to kill him. Even so, Kakashi cannot ignore the contradiction. Kagura has been fighting to return to Root and save Nono, so why engineer something that would make her hate him forever? Kakashi answers himself that this still sounds like Kagura, a boy who does not care how others judge him as long as he follows his own harsh logic. Trying another angle, Kakashi asks why Kabuto does not simply tell Nono the truth and break the trap before it closes. Kabuto says Kagura himself warned him that even if he confessed everything, Kagura would kill him in front of Nono anyway just to make her suffer more. He points out the real problem. Kagura is already in the land of Earth, so exposing the conspiracy means little if either of them can actually stop him. Kakashi backs that fear up with a hard example, reminding Kabuto that Kagura once used would release to defeat and capture the fourth Mizukage, the Three-Tails Jinchuriki Yagura, alive. Kabuto has no answer to that, because if Kagura can subdue a Kage-level Jinchuriki, Kabuto knows he cannot beat him head-on. He checks the date, and says only 2 days remain before the mission at Tsuchi River Gorge, and the best he can hope is that Kakashi's kinder reading of Kagura is somehow right. That detail jolts Kakashi, because if Kagura said whether the killing happens depends on luck, then somewhere inside that darkness he may still be leaving room to save them. Kakashi argues that if Kagura truly wanted Kabuto dead, he would never have warned him at all, so maybe those threats were really a hidden warning about Danzo's plot. He goes one step further and says Kagura may have wanted revenge for being forgotten, but not actual murder, which would explain why the threats sounded real while still leaving a path out. With the clock running down, Kabuto decides he still has to go to Tsuchi River Gorge and pray this reading of Kagura is true. Before leaving, Kakashi asks one more time about the Five Tails, and Kabuto can only say the Jinchuriki must be held somewhere isolated, far from crowds. Kabuto puts on his rock headband, warns Kakashi not to hide in his room, and leaves him behind to continue the undercover mission alone. As soon as Kabuto is gone, Kakashi suddenly remembers the more immediate danger. Even if Kagura hesitates, Danzo absolutely does not, and Kabuto may be walking straight into that trap. Kakashi rushes outside to warn him not to underestimate Danzo, but Kabuto has already vanished into Rock Village's maze of stone streets. At the root base, Danzo calmly lays out a cruel plan to shape Itachi into a spy who will betray his own clan for Konoha. His scheme is simple and vicious. Let Itachi meet Kabuto and Nono as comrades first, then force him to discover they were the targets all along. Danzo wants that shock to teach Itachi that even comrades can be sacrificed, while Kabuto and Nono conveniently disappear as loose ends. Meanwhile in Rock Village, Kakashi realizes he was too late to warn Kabuto and turns his focus to finding the hidden location of the Five Tails Jinchuriki. Outside the village, 9-year-old Deidara lives like a walking disaster, happily playing with explosive clay after being shoved out of town for causing too much chaos. The gloomy man beside him is Han, the Five Tails Jinchuriki, stationed out here too so the village can watch him without dealing with him up close. Deidara proudly detonates a huge blast and asks for praise, but Han only gives him a flat, almost painful little not bad. Bored by Han's reaction, Deidara immediately starts dreaming up an even bigger explosion that could hit the Tsuchikage's building. Then Han notices two strangers approaching, and the moment he sees Kagura he feels a danger even Obito never gave him. Kagura strolls up smiling and claims he and Karen travel the world planting trees, even here in the middle of bare rock. When Deidara asks how anyone could plant trees in solid stone, Kagura simply asks if he wants a demonstration. Kagura answers with wood release, and the dead rocky ground erupts into a sprawling new forest in seconds. Han instantly grabs Deidara and leaps back, but even his quick reaction cannot get them out of Kagura's spreading forest. Deidara is still half impressed by the tree planting trick, but Han grimly reminds him that a wood release user just captured the Mizukage. Han looks for the hidden rock ANBU, and Kagura casually points out that his forest has already snared them all. Han tells Deidara to protect himself and launches into a steam-powered charge straight at Kagura. His brute force tears through the first waves of vines, but Kagura's forest keeps closing in until Han is bound and his chakra starts draining away. Deidara answers by sending tiny clay spiders into the forest, and their explosion blows Han free. Karen senses more spider bombs crawling their way, but Kagura stays cool and says he already has a way around the problem. Because the whole forest is his chakra, Kagura and Karen vanish in an instant and reappear elsewhere inside it with flying thunder god speed. The technique hits Han like a nightmare, because Kagura's speed looks just like the flying thunder god that once devastated Rock Shinobi under Minato. Han turns at once to save Deidara, but Kagura reaches the boy first and slams him to the ground with vines wrapping him down. Kagura taunts Han for not using the tailed beast's power, and that insult forces Han to stop holding back. A single white tail bursts from Han's back, but even with tailed beast chakra and another steam charge, he still cannot break Kagura's control. The forest catches him again, tighter than before, and the draining vines snuff out his tailed beast chakra until Han finally slumps in defeat. Even pinned down, Deidara turns the table by threatening Karen with a hidden clay spider perched on her head. Kagura suddenly asks Deidara's age, then mocks him for bullying a 6 or 7-year-old when he is already 9. The insult distracts Deidara for one heartbeat, and Kagura uses that opening to flash over to Karen and snatch the bomb off her head. Deidara thinks he has baited Kagura into a mutual kill, only for Kagura to teleport right back in front of him holding the same spider. Then Kagura breaks him in the pettiest way possible by saying the spider is just plain ugly. Deidara erupts, insisting his spider bombs are real art, and not just weapons for power-hungry people like Kagura to dismiss. Kagura deadpans that if Deidara believes in his art so much, he should blow himself up to prove it and live on in Kagura's memory. For a split second Deidara is almost moved, then he snaps back and refuses to die for such a stupid reason. Kagura casually praises him for actually being smart, and even the still sniffling Karen agrees. With Deidara neutralized for the moment, Kagura turns to Han and asks the real question, has Kakashi been seen inside Rock Village? Han recognizes the description at once and realizes Kakashi really did infiltrate the village. Kagura openly admits Kakashi came to ask about Obito, and that he is also trying to track Obito down as fast as possible. That name instantly angers Han, but all he can say is that Obito ambushed him with genjutsu, and left him captured before he learned anything useful. When Han confirms he knows nothing else, Kagura loses that lead and bluntly refuses to release anyone for free. Instead, Kagura demands that Rock Village hand over Kakashi alive and untouched if they want their people back. Han suggests sending Deidara as the messenger, but Kagura flatly refuses because Deidara obviously wants revenge the second he is loose. Before they can choose anyone else, a little girl calls for Deidara from outside the forest and walks straight into the hostage scene. Kagura and Han both realize at once that Kuratsuchi is the perfect messenger whether anyone likes it or not. Back in the Tsuchika's office, Anoki is just handling paperwork and complaining about his old back when Kuratsuchi bursts in crying. She blurts out that Deidara, Han, and a whole group of ANBU are all captured in a forest that was not even there before. Anoki is shocked hard enough to jar his bad waist, but even while hurting he forces Kuratsuchi to explain every detail. From her messy report, Anoki quickly pieces together the truth. Konoha's new would-release prodigy likely came for Kakashi and took Rock's important people as leverage. He immediately orders a search for Kakashi inside the village and demands that the intruder be captured alive, not killed. Then Kuratsuchi adds Kagura's childish-sounding warning that if Kakashi loses even one hair, Deidara will lose one too. The threat sounds so much like a kid's argument that Anoki starts wondering if the whole thing is stranger than it first sounded, and decides to go see for himself. Using his lightweight rock technique, the old Tsuchikage lifts into the air and flies straight toward the forest outside the village. Back in the forest, Karen senses an enemy approaching from the sky and warns Kagura that something fast is coming overhead. Kagura spots Anoki flying and immediately asks the nearest source of information, which is still the very irritated Deidara, how that old man does it. Deidara scoffs that it is only Anoki's lightweight rock technique and insists he does not care about copying some old man's method. Kagura needles him by saying that sounds a lot like he never really learned it, and Deidara instantly takes the bait. Now desperate to defend his genius, Deidara explains the technique in detail, from reducing weight and gravity to the years of practice it normally takes to fly. He probably adds that even without finishing the old technique, he can build a faster flying art of his own in far less time than Anoki needed. Kagura sincerely praises Deidara's talent, and in the very next breath he rises off the ground himself, having already learned the technique on the spot. Deidara stares as Akihara Kagura suddenly rises into the air, and even Han bluntly agrees that Kagura is obviously mocking him again. Anoki is genuinely shocked when Kagura names the technique himself and casually floats with Earth Release, lightweight rock technique. Kagura says he only learned the jutsu because his neck was sore from looking up at the Tsuchikage, which leaves Anoki annoyed and even more wary of his talent. When Kagura adds that Flying Thunder God is even faster than Anoki's flight, the old Tsuchikage immediately realizes this boy may be far harder to catch than expected. Kagura abruptly asks where Kakashi is, and Anoki is awkwardly exposed because Rock still has not actually captured him yet. Instead of sneaking in to save Kakashi, Kagura impatiently tells Anoki to stop wasting time and go catch the man first so they can trade properly. Anoki finally asks if Kagura is really a Konoha ninja, and Kagura answers with total seriousness that of course he is, otherwise why would he be trying to save Captain Kakashi? Anoki tries to hint that an old man with a bad back should not be pushed into a fight, and Kagura answers that he also wants to avoid battle after spending chakra capturing the Five Tails hostages. That only makes Anoki more suspicious, because Kagura is either recklessly honest about his weakness or baiting him into a trap. Kagura's tone turns cold when he warns that if Kakashi arrives tortured or interrogated, he will stop playing nice and start taking heads. He even explains that the earlier message sounded soft only because a little girl delivered it, and now he wants the Tsuchikage to understand the adult version clearly. Anoki finally agrees to bring Kakashi at once, and Kagura coldly says he can only promise the rock hostages will still be alive. Back in Rock Village, Anoki urgently orders his men to capture Hatake Kakashi alive and seal off the forest perimeter in case Kagura escapes with Flying Thunder God. The whole village erupts into a frantic manhunt, with squads racing to build a blockade while others sweep the streets for Kakashi. Kakashi can only hide and wonder if Kabuto sold him out, because he cannot figure out how Rock suddenly learned he was here. Because he does not know Rock Village well, Kakashi is quickly cornered by overwhelming numbers as massive earth release walls seal off every escape route. Even the capture order turns ridiculous, because everyone keeps yelling not to kill him, not to hurt him, and not to let him lose even a single hair. Once captured, Kakashi is surprised that Rock skips torture and brings him straight before Inoki instead. One of Inoki's men argues they should interrogate a captured Konoha Jonin, but Inoki refuses because Kagura made it clear any mistreatment will cost IWA lives. Inoki admits Rock never found Kakashi on its own at all, because they only learned he was here after a Konoha kid demanded him in exchange for the hostages. That leaves Kakashi speechless, because whoever came to rescue him exposed his infiltration before even checking whether he had been caught. Outside at the forest edge, Kagura sits under a tree calmly monitoring Rock Village while Karen senses large groups moving nearby. Kagura says those IWA forces have not really gone away, they are probably setting a bigger encirclement and waiting for a chance to grab everyone. When Karen nervously asks what to do, Kagura says the first priority is silencing Deidara before he causes trouble. Kagura creates a wood clone, then transforms his real body into Deidara's appearance so thoroughly that even Karen feels he is about to pull something dangerous. Karen guesses he wants to hide Deidara and use him as leverage, but Kagura flatly says no because he plans to make the Tsuchikage escort them out instead. He even says the old man needs exercise, making it clear he already intends to drag Inoki into the escape itself. When Rock returns to the forest edge, Inoki personally brings Kakashi and immediately snaps at the still shouting Deidara for embarrassing himself. The Kagura wood clone handles the negotiation, first checking whether Kakashi was hurt or interrogated. Inoki bristles when the clone mocks Rock's honor, and even sneers that Rock's stones crumble too easily. The exchange goes through cleanly as Kagura's wood vines release the IWA hostages and Kakashi walks back across the clearing. As Deidara returns to his master's side, Inoki starts scolding him again for showing off clay and falling behind in earth release. With the hostage trade done, Inoki drops the pretense and says it is finally time to settle Kagura's infiltration of the land of Earth by force. The wood clone counters that Konoha already lost badly in this exchange, because one Kakashi was traded for a Jinchuriki, a genius disciple, and an entire ANBU group. That argument actually stalls Inoki for a beat, until Deidara suddenly steps in and claims Rock was only researching ninjutsu before Kagura's side attacked first. Encouraged by that excuse, Inoki hardens his stance and prepares to keep Kagura from ever leaving the land of Earth. Kakashi tries to calm things down, but Kagura's clone cuts him off and openly says both sides know these reasons are just cover for a fight. Inoki agrees that strength decides everything, and the clone quietly answers that schemes decide things too. The trap snaps shut when the Deidara standing beside Inoki suddenly grabs the Tsuchikage by the throat. Inoki instantly realizes this cannot be his real disciple, because Deidara would never choose such a sneaky ambush. The disguise peels away and Kagura reveals himself, mocking Inoki for getting old enough to miss an imposter standing right next to him. Kakashi is stunned too, because he did not realize the talking Kagura was only a wood clone while the real one was hidden beside the Tsuchikage all along. As Rock panics, Kagura warns everyone not to move and wraps Inoki in draining wood vines so the old man cannot fight back. Inoki angrily asks what happened to the real Deidara, and Kagura says the noisy brat is just locked up and can be rescued after they leave. Kagura then announces that the Tsuchikage himself is coming with them, turning the planned escape into a kidnapping. To stop pursuit, Kagura unleashes wood release, advent of a world of flowering trees, and the clearing erupts into massive vines that seize the newly freed IWA forces. Using Flying Thunder God, Kagura instantly appears beside Kakashi with their furious new prize in hand. Kakashi can only complain that Kagura always turns everything into a huge mess, because this rescue just escalated into abducting a Kage. Kagura says he found no trace of Uchiha Obito here, so they could not return from the land of Earth empty-handed and had to bring back a local product instead. That finally drives Inoki into a rage, and he shouts that Kagura should just kill him rather than drag him back to Konoha as a trophy. Kagura immediately considers that option too, reasoning that even a corpse could still be useful for root or ANBU intelligence extraction. Kakashi quickly shuts that down and insists a living Tsuchikage is far too important for them to judge on their own, so this decision has to go to the Hokage. Even then, Kagura argues they should really hand Inoki to Danzo, because stealing a Kage might be the kind of merit that helps him beat Itachi in the race for Root's future leadership. Kakashi is stuck in a miserable spot, trying to stop two of his own subordinates from turning their Root succession fight into a disaster over the captured Tsuchikage. Kakashi carefully argues that handing Inoki to the Hokage would earn Kagura enough favor to ask for Kabuto and Nono's freedom instead of chasing power by force. Kagura refuses to decide anything here and says escaping the rock ninja encirclement with Inoki alive comes first. When Kakashi asks where Itachi is, Kagura sharply claims Itachi stayed behind because saving Kakashi was too risky for a boy aiming to rise in Root. Kakashi instinctively defends Itachi, convinced the polite young Uchiha would never throw away a comrade just to climb higher. Kagura fires back that he came to save Kakashi himself, so if Itachi stayed away there must be some other mission he valued more. Kakashi dryly complains that next time Kagura should at least confirm whether the person he is rescuing has actually been captured first. Kagura bluntly asks whether Kakashi got rescued or not, and Kakashi has to admit the result did favor him even if the process felt awful. Dropping the argument, Kakashi tells Kagura that Kabuto received an assassination mission and suspects Kagura and Danzo are pushing him and Nono into killing each other. Kagura's calm face hardens as he presses Kakashi for one thing that matters now, where Kabuto was sent. Kakashi remembers the destination and timing at last, telling him the hit is supposed to happen tomorrow at the Tsuchi River Gorge. Kagura says they still have plenty of time, but Kakashi grows suspicious and asks if he is rushing there to kill Kabuto. Kakashi says he does not think Kagura would arrange something that cruel, but Kagura only mocks Kabuto for feeding him that story. Feeling he misread Kagura, Kakashi quietly apologizes and rests a hand on his shoulder, seeing a battered kid whose harshness came from a cruel past. Kagura ignores the apology, grabs Inoki, tells Karen to hold on to him, and prepares to jump everyone out with Flying Thunder God. In the next instant, Kagura teleports the whole group out of the trap and carries them toward the Tsuchi River Gorge. At the Tsuchi River Gorge, Itachi has already been hiding for a full day because this assassination test matters too much for him to fail. The night before, Itachi secretly watches Nono search the gorge, set a few crude traps, and hide behind a rock, making him suspect Danzo left a senior here as backup or oversight. Nono is not here as anyone's helper at all. As a medic forced into a killing job, she can only rely on traps, ambushes, and poison she clearly hates using. On March 16th, Kabuto steps into the gorge, and from his hiding place Itachi first assumes this fellow intelligence officer might be here to support the mission. Instead, the instant Kabuto appears, Nono bursts from hiding and throws a shuriken at him in a panicked attack. Kabuto stops Nono at close range, holds her shoulder, and urgently tells her Danzo deceived them with fake photos and a trap. To prove who he is, Kabuto spills out orphanage memories only they could know, from the glasses and name Nono gave him to their old rules and routines. Those memories break through at last, and Nono pulls Kabuto into a tearful embrace when she realizes the boy in front of her really is him. Kabuto, overwhelmed with relief, finally tells Nono how Danzo sent him away as a spy and kept them apart for years. Nono says she accepted one last mission only because Danzo promised that afterward Kabuto could finally leave Root. Kabuto immediately crushes that hope, insisting Danzo never meant to let either of them go and kept fooling her with fake photos. When Nono pulls out the smiling photo Danzo gave her, Kabuto snatches it and insists the whole setup was a trap built around fake images. The name Kagura suddenly jolts Nono, because she remembers the boy she met days ago and nearly hurt without recognizing him. Kabuto reminds her that Akihara Kagura was one of the orphanage children taken by Orochimaru for human experiments, and long believed dead. That truth devastates Nono, because she realizes she forgot one of her own children and even hurt him when he stood right in front of her. Kabuto holds her, and says the blame belongs to Orochimaru and Danzo, not to the woman who thought that child had already died. But Nono cannot accept that comfort, because forgetting one of her children feels like a wound she can barely survive. Kabuto forces the conversation back to survival, warning that Kagura may already be nearby and they have to leave before the trap closes on them. Hidden in the rocks, Itachi finally understands his mission clearly. Danzo sent him here to kill Kabuto and Nono and bury this tragedy himself. He still cannot make sense of Kagura's motives, but he decides that confusion no longer matters if the mission demands he kill them anyway. Itachi takes up the cat-faced mask and covers his face, stepping fully into the role of a rude assassin. The ambush begins with two shurikens screaming out of the rocks toward Kabuto and Nono. Kabuto yanks Nono behind a rock for cover, but more shuriken instantly ricochet around the blind spot with terrifying precision. Before they can recover, Itachi uses the shuriken shadow clone technique and floods their hiding spot with a deadly swarm. Kabuto throws himself in front of Nono with chakra scalpels, but the barrage still drives shuriken into his limbs and one into her shoulder. Even injured herself, Nono immediately tries to heal Kabuto first. Kabuto gives up on hiding, steps out wounded to face the masked attacker, and assumes Kagura is the one trying to kill them. Itachi says nothing, draws his sword, and rushes in with only the mission on his mind. Their close fight turns brutal immediately, and Kabuto realizes the masked boy's swordsmanship is far beyond what he expected. A clean opening lets Itachi slash a long wound across Kabuto's arm, proving this is not a fight Kabuto can afford to drag out. Still fighting through the pain, Kabuto keeps trying to reach the attacker with words, saying even if this is resentment over Nono's favoritism, the dean is not the one to blame. Itachi still does not answer, and while trading blows with Kabuto he quietly watches Nono too, looking for any chance to end both targets. The irony hits Itachi in the middle of the fight. He once wanted to stop root killers like this, and now he has become one himself. Then Itachi suddenly closes in, uses Kabuto's blind spot, and slips a hidden shuriken past him toward Nono. Kabuto punishes that opening with a chakra scalpel counter that slices through Itachi's mask and exposes his face. Kabuto starts to address Kagura again out of habit, but the instant he sees Itachi's face under the torn mask, he freezes in disbelief. The shock cuts deeper because Kabuto actually liked Itachi, and now he realizes the assassin Danzo sent was never Kagura at all. In one rush of thought, Kabuto pieces it together. Kagura may have been trying to warn or save them, while Danzo sent Itachi here to finish the trap. Kabuto immediately shouts for Nono to run and find Kagura, because the real killer in this trap is Danzo's side, not Kagura's. Nono answers weakly instead of moving, and the broken sound of her voice makes Kabuto realize something is terribly wrong. When Kabuto turns fully, he sees the hidden shuriken lodged at the junction of Nono's chest and abdomen, with blood already soaking her clothes. Kabuto throws himself to Nono's side and desperately starts healing her, refusing to believe the wound is beyond him. Itachi walks up behind them with his sword and finally speaks, admitting he heard their reunion and still intends to kill Kabuto anyway. Even while dying, Nono uses her last strength to tell Kabuto not to worry about her and to run. Kabuto can only cling to Nono's name in blind panic, and while his healing fails, Itachi raises his sword for the execution blow. Just as Itachi's sword falls, Kagura flashes in beside them and catches the descending blade with his bare hand. The blade cuts deep into Kagura's palm and blood drips down onto Kabuto's neck, but Kagura does not even flinch. Then Kagura faces Itachi, reminds him of his warning about Danzo, and coldly says they will see whether anyone can stop him before he kills Itachi first. At the gorge, Itachi recognizes Kagura just as Kagura charges in with real killing intent. Kagura kicks Itachi hard, and Itachi flips back cleanly before springing off a sudden vine to recover his footing. Before Kagura can keep attacking, Kakashi shouts for him to stop and focus on saving Nono first. Kagura openly calls Itachi out for abandoning the rescue and trying to kill his teammates' family instead. Itachi insists he was carrying out Danzo's will, but Kagura coldly rejects that excuse on the spot. Kagura reminds him how rude really works. Unless Danzo gives the order in front of him, Kagura treats it as fake, and Danzo had already said Nono and Kabuto were still useful. Kagura goes even colder and says that if anyone ever kills them, it should have been him, not Itachi. Then Kagura turns on Kabuto too, furious that he failed to protect Nono. Kabuto accepts the blame without arguing, because he knows Kagura already warned him about this whole trap. Nono finally steadies enough to speak and weakly says this was never Kabuto's fault. When Nono recognizes Kagura by name, he awkwardly looks away instead of meeting her eyes. Kagura keeps his voice harsh and orders Kabuto to do at least this one job right by taking care of the dean. Kakashi arrives with Karen and their captive Inoki, and the sight of Nono wounded beside an armed Itachi makes the near disaster instantly clear. Karen quickly offers her healing blood, but Nono gently refuses so the little girl will not be hurt or scarred. That kindness catches Karen off guard, because Nono is the first person to refuse her blood with care for her feelings. Nono tries to ease the tension again by explaining that Kabuto only got dragged into this for the orphanage's sake. Kagura cuts her off and says he already knows, which is the only reason Kabuto is still alive. Then Nono apologizes for believing Kagura died after he was taken, and the old wound finally hits him. Kagura says he does not care anymore, but admits he once thought he would die in Orochimaru's lab and is only glad he lived long enough to see her again. Kakashi quietly puts a hand on Kagura's shoulder, then makes a fast decision and tells Itachi to leave. Itachi hesitates, and Kagura immediately realizes Kakashi is asking him to let this go. Kakashi warns him that killing Itachi would drag in Danzo, the Uchiha clan, and everyone Nono still needs to protect back in the village. He pushes one step further and tells Kagura to take this to the Hokage instead of making an irreversible move here. Kakashi uses the chance to send Itachi back to Konoha under the excuse of reporting and requesting support. Itachi bolts immediately, and Kagura almost goes after him before Kakashi physically stops him again. With Itachi gone, Kagura finally swallows his anger and says he will spare him for now. Once Nono's condition stabilizes, Kagura orders Kabuto to hide with her until he can sort things out in Konoha and come back for them. Kabuto obeys at once and quietly thanks Kagura, knowing he nearly got them both killed by doubting him. Kagura even tells them they can ask Rock for help if they must, joking darkly that he already has Inoki as a hostage to trade. Kabuto promises they will stay hidden in the land of Earth and find a way to send word once they are safe. Kagura gathers Kakashi, Karen, and Inoki, then uses Flying Thunder God to vanish with them in an instant. After they leave, Kabuto and Nono start moving out of the gorge together, trying to escape the place that almost became their grave. Then a white snake slips out from a crack in the rock, and Orochimaru crawls out of its mouth to meet them. Orochimaru learns what happened and starts doubting everything, because both Kabuto and Nono truly believe Kagura came from the orphanage. The more Orochimaru thinks about it, the more he suspects Kagura may have hidden his real motives all along just to save these two. He even wonders if Kagura obeyed him so absolutely because Orochimaru once mentioned needing Kabuto in the future. Even so, Orochimaru quickly decides this twist still helps him, because an orphanage identity will only make Kagura easier for Konoha to trust. So he turns to the immediate problem and offers Kabuto and Nono protection from Danzo if they come with him. Nono hesitates because she knows trusting Orochimaru means escaping one danger by stepping straight into another. Kabuto asks the question that matters most to him now: if they go with Orochimaru, will Kagura suffer for it? Orochimaru lies smoothly that it will actually help Kagura, because Kagura is his planted spy in Konoha and came back knowing the risks for their sake. Kabuto sees the trap but accepts anyway, because he knows they cannot resist Orochimaru, and this answer is the safest path left. Nono is shaken even harder, because she now thinks Kagura has been surviving under Orochimaru while hiding that danger from them all. Orochimaru invites them to his base to see where Kagura grew up, sealing the manipulation with one last ugly twist. Watching from the shadows, Kagura has to admit Orochimaru's ability to play people is almost as sharp as his own. Kagura decides that for now, saving his own identity crisis matters more than anything else, and keeping Itachi alive is part of that plan. His real bet is simple. Once Itachi reports everything, Danzo will finally hear the dangerous truth that Kagura is one of the orphanage children. Back in Danzo's chamber, Itachi's report lands like a bomb and Danzo explodes at the thought that Kagura may have been using him from the beginning. Danzo pieces together a new fear. Kagura may have joined Root, courted the Hokage's favor, and played the obedient prodigy only to free Kabuto and Nono. Even angry, Danzo cannot expose too much, because revealing the full mess would also expose his secret tie to Orochimaru. Itachi reports his mission failed and asks for another chance, expecting judgment. Instead of punishing him, Danzo reframes the test and says Itachi has already passed by proving he can act in darkness for Konoha's sake. Then Danzo pulls him in for real and announces that from today on, Itachi answers directly to him. That is exactly what Itachi wanted, because now he can act as the bridge and spy between Konoha's leaders and the Uchiha clan. When Itachi worries about going back to Anbu after clashing with Kagura, Danzo simply removes that problem. Danzo summons 2 Root operatives and gives Itachi his own team to monitor the Uchiha clan from the shadows. A moment later, Danzo's attention shifts again when he realizes Kagura's team brought back the 3rd Tsuchikage alive. The thought of prying open Rock's secrets through Inoki excites Danzo so much that he decides to go out in person and confront Kagura himself. On the way back outside Konoha, Kagura tells Kakashi he wants to hand Inoki over to Danzo as proof of loyalty before Danzo turns on him. Inoki is outraged at being talked about like a gift for Danzo, and Kakashi quickly tries to calm the old man down. Kakashi warns that handing over Inoki will not erase the fact that Kagura already rescued Kabuto and Nono against Danzo's will. Kagura still refuses to back off, saying only Root lets him live by his way of protecting the light from inside the dark. He pushes the point further and says he wants to change Root itself, so tragedies like Nono and Kabuto's do not happen again. And when Kagura asks whether Itachi would ever reduce that kind of darkness, Kakashi cannot honestly say yes. By the end of the argument, Kakashi reaches a new idea. If the Hokage allowed Root to exist, then the Hokage can decide who leads it too. Outside Konoha, Kakashi heads to report to the 3rd Hokage while Kagura and Karen keep a very unhappy Inoki under tight guard. Realizing suicide is no longer easy, Inoki changes tactics and starts probing Kagura's real goal. Inoki warns that Danzo never lets pawns like Kabuto and Nono live freely, so Kagura is naive if he thinks Konoha will reward him cleanly. He pushes harder, saying power alone is not enough because authority controls the strong and crushes the disobedient. Inoki says even if Hiruzen steps in, Kagura and his allies could still end up as sacrifices in a fight between Konoha's own top men. Kagura suddenly cuts through the lecture and asks the real question: does Inoki want to be released? Inoki first answers with pride, saying he would rather die than beg for help from his kidnapper. But Kagura refuses to play martyr games and quietly asks what price Inoki is willing to pay for real help. The moment Inoki sees profit in the conversation, he drops the death talk and asks what Kagura wants. Kagura says he can even guarantee Inoki gets safely out of Konoha later, but only if the deposit is valuable enough. He makes the threat even clearer. If Inoki betrays the deal, Kagura will spread the deposit across the ninja world and throw Rock Village into chaos. Then Kagura finally names his price: Inoki's dust release. Inoki is stunned that the kid would dare ask for Rock Village's greatest secret, but he quickly decides to play along. Confident that dust release is too hard to truly steal, Inoki starts teaching while secretly planning to feed Kagura bad details. Kagura cuts in with a practical request and has Inoki start from the basics of wind, fire, and earth chakra changes first. Inoki patiently explains the basics and even mentions that fire and earth can combine into lava release before returning to his fake dust release theory. Instead of getting fooled, Kagura's talent and system turn the lesson into a breakthrough, and he instantly gains stronger control over wind, earth, and fire. That fake lesson accidentally gives Kagura something else too, and he successfully awakens lava release. And against all reason, Kagura also completes the impossible and masters true dust release from Inoki's fake instructions. Kagura is genuinely impressed and almost amused that Inoki turned out to be such an absurdly effective teacher. Kagura seals the bargain and promises to help Inoki return home, leaving the old Tsuchikage clinging to that hope. Inoki urgently asks to die before Konoha can humiliate him any longer, but Kagura brushes him off and says he will inspect the goods first. When Inoki tries to argue that Kagura could not possibly learn dust release so fast, Kagura simply proves him wrong. A white dust release light blooms in Kagura's palm, and Inoki is left staring at the impossible in pure shock. Kagura calmly confirms the merchandise is real and warns that if Inoki breaks his word, he will teach dust release to anyone he meets. For the first time, Inoki truly panics, because his fake lesson somehow created a real dust release user outside Rock Village. Back at the Hokage's office, Hiruzen learns the crisis even earlier because Rock Village secretly sends an envoy to ransom Inoki before the scandal explodes. Katsuchi locks down the news, fearing that if Inoki chooses death over humiliation, Konoha and Rock will be pushed straight back into war. The Rock envoy bluntly tells Hiruzen that kidnapping Inoki in peacetime is disgraceful, and warns that Rock will negotiate almost anything except public humiliation. Hiruzen responds by classifying everything as top secret, and sends Danzo northeast under the excuse of blocking cloud infiltration, keeping him away from Inoki. Danzo instantly realizes Hiruzen already knows about Inoki's kidnapping, and his chance to intercept Kagura has just been ruined. At the same time, Kakashi reaches the Hokage, and Hiruzen immediately decides to go out in person before this disaster gets worse. Hiruzen can only sigh that Kakashi's team never stops finding trouble, and asks if they can please limit themselves to tracking Obito from now on. Soon Hiruzen, Anbu, and the Rock envoy arrive outside Konoha, where Inoki still looks badly shaken by what Kagura just did. The envoy rushes toward his leader, but Kagura instantly binds him with a vine before anyone can make a sudden move. Inoki is startled to see Manga there at all, and immediately tells Kagura not to hurt his subordinate. Hiruzen steps in as the adult in the room, orders the restraints removed, and makes it clear the next part will be a real negotiation. Kagura obeys but still warns that if they loosen up too much, recapturing Inoki later will not be easy. Hiruzen waves that off and greets Inoki as an old rival from the same fading generation of village founders. Inoki answers the nostalgia with anger, furious that Konoha's younger generation humiliated him right before retirement. Inside, Inoki is in even deeper despair because the dust release secret he tried to fake is now sitting in Konoha and Kagura's hands. Crushed by the shame, Inoki blurts out that he will not return to Rock alive. Manga and Hiruzen both rush to stop that idea, and Hiruzen quickly reframes the whole incident as a secret diplomatic visit instead of a kidnapping. Hiruzen makes his principle clear: Konoha will not keep Inoki as a hostage, because that kind of forced alliance only breeds future hatred and war. He orders everyone present to bury the truth and treat Inoki publicly as nothing more than a visiting Tsuchikage. Then Hiruzen lowers his stance even further and invites Rock and Leaf to use this mess as a first real channel for future cooperation. Inoki understands Hiruzen's meaning and feels a little less provoked, but his biggest fear is still the dust release secret Kagura now holds over him. Kagura deliberately brings that fear to the surface by asking if Hiruzen really plans to send Inoki back, since the old man might hold a grudge. Hiruzen smooths it over as harmless guest etiquette, but Inoki instantly understands that Kagura is pressing the same private threat in public. So Inoki grits his teeth and publicly promises he will not resent Kagura, while privately begging him not to spread the dust release secret and take the last scraps of his face with it. With no loophole left to argue, Inoki and Hiruzen finalize a deal that benefits both Hidden Rock and Konoha. Hiruzen politely offers to treat the meeting as only friendly talks if Inoki is unhappy, making his sincerity hard to challenge. Inoki can only admit defeat and praises Hiruzen as the third-generation leader he respects most. Hiruzen modestly laughs off the comparison to Hashirama, but the exchange underlines how firmly he still clings to the first Hokage's softer diplomacy. Since either side wants extra rumors, Hiruzen keeps the farewell brief, and Inoki is just as eager to leave. Inoki heads home focused on one thing now: teaching dust release to Deidara so Hidden Rock is never left this exposed again. As Rock finally leaves, Hiruzen exhales in relief, while Kagura stays perfectly calm because he already got the real prize from this mess. Kagura has no reason to object to Inoki's release, because he already copied both dust release and lava release without breaking his word. Looking at Kakashi and Kagura, Hiruzen can only think this Obito tracking team has a terrible habit of dragging Kage-level disasters back to Konoha. So Hiruzen shuts the Obito pursuit down for now and orders the team to stay in the village and rest. Kakashi wants to object, but Hiruzen cuts him off and insists they have already done enough for peace this time. Hiruzen then notices Karen and asks if the red-haired girl is from the Uzumaki clan. Kakashi explains Karen's background and what happened in Grass Village, and the report is bad enough to make Hiruzen's blood pressure spike. Hiruzen reveals the land of grass is now under Kagaya control, and Konoha barely contained the fallout by forcing a temporary agreement through Hyuga ties. To stop even worse rumors, Hiruzen immediately orders the Grass Village matter sealed as a secret. Remembering Kagura's advice, Kakashi pushes for Karen to stay near Naruto, arguing her sensory talent could help detect danger before Obito reaches the Nine Tails. Hiruzen agrees, deciding Karen will enter the academy and be raised by Konoha as an Uzumaki child with real value. Kakashi then brings up a much uglier problem. Itachi tried to kill 2 intelligence members and claimed Danzo ordered it. When Kakashi names the targets as Yakushi Nono and Yakushi Kabuto, Hiruzen finally sees Danzo is dragging Itachi down a path he never approved. Hiruzen immediately decides they are going back to the village, and he wants the full mission report on the way. But when Hiruzen asks where Itachi is, a shinobi messenger informs him Danzo already took the boy away on a mission. Back in the Hokage office, Kakashi gives Hiruzen the full report, with Kabuto and Nono's fate treated as the most urgent issue. Because Hiruzen has already chosen Kagura as a future pillar of Konoha, he refuses to leave the boys' personal ties in other hands. Hiruzen orders Kabuto and Nono brought back, promises Danzo will stop targeting villagers, and says both of them can choose their own path. Kagura instantly accepts on their behalf, even though the hidden truth is that Kabuto and Nono have already turned into Orochimaru's spies. Hiruzen uses the moment to warn Kagura not to become like Danzo and says Danzo will lose control of the intelligence department over this. Instead of arguing, Kagura admits he understands Danzo's logic because he once tried to kill Kabuto and Nono himself just to cut off his own ties. Hiruzen firmly rejects that thinking and tells Kagura that bonds are not weakness at all, but what keeps people from being alone. Once Kagura bows and accepts the lesson, Hiruzen gives him a new task: settle Karen next to Naruto and help the two children get along. Kagura leaves to handle Karen's placement, and Hiruzen immediately slumps into the familiar headache of dealing with children who think like extremists. Kakashi can only agree, because ever since Kagura became his subordinate, his headaches have multiplied, and Itachi joining made it worse. Then Kakashi raises another danger sign. After the Kabuto and Nono incident, the rivalry between Itachi and Kagura is close to becoming irreconcilable. Kakashi makes it worse by adding that both boys have been secretly competing for the future leadership of Root. Hiruzen abruptly stops him, stunned that Root is apparently changing leaders when no one ever told the Hokage Danzo was retiring. As Hiruzen thinks it through, he realizes that even if Danzo wants a successor, Root is not the kind of private army he can just pass on to someone else. Kakashi, now sensing the misunderstanding, asks if Danzo pushed Itachi into Umbu because he was grooming him as Root's future chief. Hiruzen cannot explain the real Itachi plan, so he awkwardly goes along with the rumor and says maybe Danzo really is thinking about cultivating a successor. That answer explains the whole feud to Kakashi. Kagura believed Danzo had picked him, then Itachi appeared, and the rivalry between them never really stopped. Hiruzen ends the discussion with a tired promise to speak with Danzo once he returns, because this mess around Root can no longer be ignored. Back in Konoha, Hiruzen is rattled when he hears Umbu rumors that Danzo is already grooming Uchiha Itachi as Root's future leader. That rumor makes Hiruzen feel his own age, and he admits that if Danzo is planning ahead, the Hokage should be doing the same. Hiruzen decides he needs Jiraiya back soon, because Kagura will need a worthy teacher if Konoha is serious about its future. At the Ninja Academy, Kagura personally brings Karen in to enroll her after settling her into a house near Naruto. As they cross the campus, Kagura spots several future familiar faces among the kids, including the bun-haired girl Tenten. Tenten only feels that Kagura looks strangely familiar, while a pale-eyed classmate quietly identifies him as an Umbu ninja barely older than they are. Inside the teacher's office, Kagura meets first-grade homeroom teacher Yumino Irika and tells him Karen already has the third Hokage's approval to enroll. Irika gently warns that joining Midya will be hard on Karen, but Kagura puts the choice on her and waits for her answer. Karen, scared but stubborn, says she can handle it, and Kagura backs her without hesitation. When Irika still worries, Kagura shuts it down by saying he will hire a Chunin tutor if Karen falls behind. While Irika fills out the papers, Kagura suddenly asks about Naruto's grades. Irika goes stiff and asks what Kagura is to Naruto, because Naruto is the worst student in class and still stirs up painful feelings in him. Kagura shrugs that they once ate ramen together, then decides Naruto can suffer supplementary lessons alongside Karen so she will not be alone. Then Kagura gives Karen a chilling rule: if anyone bullies her, he will deal with their parents like an Umbu handles extermination jobs. Irika hurriedly promises he will not let Karen be bullied, because he knows the families in this class are powerful and Kagura is scary enough to start trouble anyway. With the paperwork done, Kagura pats Karen's head, tells her not to be afraid, and leaves her at school for the first time. Outside, the students buzz over Kagura's forehead protector and ANBU clothes, trying to figure out why someone barely older than them already looks elite. Sasuke scoffs that his brother has the same outfit, but Kagura stops and turns that pride into a message for Itachi. Kagura crouches down, claims he and Itachi are now good friends and teammates, and leaves Sasuke even more confused. Then Kagura pets Sasuke's head and tells him to pass on a weirdly ominous line to Itachi: live well, because there are still long days ahead. Once he leaves the academy, Kagura starts planning the next problem already: finding a Chunin tutor for both Karen and Naruto, and maybe making Kakashi help pay for it. Inside first grade, Naruto suddenly sneezes in the middle of playing with Choji, and the boys treat it like just another silly moment. Naruto laughs off being sick because nobody would take him to a doctor anyway, and Choji loyally says he would stay sick with him if he could. Shikamaru cuts in with lazy deadpan, and the usual banter between the three boys fills the room until class starts. When the bell rings, Irika walks in with Karen, and the whole classroom instantly focuses on the nervous red-haired transfer student. Irika asks Karen for a normal introduction, but she can barely even understand how to start talking about herself. What comes out instead is pure Karen. She likes Kagura most, hates whoever Kagura hates, and dreams of becoming someone like him. Irika tries to steer her back toward normal answers, but Karen doubles down and even says she likes the fish Kagura catches and hates the ones that ignore his hook. The class bursts into laughter, and Karen's first impression becomes awkward before she has even sat down. Naruto and Sasuke both blurt out Kagura's name at once, and the instant they realize it, they glare away from each other. Shikamaru is the only one who takes the name seriously, because he has heard from his father that Kagura matters to the village's future. In classic Shikamaru fashion, he decides that just means they can slack off and leave the future to stronger people. Naruto refuses that defeatism on the spot and loudly insists he will study hard, become Hokage, and finally earn everyone's recognition. The next day, the excitement around the new student has already faded, and Naruto only notices Karen again when she follows him all the way home after school. When Naruto realizes Karen is actually his new neighbor, the lonely little warmth of that discovery lands on him immediately. That nice surprise gets even better when Kagura and Kakashi show up with Anko and invite both kids out for dango. Kakashi awkwardly thanks Anko for helping, because he and Kagura wanted a tutor for the two kids and quickly learned private lessons are expensive. Anko grumbles that it is not hard work but a hard life, making it clear she has been dragged into this by bad luck more than kindness. Kagura coolly tells her that if Karen and Naruto pass their finals, he will stop holding a grudge over the time she tricked him. Anko answers with swagger, saying first grade is nothing and she could cram 6 years of lessons into those two brats and make them graduate early. Naruto finally realizes this free dango came with forced tutoring, and the happy mood dies on his face instantly. Kagura makes it worse by warning Naruto that Anko is strict, he is leaving on a mission, and Naruto should try to stay alive until he gets back. Anko cheerfully piles on and implies that if Naruto fails to meet her standards, she really might kill him. As the joke lands, Kakashi offers to accompany Kagura on his next mission, knowing it involves bringing Kabuto and Nono back. Kagura refuses, saying it is a small matter, and he can bring them back faster alone with Flying Thunder God. Before leaving, Kagura gives Anko a strange look, because this mission will almost certainly put him face to face with the teacher she still cannot let go of, Orochimaru. In the land of grass, Kagura arrives at Orochimaru's base and immediately feels that the place has changed. White Setsuaway rises from the ground to greet him, happy to finally catch Kagura alone. Away reports that Orochimaru, Kabuto, and Nono have been buried in lab work every day, and even he is bored watching it. When Kagura asks what they are doing, Away reveals they are researching the Kagaya clan's bone release using blood and bodies taken after the clan seized Grass Village. Kagura calmly points out why the research is stalled. Blood alone is not enough, because what they really need are bone-released DNA fragments. Away changes topics and adds that Orochimaru has also started digging into the Akatsuki, which makes Kagura immediately see opportunity. Kagura says that is fine with him, because the sooner Orochimaru and the Akatsuki test each other, the easier it will be to decide where to stand later. Before heading in, Kagura reassigns Away to start watching Itachi instead. Away gets excited and asks for another human tragedy, and Kagura answers that Itachi's life is already won. Inside the base, a little white snake slips ahead to warn Orochimaru that Kagura has arrived. Orochimaru greets the news with a smile and tells Kabuto and Nono that the person coming to receive them is the one they most want to see. A moment later, Kagura steps into the lab and politely thanks Orochimaru for taking care of Kabuto and Nono. Orochimaru answers with fake generosity and reminds Kagura that he upheld their deal, so now he expects Kagura to uphold his side too. Nono looks openly worried for Kagura, but Kabuto quietly accepts that Kagura is sacrificing himself for them and promises to help. Orochimaru says he will tell Danzo to stop pursuing them for now, but warns that Danzo will not really let go forever. Kagura accepts the warning, asks to take Kabuto and Nono home, and sets up Kabuto as Orochimaru's future contact inside Konoha. Orochimaru lets them go, but not before pointedly asking whether Kagura has anything else he wants to say. Kagura first sends Kabuto and Nono outside, making it clear he wants the next part kept between himself and Orochimaru. Once they are alone, Orochimaru cuts straight to the real question and asks whether Kagura is actually one of the orphanage children or not. Kagura does not panic at the flaw in his cover and instead asks the sharper question back. For Nono and Kabuto's sake, is it not more convenient if he is one of them? Then Kagura pushes the performance further and tells Orochimaru he should not lie to the man who raised him, and that Kabuto and Nono are just strangers. Orochimaru pretends to accept that answer, but he is clearly enjoying the game and the weakness he thinks he has found. Kagura uses the opening to reveal something else instead. Uchiha Obito has also approached him and wants him as a spy in Konoha. Orochimaru tells him to accept, because he also wants intelligence on Obito and the Akatsuki fed back through Kagura. Kagura adds that Akatsuki and Obito may already be hunting Orochimaru, but Orochimaru only grows more interested in seeing what that hidden organization really is. Satisfied, Orochimaru sends Kagura away and notes that he has already taught Kabuto and Nono how their information channel will work. After Kagura leaves, Orochimaru privately concludes that Kagura really is from the orphanage, and that his denial was just another way to protect Kabuto and Nono. That certainty only makes Orochimaru more pleased, because to him, living bonds are exactly the leash that keeps Kagura usable. Outside the lab door, Kagura has already read the situation the same way and silently decides to let Orochimaru keep clinging to a weakness that is not real. He reflects that in this world bonds are useful, because once people believe you have something to protect, they trust you more easily. Kagura even imagines Orochimaru's future shock, because one day the man will learn that Kagura was never his orphan or his vessel to begin with. When Kagura reaches the outside, Kabuto and Nono are waiting for him with worried faces and something carefully hidden in their hands. Kagura brushes off their worry and tells them they should stop standing around and head back to Konoha first. Kabuto stops him and opens the package to reveal a homemade birthday cake Nono made for Kagura, because they thought they might not get another chance to see him. For a brief second, Kagura is caught off guard, because he had not even realized it was already April. Even then, Kagura refuses to sit in that feeling and tells them to save the cake for the orphanage children once they get back. Nono's guilt only deepens, and Kagura quietly tells her not to force it, because just as she once forgot him, he has long forgotten the orphanage too. Still, Kagura softens just enough to wipe a little cream on one finger and taste it, and that tiny gesture finally brings a small smile back to Nono. Kagura turns away again, and behind him the base stays closed, with nobody coming out to see them off. But in the grass, a little white snake slips back into the lab carrying one last message for Orochimaru. After hearing what happened outside, Orochimaru is completely satisfied and pulls out a birthday gift he had already prepared for Kagura. He lifts out a scroll marked with the red character for longevity and stuffs it into the white snake's mouth as Kagura's present. Orochimaru sends the snake after him with a quiet laugh, pleased that even if Kagura's deepest bond has shifted, the boy still seems to leave a place for him in his heart. The chapter opens like a cold audit of Akihara Kagura's rise, starting with the first job that tied him to Orochimaru through a human experiment. The next log lays Kagura bare, a 10-year-old boy packed with Hashirama cell power, 6 chakra natures, would release, self-healing, and a body already pushed to a terrifying level. Orochimaru's first real order sends Kagura into Konoha to find Danzo, learn more would release, and quietly watch the alliance between those two monsters. Then Orochimaru adds a second thread to the trap. Kagura also has to find a chance to deliver Uchiha Itachi to him. Kagura's web of superiors grows fast, and with Danzo and Hiruzen both added above him, the system hands him sharper tools for survival, hidden intelligence and absurd learning talent. With those boosts in place, Kagura tears through one of Hashirama's top techniques and instantly learns would release, advent of a world of flowering trees. Danzo soon points that same talent at the Chunin exam, ordering Kagura to enter and beat Itachi in front of everyone. Before that exam even settles, Kagura adds another secret weapon and masters the Wood Dragon Jutsu too. The logs jump ahead to the exam payoff, where Kagura satisfies both bosses at once by entering the Chunin exam and defeating Itachi, earning rewards from Hiruzen and Danzo separately. Kagura's chain of command twists again when Tenzo and Kakashi both become his superiors, and the real prize is far bigger than rank, a left eye bond that starts turning into Mangekyo Sharingan power. That left eye quickly matures into a true Mangekyo, and the system reveals Kagura's first broken ocular technique, limited Tsukuyumi, a trap that can drag victims into a fabricated world. But the same log makes the cost clear right away. Tsukuyumi needs huge chakra, and using it too hard can still burn Kagura blind. The story then veers into Obito's shadow, as Kagura is assigned to help Kakashi investigate the missing Uchiha while another superior link forms in the worst possible direction. Once Obito is added as a superior too, Kagura's missing right eye bond awakens, and the second Mangekyo finally snaps into place. With both eyes united, Kagura's dojutsu becomes a full Mangekyo Sharingan, unlocking Kamui, an upgraded illusion package, self-targeted Yomi, and the first stage of Susanoo. The recap lingers on one brutal advantage. Hashirama cells inside Kagura cut the Mangekyo's cost, making powers that should ruin him much more usable. Danzo keeps trying to use Kagura from another angle, ordering him to report Obito intel upward and even rope Kakashi into route. At the same time, Kakashi sends him into the mist investigation, proving Kagura is now walking between rival agendas without really belonging to any of them. The system logs one more technique during that phase, and Kagura quietly picks up the demanding water mirror technique as another dangerous copy tool. Then one tie quietly breaks, with the system noting that Tenzo is no longer Kagura's superior. Kagura does not slow down for long, because the next breakthrough is huge even by his standards. He masters the Wood Human technique. After that comes a far more secret leap, as Kagura stealthily learns the Flying Thunder God and gains true space-time movement. The system keeps compounding that momentum, handing Kagura summoning jutsu, and then evolving multi-shadow clone straight into a wood-release version that suits him better. Kakashi's missed assignment also pays off, giving Kagura Earth-style wall and confirming that at just 11, his toolkit has become absurdly broad. That updated status also shows the bigger problem. Kagura is still carrying unfinished orders from Orochimaru, Hiruzen, and Danzo all at once, with every side expecting a different betrayal. One new mission makes that balancing act even nastier, because Kagura is ordered to steer Kakashi's investigation away from the truth about Akatsuki. Later, one long-running Orochimaru mission finally closes when Kagura completes his move into Konoha and earns Orochimaru-style sword technique as the reward. But Orochimaru never leaves it at that, and Kagura immediately gets pushed deeper undercover with a fresh order to infiltrate Konoha's ANBU for him. Another mission turns psychological instead of tactical, ordering Kagura to hit Obito where it hurts by telling him Kakashi and Rin are still watching from the Pure Land. Kagura succeeds in redirecting Kakashi away from Akatsuki, and the system pays him with the earthy escape trick hiding like a mole. He also completes the Obito assignment, and the reward is nastier than before, because now Kagura gets Lightning Blade too. The next order sends the whole story toward a rescue operation, with Kagura told to head for the hidden rock and pull Kakashi back out alive. And right at the end of the log, before that mission even begins, Kagura quietly steals one more technique from the system by learning lightweight rock. Orochimaru treated kindness like another tool, and even a small birthday gift for Kagura was really one more way to keep the boy tied to him. After planting another pawn in Konoha, Orochimaru turned his attention to Akatsuki, intrigued by an organization strong enough to wipe out a country. Before Orochimaru could lure them out, Akatsuki reached him first and left a meeting invitation inside his base without triggering a single alarm. That silent intrusion proved Akatsuki could have killed him in his sleep, but their choice to invite him instead only made the challenge more interesting. At the meeting, an orange-haired Rinnegan wielder in an Akatsuki cloak crushed Orochimaru with terrifying ease and calmly asked him to join Akatsuki. Orochimaru recognized that orange-haired face from the war years and was shaken, because the man in front of him had not been the original owner of those legendary eyes. He remembered the true Rinnegan owner should have been a red-haired boy, which made the whole mystery even more dangerous and tempting. Unable to resist the lure of the Rinnegan, Orochimaru agreed to join Akatsuki and stepped into a choice that would shake the whole ninja world. Back in Konoha, Yakushi Nono returned to the orphanage with compensation money, while Kabuto officially became a Konoha genin and blended in beside Orochimaru's planted spies. Kagura had only just unpacked Orochimaru's gift shuriken when his system suddenly announced two brand new superiors. The first alert tied him to Tendo Pain and unlocked a provisional Rinnegan with 6 paths abilities far beyond any normal shinobi power. The second alert named Nagato and revealed an even stranger gift. The Tentail's empty husk had been sealed inside Kagura's body. Kagura stood there stunned, feeling the dead monster inside him, the extra eyes he could switch to, and would release becoming almost effortless. When he used his shadow-gathering ability to investigate, Kagura saw the answer at once. Orochimaru had defected to Akatsuki, and his own chain of bosses had just expanded with it. He quickly realized the system counted the orange-haired Rinnegan body and its hidden master separately, which was odd but extremely profitable for him. For Kagura, even a limited Rinnegan and basic 6 paths tools already meant a huge jump toward the level where ordinary ninjas no longer mattered. He started thinking bigger too, because in Kagura's eyes the world really had only 2 tiers, the Sage of 6 paths, and everyone else. His worry about the sealed husk eased when he checked on his new superior and saw another Outer Path statue already standing behind him. Instead of panicking, Kagura turned practical and decided the next step was feeding the sealed husk by draining chakra with wood release. To measure how much chakra the thing needed, Kagura chose the most convenient test subject he had, Kakashi. The test began badly for Kagura, because Kakashi simply beat him up in taijutsu first. Annoyed, Kagura lashed back with wood release and quietly siphoned Kakashi's chakra through hidden vines. Even after draining Kakashi dry enough to leave him slumped against a tree, the husk inside Kagura did not react at all. Kakashi, still recovering, bluntly told him his taijutsu was weak even if his wood release had become scary enough to catch people unnoticed. Kakashi also warned that bloodline users with huge chakra pools often neglect taijutsu, but Kagura knew that weakness would matter once he faced truly stronger enemies. Kagura immediately treated that flaw like a work problem and decided he had to keep upgrading himself if he wanted to survive under better bosses later. Then Kagura changed the subject and asked Kakashi how his Flying Thunder God training was going. Kakashi admitted the technique was brutally difficult, and standing beside people like Kagura and the rogue Obito only made him feel he had to push harder. He showed Kagura his latest clue, an unstable black spatial mark condensed from his work on summoning techniques. Kagura took one look at the giant mark and dryly asked if Kakashi planned to slap a 30cm seal straight onto an enemy. Kakashi could only complain that this tiny first step had already taken absurd effort, and nearly drove his ninja dogs mad during all the summoning experiments. Once the training talk ended, Kakashi turned serious and warned Kagura they could not leave the village for a while. Kagura kidnapping the third Setsukage had convinced Hiruzen that chasing Obito too aggressively could tip the whole world into another war. Kakashi added that Konoha itself was tightening up again, and with summer coming he could already feel another storm gathering. That storm centered on the Uchiha, because even after Obito was exposed as the Nine-Tails culprit, the village still could not stop fearing what another Mangekyo user might do. Fugaku wanted the clan to stay disciplined at any cost, hoping submission now could prevent open war with Konoha. But the clan's mood had already shifted, because Shursue's Susanoo once crushed Kagura's Wood Dragon and convinced many Uchiha they finally had overwhelming power. Shurasue himself was the one person not intoxicated by that strength, and the strain of trying to save the clan from itself had worn him down to the edge. Right then Itachi returned from a mission under Danzo and immediately noticed how bad Shurasue looked. Shursui tried to smile and joke that he envied Itachi for still being allowed out on missions, which only made his exhaustion feel sadder. Itachi tried to reassure him, saying that joining the Umbu and even Danzo's route would help them change this situation from inside. Shursui's answer was grim. It was almost too late already. As if to prove him right, the whole clan meeting erupted with voices demanding they stop enduring humiliation and seize the power they finally had. Fugaku tried to cool them down by reminding everyone that Konoha still had a would-release monster in Kagura, but almost nobody wanted to hear caution anymore. One clan member shot back that Kagura had already lost to Shursui's Susanoo, turning Shursui's strength into the last excuse the clan needed to believe rebellion would work. The Uchiha clan hall erupts as more and more voices insist they are already strong enough with Shursui and no longer need to bow to Konoha. The Hawks push even further, demanding Fugaku lead them to surround the Hokage's mansion, seize Naruto, and take control of Konoha in one stroke. Fugaku looks to Shursui to cool the room, but Shursui can only look back at him, because no one in the clan can stop this fire anymore. Afterward, Shursui admits to Itachi that a storm is coming, and the strain is already written all over his face. Itachi says they at least need time, because Danzo wants him to influence the clan slowly, but that plan will fail if everything explodes now. Shursui desperately proposes a bad idea of his own: challenge Akihara Kagura, lose on purpose, and prove the Uchiha are not above Konoha's suppression. Itachi instantly grabs Shursui and warns that Kagura would not spare him once he saw an opening. Then Itachi finally tells him the truth. During Danzo's assessment, he nearly killed Yakushi Nono and Yakushi Kabuto, the two people Kagura values most, so Kagura now hates him. Shursui understands at once, but instead of blaming Itachi, he forces a gentle smile and promises to find some other way to hold the clan back. He even pats Itachi's head and reminds him that their duty is still the same: protect both the village and the Uchiha, no matter how hard that path gets. Late that night, after the tense meeting finally ends, Itachi returns home with Fugaku still carrying the weight of the clan's anger. Little Sasuke runs over half awake and happily clings to his brother, asking if they can finally practice shuriken together. Itachi agrees to do it after tomorrow's mission, trying to answer Sasuke like a normal older brother for one more night. Then Sasuke casually mentions that Kagura came to the academy and told him to tell Itachi to live well, and Itachi's face instantly drains of color. Fugaku misreads the situation and says friendship with Kagura would only help Itachi, because that would release boy could rise very high in the village. Itachi quietly admits the opposite, saying Kagura should hate him now because he nearly killed the people Kagura treasures most. Mikoto is stunned, but Fugaku swallows the shock, tells his son the mission was hard on him, and sends him to rest. Instead of easing, the standoff grows worse, and Fugaku starts speaking less at clan meetings while allowing the Hawks to push harder. Trying one more official route, Itachi reports the clan's movements to Danzo and hopes the village might still soften its policy toward the Uchiha. Danzo shuts that hope down immediately, arguing that if the village bends first, the Uchiha will only grow more arrogant and dangerous. Even while pretending there may still be room to maneuver, Danzo keeps taking Itachi's reports and quietly uses them to push Hiruzen toward crushing the Uchiha outright. The breaking point comes fast when the Uchiha finally approve a real coup plan and prepare to gather all their forces at Naka Shrine by tomorrow night. When White Setsuaway brings Kagura the news, Kagura reacts with eerie calm, like Konoha's coming disaster does not touch him at all. Away cheerfully calls it a good show, and Kagura just keeps training until he smashes another wooden post apart. After Away leaves, Kagura shapes a broken piece of wood into a spotted mask and quietly decides it may be time to eliminate a hidden danger. That evening at the cliff above the Naka River, Itachi lays out the deadlock plainly. The village will not trust the Uchiha, and the Uchiha will not trust the village. Shursui says he has finally found a way to break that loop and quietly change both sides before the coup begins. Itachi answers that he also opposes the coup, but by now he is already thinking about harsher, unconventional solutions. Shursui warns him not to move rashly, because the police force has already noticed Itachi's frequent contact with Danzo and started asking Shursui to watch him. Back home, Itachi says he will skip tomorrow's Uchiha gathering because he still has a mission, clearly setting up another report to Danzo. This time Fugaku stops him and admits he gave up restraining the Hawks because Itachi's clash with Kagura has made the clan's future with Konoha look even darker. Fugaku says he always saw Itachi as his pride, but now realizes his son has his own convictions and may no longer be standing with the clan. Pressed by his father, Itachi lies for the first time and hints that he may have offended Kagura because he thought he was competing for Root's future leadership. That hint gives Fugaku a sliver of hope, and he tells Itachi to ask about Danzo's attitude tomorrow before deciding whether any path is still open. The next morning, Itachi reports the coup meeting to Danzo, but he leaves out the part about becoming Root's successor because he knows Danzo never truly chose him. At the same time in the Hokage building, Shursui reports the planned coup to Hiruzen and says he will stop it by using Kodo Amatsukami on Fugaku if necessary. Hiruzen accepts that plan at once and promises that if the Uchiha change course, the village will also change how it treats them. Then Danzo arrives to demand force, only for Hiruzen to reveal Shursui's quieter solution right in front of him. Danzo keeps his greed hidden, but the moment he hears Shursui can rewrite a person's will, he wants that eye for himself. Hiruzen even mentions the rumor that Danzo is choosing between Itachi and Kagura as Root's future leader, which catches Danzo off guard for a split second. Hiruzen orders Shursui to proceed and says Itachi can assist him, but once Shursui leaves, Danzo immediately hurries after him with other plans. In Danzo's mind, Shursui's eye is already the key to controlling Kagura, mastering the Nine Tails, and eventually ruling Konoha itself. Before a giant Buddha statue, Danzo corners Shursui with a poisonous question and asks whether he plans to use Kodo Amatsukami on suspicious men like him too. Shursui hesitates, because he cannot openly deny that possibility, and that tiny pause is all Danzo needs. Danzo suddenly lunges for Shursui's eyes, but Shursui reacts instantly, catches his wrist, and traps him in a basic genjutsu instead. Thinking the danger has passed, Shursui calmly tells Danzo he will wake soon and turns to leave. Instead, Danzo suddenly reappears in front of him, lands a brutal blow, and rips one of Shursui's eyes out on the spot. Danzo reveals the Sharingan hidden under his bandages and shows that he survived by using Izanagi, sacrificing that eye to rewrite the fight. With Root Shinobi dropping in around him, Danzo coldly demands Shursui's remaining eye as well. Still half-blinded and in agony, Shursui spits out a great fireball to break through the trap. The Root squad answers with a wall of water, filling the area with steam and smoke while Danzo orders them to pursue. After the others leave, Danzo stays behind with Shursui's stolen eye in hand, ready to take it back to Root and replace his own. Then a masked figure drops in front of him, and Danzo realizes too late that he was not the only one hunting Shursui's eyes. Recognizing Obito, Danzo tightens his grip on the stolen eye and prepares to crush it if the fight turns against him. But Obito says he did not come to steal the eye at all, only to destroy it, and his own Sharingan twists into a far more sinister shape. Danzo is dragged into Obito's eye technique, and Obito awkwardly starts shaping a dream world around Danzo's ambition to become Hokage. At Scarlet Dusk, Danzo suddenly finds himself in a younger body inside a strange Konoha, clutching a bloody eye and realizing the village looks like it has gone back to its founding era. He studies the Hokage rock and goes cold when he sees that the only face carved there is Uchiha Madara, which tells him this world is a twisted illusion. Danzo recognizes the eye in his hand as Shursui's Kodo Amatsukami, and concludes that Obito must have trapped him with a new Mangekyo illusion. A child Hiruzen runs up calling for him, and Danzo instantly hides the eye out of habit even though he knows this should only be a fake world. The moment he remembers none of this should be real, Danzo decides the fastest way to break the illusion might be murder and launches a wind release attack at young Hiruzen. Before the attack can land, Senju Hashirama steps in and throws up a wooden wall, effortlessly blocking Danzo's strike. Hashirama angrily condemns Danzo as a dangerous child, and Danzo is shaken to hear that Madara had actually praised him as future Hokage material. Then Madara himself steps in, lightly dismisses the attack as kids fighting, and confirms the awful truth of this world where he became the first Hokage instead of Hashirama. Once the adults leave, Danzo greedily decides this fake world might still be worth using, because Madara favors him and Hiruzen now stands as his rival for the Hokage seat. But the illusion does not stay kind to him, because Hashirama soon breaks with Madara, leaves the village, and drags the world toward the same kind of founder war Danzo cannot stop. At the Valley of the End, Madara crushes Hashirama with the Nine Tails and Izanagi, wiping out the two founder figures Danzo hoped to rely on. With Madara dead as well, Danzo is left cursing history, because even this fake world still tears apart the men he wanted to rely on. As time rushes forward, young Hiruzen keeps beating Danzo with a warm smile and underhanded tricks, leaving Danzo isolated and furious. The next shock comes when Uchiha Izuna becomes second Hokage and even flips the old order by forcing the Senju clan into the police role Danzo swears should belong to the Uchiha. Danzo claws back some ground by entering Izuna's personal guard, standing in the same inner circle as young Hiruzen. To survive in an Uchiha-run Konoha, Danzo even murders Uchiha Kagami and uses the excuse of inheriting his will to transplant Shursui's eye into this illusioned body. When the first Great Ninja War breaks out, Danzo spots a familiar turning point and realizes the coming peace talks with the Cloud could decide the next Hokage. So Danzo keeps quiet on purpose, letting the Cloud trap spring because he thinks this time he can seize the moment Hiruzen once stole from him. The Gold and Silver brothers attack exactly as expected, and during the escape Danzo boldly volunteers to stay behind, certain this is where the third Hokage should be chosen. Instead of rewarding him, Izuna bluntly agrees that Danzo is perfect for the sacrifice, turning Danzo's big gamble into a brutal joke. Danzo survives by using Kodo Amatsukami to escape the pursuers, but when he drags himself back to Konoha, Hiruzen has already taken the third Hokage seat. Hiruzen rubs salt in the wound by making Danzo his assistant and giving him root, which leaves Danzo doing the dirty work while Hiruzen keeps the title. Danzo adjusts by using his knowledge of real history to quietly gather future monsters into root, from the Sannin to Tsukumo and Minato. Years later Hiruzen still keeps favoring the Uchiha, and Danzo is furious when he names Fugaku the fourth Hokage in this upside-down world too. Fugaku makes it worse by politely asking Danzo to train Itachi as the next root leader, and Danzo snaps that he would rather hand root to Akihara Kagura. When Fugaku asks if Root abducted Kagura from the orphanage, Danzo suddenly realizes even this illusion still follows the broad tracks of reality, just with key details warped. History surges on anyway when a masked would-release user unleashes the Nine Tails, killing Fugaku and plunging Konoha into another disaster. With Itachi still too young, Hiruzen appoints Shursui as root leader instead, and Danzo is forced to watch the system settle into another bitter reflection of reality. Then the final reversal arrives when the Senju clan becomes the one preparing a coup, and Hiruzen orders Danzo to use their old ties to handle it. Hiruzen even cheerfully tells him to use Kodo Amatsukami on Tsunade if needed, and for the first time Danzo feels truly afraid because history has moved past everything he knows. On the way to the Senju clan, Shursui intercepts him and quietly asks whether Danzo would also rewrite his will if he stayed hostile to the Senju. Danzo instantly understands this is the trap he feared, because in this warped world Shursui is about to do to him what Danzo once did to Shursui. Shursui attacks, and even when Danzo briefly subdues him, Shursui fires back with Izanagi and rewrites the fight in his own favor. The reversal is brutal, with Shursui driving punches into Danzo and ripping out Danzo's eye while mocking him as he claims the Mangekyo for himself. Danzo panics, because losing that eye means losing both his power in this fake world and his hope of returning to the real one intact. Before Danzo can do anything, Master Obito appears in front of the wounded old man, calmly taunts him about the illusion, and starts opening the way out. With one last whirl of Kamui, Obito drags Danzo out of limited Tsukuyami and confirms the real goal of the whole nightmare. Kodo Amatsukami has been destroyed. Back in the real world, Danzo staggers in front of Konoha's giant Buddha statue with blood all over him, still reeling from the illusion that somehow left his eye socket truly empty. Danzo realizes the masked man in front of him was the one who used that illusion to steal Shursui's eye for real. The masked man kicks Danzo away and mocks him, saying Shursui's eye was never Danzo's to begin with. He casually reveals the stolen eye is Shursui's Kodo Amatsukami, and tells Danzo he no longer needs to fear Shursui using it on him. That lands hard on Danzo, because if Obito now holds Kodo Amatsukami, Konoha itself could be turned into his puppet. Danzo forces himself back up and runs for root headquarters, determined to survive long enough to warn the village. The masked man doesn't stop him at all and instead quietly lets Danzo carry the story that Uchiha Obito stole the will-bending eye. Then his attention shifts to the forest, where Shursui is still fighting off root pursuers with a green Susanoo. As Shursui's Susanoo fades, the masked man drops the disguise and reveals he was Kagura all along. Kagura is pleased with himself, because framing everything under Obito's name will make the whole ninja world fear his superior even more. He also knows Shursui still has another eye, but what he really wants from Shursui is something even more valuable. On a cliff above the Naka River, Shursui summons Itachi to meet him after barely escaping with one eye left. On the cliff, the wounded Shursui tells Itachi their plan to stop the coup with Kodo Amatsukami is finished, because Danzo stole his right eye and will likely come for the other one too. Before Danzo can take the last eye, Shursui rips out his remaining left eye and entrusts it to Itachi to protect Konoha and the Uchiha. Itachi immediately sends the last eye away with his ninja crows so Danzo can never get his hands on it. After sending the eye away, Itachi asks the blinded Shursui what he plans to do next. Shursui backs toward the cliff and says his death may be the only way to cool down a clan that started believing his Mangekyo and Susanoo could suppress everything. Itachi lunges to stop him, but Shursui keeps going and insists he already left his will behind and started this fire himself. Shursui drops from the cliff, and Itachi misses him by a heartbeat. With his last words, Shursui says this is the only way to put out the flames he started, then he falls into the darkness toward the river below. Shursui's death shatters Itachi on the spot, and that shock forces his Sharingan to evolve into the Mangekyo. At just 11, Itachi gains the power everyone expected of him, but only by paying for it with his closest friend's life. He searches the river one last time, finds nothing, and leaves the cliff carrying only sorrow. But Shursui is not dead yet, because his limp body keeps drifting down the river through the night. Just before the river kills him, an unseen pull drags Shursui's body out of the water with Bansho Tenin. The near-drowned Shursui crashes onto the rocks and spits up river water, but he is already too far gone to answer Kagura. Kagura coldly talks over the unconscious Shursui, deciding for him that his soul will stay and watch what happens next. Kagura activates the human path and pulls Shursui's soul straight out of his body. Only after being ripped free does Shursui's soul realize the person over his body is Kagura, openly using the legendary Rinnegan. Kagura forges black chakra receivers with yin-yang release and drives them into Shursui's body. The body responds at once, opening its eyes again with Kagura's own Rinnegan staring out from Shursui's face. Then Kagura shoves Shursui's soul back into the rebuilt body, completing the puppet. Shursui wakes inside that cold body and demands to know who Kagura really is. Kagura answers with a chill, saying he is someone who wants revenge on Shursui himself. Instead of explaining more, Kagura starts testing the puppet to see whether Shursui kept the techniques he had in life. The answer is yes, because Shursui's body instantly reproduces his speed tricks, clone feints, and great fireball on command. Even Shursui's Susanoo still comes out, which surprises Kagura because the body no longer has its original Mangekyo eyes. Shirosui finally understands the horror of it. He has become a puppet, and his own body moves whether he wants it to or not. Kagura sums up the result with satisfaction. Everything survived except Koto Amatsukami, and using the real body before death seems to preserve the rest. One last test remains, so Kagura forces Shirisui's body to use Shinra Tensei. The repulsion smashes the shoreline but cannot budge Kagura, proving the puppet can use Rinnegan powers while still depending completely on Kagura's chakra. With the experiment finished, Kagura calmly lays out the rules he just proved for making 6 paths puppets. He also confirms the puppet's eyes are only a reflection of his own, not independent eyes at all. To prove that too, Kagura drops his Rinnegan and switches into Mangekyo Sharingan, and Shirisui's puppet eyes change with him. That shocks Shirisui even more than the Rinnegan, because now he realizes Kagura is also an Uchiha with terrifying eye power of his own. Given a sliver of control, Shirisui immediately begs Kagura to help Itachi stop the coup before tonight goes any further. Kagura refuses the premise outright, telling him the situation was already decided the moment Shirisui chose to die. He twists the knife further by reminding Shirisui that the chain of disaster began when Shirisui revealed Susanoo last year to save Itachi. That leaves Shirisui with nothing to say, and Kagura formally names his first completed 6 paths puppet Tendo Shirisui. Kagura says he will seal the body for preservation so it does not rot without constant chakra running through it. And right at the end, the terrifying genius undercuts the whole scene with one absurdly practical question. Can Shirisui teach him how to seal things into scrolls first? Kagura has a ridiculous gap in his skills, so when Shirisui's soul teaches him a basic sealing technique, the first problem is embarrassingly simple. He does not even have a sealing scroll. Luckily, Shirisui's own ninja pouch still has one, and Kagura uses that lesson on the spot to seal Shirisui's body into the scroll. At Naka Shrine, Shirisui's disappearance is enough to halt the Uchiha coup meeting, and one man's death abruptly cools a crisis that could have exploded that night. But the deeper feud is still there, because losing Shirisui removes the one person who might have changed the clash between Konoha and the Uchiha. The fallout cuts in every direction. The Uchiha lose one of their strongest men, Konoha loses a gifted jonin, Danzo loses an eye and root agents, and Kagura loses a body he wanted for a 6 paths puppet. The only people who truly come out ahead are Obito and Itachi, because Obito earns Danzo's fear, and Itachi awakens the Mangekyo Sharingan while keeping Shirisui's last Koto Amatsukami eye. Back en route, Danzo is forced to refill his losses with trainees, but what really sticks with him is how dangerous Obito now feels. Danzo also keeps the whole disaster buried, because admitting he tried to steal Shirisui's eyes would expose both his own scheme and the fact that Obito took the eye from him. Obito's limited Tsukuyami leaves Danzo mentally rattled, and the old man starts slipping between reality and the nightmare life he lived inside the illusion. That damage shows itself when Hiruzen calls him in for work and Danzo suddenly blurts out that he was the one who covered the rear so Hiruzen could become Hokage. Hiruzen is thrown, because in the real past it was Tobirama who chose to stay behind, not Danzo. Danzo catches himself fast and covers the slip, but the moment shows how badly the illusion is still poisoning his mind. Meanwhile, Itachi hides his hatred, because he knows Danzo stole one of Shirisui's eyes and he cannot risk revealing that he saw Shirisui or kept the other one hidden. So even after Shirisui's death, Itachi keeps acting as Danzo's spy instead of exposing what really happened. Then Danzo suddenly asks whether Fugaka still wants Itachi to become the next head of Root, and the question hits Itachi like a shock. Itachi is rattled because Danzo should not know about that private talk with his father at all. Still trapped in his own warped thinking, Danzo scoffs that Itachi should not dream of that future, and says he would rather hand Root to Kagura instead. Itachi does not even bother reacting, because he never wanted Danzo's position and never believed Danzo would truly trust him with it. A moment later Danzo seems to wake up, changes tone, and awkwardly claims Hiruzen mentioned Itachi as a possible successor but that more time is needed. Compared to that mess, Kagura is having a much easier time when Obito drops by and casually mentions that Orochimaru has joined the Akatsuki. Obito also fishes for information about Shirisui's suicide, but Kagura naturally plays dumb, and gives him nothing. Then Obito confirms Kagura's mission to rescue Kakashi was approved, even if he is still unhappy about how Kagura handled it. Obito grumbles that Kagura nearly sparked a war by kidnapping Inoki just to get Kakashi back. Kagura just shrugs it off, arguing that the rescue worked and the third Hokage now has even less room to chase Obito's trail. The mission pays Kagura with the Uchiha Flame Formation, a powerful fire barrier that can even hold off a tailed beast. Kagura is not exactly thrilled, because to him the barrier mostly looks like one more flashy way to build Obito's reputation. Obito moves on and asks about Away, only for Kagura to immediately defend the White Setsu instead of insulting him. Kagura explains that he sent Away to keep an eye on Itachi. That catches Obito's interest, because he says he noticed Itachi's talent long ago and expected him to reach the same kind of eye power Obito has. Kagura then drops the key detail Away found. On the night Shirisui died, Itachi's eyes changed into a windmill pattern. Obito instantly realizes what that means and turns deadly serious. Itachi has awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. To Obito, that makes Itachi a perfect recruit, because an Uchiha who awakened that power so young must be carrying severe pain and a dangerous mindset. Kagura does not object to the plan itself, but he coolly warns Obito not to expose him during the recruitment, or Kagura will have to kill Itachi to protect his cover. Obito brushes that off and instead tells Kagura something even more insulting. After awakening Mangekyo, Itachi may already be stronger than him. Obito keeps going, saying the Mangekyo gave Itachi a qualitative leap and that an 11-year-old who awakened it is a genius beyond Kagura. He even predicts that once Itachi develops Susanoo like Shursui did, he could crush Kagura's would release outright. Behind that confidence, Obito is also thinking of an Uchiha secret. With a brother like Sasuke, Itachi might one day push his Mangekyo into an even stronger eternal form. Kagura says nothing, but he quietly files away a different lesson. If you want to recruit new talent, do not belittle the subordinate already standing in front of you. Obito soon acts on his plan at Naka Shrine, meeting Itachi directly and asking him to join in changing a world full of tragedy. Itachi shuts that down immediately, blaming Obito for the Ninetales disaster that drove Konoha and the Uchiha to this breaking point and helped push Shursui to his death. Obito does not deny making things worse, but he argues that the real poison was planted much earlier, when Konoha started isolating the Uchiha from the time of Tobirama. Itachi knows that part is true, but it changes nothing for him, because Obito still chose the convenient push that made the disaster worse. So Itachi gives a flat refusal and starts walking down the shrine steps without looking back. Obito lets him go, convinced that one day Itachi will fail to stop the tragedy ahead and come back on his own. Hidden nearby, White Setsuaway watches the whole failure and dryly asks whether Obito has always been this naive. Zetsu can only admit that yes, this is exactly what Obito is like. Black Zetsu adds that Obito gets away with it because his Mangekyo ability is so troublesome that very few people can threaten him. Obito immediately turns the failed recruitment into a new scheme, ordering Away to tell Kagura to stir conflict between Konoha and the Uchiha until Itachi is cornered enough to join them. Away accepts the order at once and slips into the ground to deliver the message. Zetsu then warns Obito that Naka Shrine is not safe to linger in, because Danzo has watched the Uchiha for years and may already have noticed them. Black Zetsu partly backs Obito's obsession anyway, pointing out that Itachi now has Mangekyo and a younger brother, which means his eyes could still evolve even further. Even with that reminder, White Zetsu presses again that they should leave before Itachi reports Obito's location to Konoha. Obito rejects that too, convinced Itachi will stay silent because reporting him now would only make Konoha suspect the Uchiha even more. He even sees an upside to it. If Danzo knows Obito is here but Itachi does not report it, that silence itself helps widen the split between Konoha and the Uchiha. Obito ends the discussion by insisting they need operatives, and in his eyes there is still no better target to recruit than Itachi. Black Zetsu still points out the mistake Obito made today, reminding him that Kagura is also extremely valuable and could even serve as a future vessel for the Rinnegan if Nagato fails. Obito's final answer is blunt and petty. He simply does not like Kagura, because his own subordinate keeps making him feel overshadowed. White Setsuaway hurries back to Kagura and immediately reports the obvious problem. Obito really does not like him. Kagura brushes it off and says Obito's only real use was bringing Away to him, which turned the two of them into partners. Away explains that Obito met Itachi in person and complains that Obito acts as if everyone should naturally obey him. Kagura says that is just Obito's nature now, because he still thinks his eye powers and giant plan should make everyone believe in him. Away reveals Obito's new order: stir up the Uchiha conflict until Itachi is forced to defect and join the Akatsuki. Away even pitches a dirty shortcut. He could disguise himself as Itachi and kill Konoha Ninja to spark the feud by force. Kagura immediately rejects that idea and decides the safest move is doing nothing at all. He argues that Konoha and the Uchiha already cannot live peacefully, so outside interference would only risk a needless mistake. Then Kagura asks about Itachi's condition, and Away confirms that Shursui's disappearance has left many Uchiha suspecting Itachi. Away adds that only Shursui and Itachi missed the coup meeting, so the clan's suspicion naturally keeps circling back to Itachi. Hearing that Itachi is miserable makes Kagura openly satisfied, and his resentment toward the Uchiha shows through again. Kagura bitterly blames the Uchiha for forcing their own will onto everyone else, even when it means cutting down what matters most to their teammates. He broods over old grudges too, convinced things at Tsuchi River Gorge and during Danzo's test could have changed if Itachi had chosen restraint over killing. When Away presses him again, Kagura finally comes up with a cleaner excuse to satisfy Obito without actually doing damage. His loophole is simple. He will loudly talk about avenging Nono by wiping out the Uchiha, knowing the third Hokage will block it immediately. Away quickly sees the beauty of it. Kagura can say he tried, and their side cannot be blamed when nothing happens. Before they part, Away warns Kagura that Itachi's new Mangekyo can sway a target's will, so he needs to stay careful. Kagura thanks him calmly, already keeping his own countermeasure hidden until Obito is gone from Konoha. Just as Kagura is ready to move, an Umbu summons him to the Hokage's office by order of the third Hokage. At the Hokage office, Kagura arrives just as Itachi is leaving, turning their first official reunion in months into an instant standoff. Itachi is here because Hiruzen pulled him into direct reporting after Shirsue's death, replacing the eyes and ears Konoha lost inside the Uchiha. That change went over Danzo's head, and all he could do was stand there resentful while Hiruzen made it stick. Itachi's reports have mostly said the same thing. After Shirsue's suicide, the Uchiha lost momentum and confidence for an immediate coup. Back in the doorway, Kagura coldly stops Itachi and asks who can still protect him now that Shirsue is dead. Itachi answers in a low controlled voice that he does not want more conflict, and says their old clash was a mission he had no choice but to carry out. Kagura twists that excuse into a fresh threat, and says he hopes to get his own mission someday to kill the person Itachi cares about most, Sasuke. That finally makes Itachi turn back with a killing glare, and Kagura only seems more interested by it. Kagura says a look cannot kill him, and coldly mocks the killer for being afraid the victim might come back for revenge. Itachi reins himself back in and says the two of them simply cannot understand each other's way of thinking. Then Itachi draws a line and asks Kagura to take any revenge only on him, not on the people either of them values most. Kagura answers with a sinister grin that Itachi does not get to wash away Tsuchi River Gorge by asking for a cleaner kind of revenge now. Itachi gives up on true fairness, says this is the closest he can offer, and finally walks away. Kagura watches him go with a small smile, pretending to accept the offer while clearly leaving the grudge untouched. Kakashi steps in right after, and immediately asks whether this ugly exchange was still about the Tsuchi River Gorge incident. Instead of answering directly, Kagura complains that he may have gotten weaker, because Itachi no longer seems afraid of him. Kakashi can only stare and ask why Kagura always insists on making people fear him in the first place. Changing subjects, Kakashi mentions the academy results. Karen did well, but Naruto struggled badly enough that Anko is close to snapping. Kagura casually assumes Anko is panicking because she thinks he will blame her, and Kakashi's awkward smile says the real problem is somehow worse. Then Kakashi sends Kagura up to the rooftop, saying a respected senior has returned and may be the right person to guide him next. On the Hokage building rooftop, the white-haired man waiting there studies Kagura below with serious attention. Hiruzen joins Jiraiya on the roof, welcomes him back, and points out that Kagura has already arrived below. Jiraiya's first impression is not flattering at all. One look at Kagura and he already expects a lot of headaches. Hiruzen admits Kagura already gives him headaches too, and says Danzo's influence has pushed the boy's personality to a dangerous extreme. Then Hiruzen reveals why he called Jiraiya back at all. He wants him to teach Kagura the way he once taught Minato. Jiraiya hears the deeper implication immediately and asks whether Hiruzen has already chosen Kagura as a successor. Hiruzen avoids answering directly and instead lists Kagura's gifts: Hashirama's wood release and the flying thunder god of both the second and Minato. Jiraiya notes that Hiruzen is not usually moved by raw power alone, but even he can see why Kagura is such a tempting successor. When Hiruzen brings up Sage Mode, Jiraiya instantly realizes the old man is steering toward the fifth Hokage question again. Jiraiya immediately swats away the Hokage implication, but he still agrees to teach Kagura seriously. Once he agrees, Jiraiya cannot resist teasing Hiruzen over one thing. With all of Kagura's talents, did the third really fail to pass on any signature jutsu of his own? Hiruzen can only look away, because Kagura's level and dislike of hand signs make the third's usual ninjutsu a poor match for him. When Jiraiya jokingly calls him the strongest Hokage, Hiruzen snaps and bonks him with the pipe like an annoyed old teacher. After the joke passes, Hiruzen turns grave again and says Kagura could truly approach Hashirama's level if Jiraiya can lead him into senjutsu. He says that kind of power could become hope for real peace, but only if they can first clear the darkness out of Kagura's heart. Hiruzen's warning lands hard. If that darkness remains, Kagura could become another Orochimaru with even more dangerous power behind him. At the mention of his old friend, Jiraiya falls quiet for a long moment, and then vows into the wind that he will bring Orochimaru back. On the windy Hokage rooftop, Kagura arrives to find Hiruzen and a white-haired man both looking weighed down by village trouble. Hiruzen finally gets to the point and tells Kagura that Jiraiya will be the Jonin who guides his training from now on. Jiraiya jumps in with full confidence, striking a ridiculous pose and grandly introducing himself as the Toad Sage of Mount Maiboka. Kagura stays stone-faced, but inside he instantly gets a huge reward from his new superior, Sage Mode. Since the reward is that good, Kagura immediately flatters Jiraiya's posing and says a man like him must be popular with women. Jiraiya soaks up the compliment and starts bragging shamelessly, which makes Hiruzen break into a rough, embarrassed coughing fit. Then Kagura abruptly asks if Jiraiya's return means Konoha is finally using Shirsue's death as an excuse to wipe out the Uchiha clan. Jiraiya immediately backs away from that kind of politics, and Hiruzen firmly denies that Konoha would ever do such a thing to its own comrades. Hiruzen tries to calm Kagura by blaming Danzo for the earlier disaster and telling him not to direct that hatred at Itachi. Kagura answers with a darker suspicion. Maybe Hiruzen is hesitating because Itachi has awakened an even stronger Sharingan. That hits Hiruzen hard, because he realizes Itachi may have unlocked the Mangekyo Sharingan without ever reporting it to him. When Hiruzen asks how he knows, Kagura coldly says Itachi's fear was gone this time, and if that power makes him think he can win, Kagura can still kill him with ease. Jiraiya quietly pulls Hiruzen aside and points out the obvious. Kagura's personality is dangerously extreme. Hiruzen blames Danzo again and orders Kagura to stop chasing village grudges and focus on training under Jiraiya instead. Jiraiya grumbles that fixing this kid will be a pain, but Hiruzen presses him seriously and says only he can do it in Konoha. Jiraiya finally accepts, and behind his smile he starts wondering if Kagura could be the prophesied student who might change the ninja world. He reaches out to make it official, and Kagura answers the handshake by plainly introducing himself as a wood-release survivor from Orochimaru's dark laboratory. That blunt answer reminds Jiraiya how badly Kagura was damaged by Orochimaru and Root, and he decides the first lesson is getting him away from Konoha's mess. So Jiraiya tells Hiruzen he is taking Kagura out of the village tomorrow to train, and Hiruzen agrees without hesitation. Both men want the same thing: keep Kagura away from the Uchiha crisis before his hatred collides with Itachi again. As they leave the rooftop, Jiraiya tells Kagura to pack and say goodbye, while he goes off to enjoy the village scenery his own way. Kagura does not have much to pack, but he does have several people he wants to see before he goes. His first stop is Konoha Hospital, where Kabuto is now working as a medical ninja instead of in intelligence. Kagura tells Kabuto he is leaving on a long training journey tomorrow as Jiraiya's disciple, and says Nono should be informed without hiding it. Kabuto immediately understands how important that news is, but all he can offer Kagura is a quiet warning to take care of himself. Kagura's next farewell is with Kakashi, who completely skips the emotional part and asks for one thing only: a signed copy of the Intimate Paradise sequel. Kakashi even dresses the request up like ninja doctrine, so Kagura reluctantly agrees to try and push Jiraiya for the draft. After that, Kagura quietly buys 2 farewell gifts: Jiraiya's serious novel for Naruto and a glasses case for Karen. Meanwhile, Jiraiya is sitting high on Hokage Rock with a telescope, casually watching both Konoha and his unusual new student. When Jiraiya spots Kagura buying his serious book instead of one of the dirty ones, he is absurdly pleased. From his perch on Hokage Rock, Jiraiya even finds himself thinking that Minato's junior disciple might turn out pretty well. Kagura's last stop is Karen's shabby home, where Naruto and Karen are being drilled so hard by Enko that both kids are trembling. Enko is yelling about hand seals and school grades when Kagura opens the door right into the middle of the chaos. Kagura keeps the goodbye simple, saying he is leaving the village tomorrow and setting down the glasses case for Karen and the book for Naruto. Before the kids can even process it, Kagura turns to leave, making the farewell feel even more sudden. Naruto and Karen rush after him with the gifts in their hands, too upset to hide that they really do not want him to go. Watching through his telescope from Hokage Rock, Jiraiya suddenly freezes when he sees Naruto and realizes exactly whose child that boy is. With one hand on the stone, Jiraiya quietly addresses Minato and says this meeting may really have been fate after all. After dusk in the Hokage Tower, Danzo went straight to Hiruzen and bluntly asked if Kagura was being groomed as a future Hokage. Danzo argued hard against it, bitterly exposing how Kagura had fooled him en route by pretending not to know Kabuto and Nono. Hiruzen snapped back that the real mistake was Danzo dragging that orphan into Root instead of letting him live like a normal academy child. That accusation landed hard because Danzo knew Kagura might have become far less twisted if Root had never touched him. Even so, Danzo swallowed the truth that without him, Kagura would have stayed as Orochimaru's experiment and never returned to Konoha at all. Danzo still couldn't break from Orochimaru either, because he was obsessed with gaining wood release and replacing the Sharingan power he had just lost. So he made his final pitch and insisted Kagura was not Hokage material at all, only a weapon shaped by darkness and better suited to serve Root. Hiruzen refused that logic and said darkness was exactly why he hoped Jiraiya could lead Kagura back toward the light. He went even further and told Danzo that Kagura's urge to protect Konoha from the shadows was Root's poison still lingering in the boy. Danzo immediately tried to pull Kagura back, offering to make him the next Root leader and even calling him a better fit than Itachi. To Hiruzen, that only proved Danzo still wanted to bury a rare genius in the dark so no one else could threaten his own Hokage ambitions. Hiruzen finally shut the discussion down, and Danzo rose with a warning that Hiruzen would regret protecting Kagura's path. Hiruzen answered with a cold reminder that he was still the Hokage, leaving Danzo no room to push further. Danzo stormed out of the office and, behind the slammed door, muttered that he would never let Kagura become Hokage. At the orphanage, Kabuto casually told Nono that Kagura would be leaving the village for training, but he hid the part about Jiraiya to spare her more worry. Nono immediately decided to go pray for a safety charm, still trying in her own way to make up for what Kagura had gone through. The moment Nono stepped out, Kabuto secretly summoned a tiny white snake and passed Orochimaru the news that Kagura had become Jiraiya's disciple. Elsewhere, Karen curled up alone at home and understood faster than most that Kagura's goodbye probably meant he would be gone for a long time. Naruto, on the other hand, was already asleep hugging his copy of Tale of Gutsy Ninja like treasure because Kagura's gift meant that much to him. At Kakashi's home, the usual Ika paradise sat ignored while he obsessed over improving the flying thunder god so Kagura would not leave him even further behind. He slapped the technique onto the floor as a large seal formation and grimaced, frustrated that even this was still not enough. Hidden at Naka Shrine, Obito heard the same news through White Setsu, and coldly decided their spy inside Konoha would be useless for now if Kagura was leaving with Jiraiya. That night in the Umbu dormitory, Away rose from the floor and asked Kagura one more time to take him along. Kagura refused at first because Jiraiya might wander into dangerous places, and a strange ability could expose Away and get him killed. Away quickly came up with the cover story of being Obito's watcher, and Kagura admitted that excuse might actually work. Then Kagura shifted topics and decided Orochimaru should receive a gift that would force him to cherish his bonds. Using Hiruzen's idea of a Hokage's heart as his excuse, Kagura claimed he ought to make more people value the ties between them. Since Orochimaru had joined the Akatsuki and left labs unattended, Kagura ordered Away to raid one for easy bloodline materials and hinted he already had a transformation-based plan in mind. When Away asked if he would stay with Jiraiya the whole time, Kagura calmly predicted that Jiraiya would get distracted by fun soon enough and leave him to train alone anyway. The next day at Konoha's gate, Jiraiya met Kagura with a much better impression of him and started their journey. Instead of rushing into combat training, Jiraiya's first move was to drag Kagura to a nearby town and show him food, comfort, and the idea that a ninja's life should include ordinary pleasures too. In the hot spring, Jiraiya sank into the water and tried to teach Kagura that life was more than fighting and killing. Kagura repeated Danzo's old teaching that shinobi should avoid indulgence, but he still tried to follow Jiraiya's example and relax. Then voices from the women's bath drifted over, and Jiraiya instantly dropped the wise teacher act and signaled Kagura to stay quiet. A moment later Jiraiya climbed out in a towel and crept toward the wall to peek, revealing exactly what kind of teacher Kagura was dealing with. Kagura did not argue with him at all. He quietly got dressed, informed the staff about the peeper, and sat across the street to wait. Half a minute later, Jiraiya came sprinting out in a towel while a pack of furious elderly women chased him down with brooms. After he barely escaped into an alley, Kagura innocently asked why a ninja as strong as Jiraiya had not used even basic techniques to get away. Jiraiya took the opening to teach his second lesson, saying real talent was about perseverance, and that strength should never be used to bully innocent people. Kagura accepted the principle at once, but he also pointed out that the first wrong move today had been Jiraiya's. Then Kagura turned the lesson back on him and revealed he had already reported the peeper to the mayor, so now Jiraiya could prove his ideals by escaping the whole town without ninjutsu or taijutsu. Kagura said he would wait on the mountain outside town, then his seated body turned into a wooden clone and left Jiraiya facing the mob alone. By nightfall on the mountain, Kagura had already fallen asleep against a tree, waiting quietly through the long test he forced on his teacher. Jiraiya finally staggered up the slope bruised and swollen, having refused to use chakra even after being chased and beaten by the villagers. He reached out to wake Kagura, and before his hand touched him, the untouched pear juice was silently pushed into his palm. Kagura explained that he had saved his own drink for Jiraiya's return because a teacher's lesson only mattered if the teacher could truly live by it. He promised to remember this lesson for the rest of his life and said that no matter how strong he became, he would not use his power to bully the innocent. That hit Jiraiya harder than any beating, because for the first time he felt that this difficult child might really be someone extraordinary. So Jiraiya ended the night by promising that after he healed up, tomorrow he would begin Kagura's real training and show him the power of the Toad Sage. The next morning, Jiraiya finally gets serious and decides Kagura's first real lesson will be summoning jutsu. Jiraiya explains that this is not just about calling helpers, he wants Kagura tied to Mount Myaboku so he can one day learn Sage Mode. Because Hiruzen wants Kagura to reach Hashirama's level, Jiraiya has already decided this gifted disciple is worth trusting with the Toad's contract. To start the contract, Jiraiya slams down a summoning and calls up a large messenger toad carrying Mount Myaboku's scroll. The messenger toad lays out the scroll, and Jiraiya tells Kagura he only needs blood and a signature to join Mount Myaboku's contract. Kagura notices ancient names already written there, including Jiraiya's and even Otsutsuki Hagoromo at the top, then calmly adds his own. Jiraiya talks up the toads Kagura might call, from battle monster Gamabunta to the two sage elders who can guide Sage Mode. Kagura immediately tries his first summoning, reaches out through the contract, and feels an entire hidden world of callable creatures answer back. At Mount Myaboku, the great toad sage sleeps on his massive chair deep inside the temple, dreaming as he always does. Half asleep, the great toad sage murmurs that someone seems to be calling him. Beside him, Fukasaku and Shima first brush it off as another strange prophecy dream. Then both sages feel a real summoning tug at once and assume Jiraiya must be in serious trouble if he is calling them together. Before they can answer, the call vanishes, as if some other toad has already been dragged out instead. Fukasaku turns to ask the great toad sage to check on Jiraiya, only to find the giant chair suddenly empty. The two elder toads panic on the spot when they realize the great toad sage himself has been summoned away. Back on the hill, Kagura is casually sitting on top of the great toad sage's hat when the ancient toad wakes up in the wrong world. Jiraiya completely loses it when he sees Kagura has somehow summoned the great toad sage instead of an ordinary toad. His panic gets even worse when he notices Kagura is literally perched on the great toad sage's head and orders him down immediately. Once Kagura jumps down, Jiraiya hurriedly explains that this is Mount Myaboku's highest elder and summoning him here is a disaster. Kagura, trying to solve the problem his own way, calmly suggests killing the Great Toad Sage and the Messenger Toad before anyone can report it. Jiraiya is so horrified he can barely speak, and the unnamed Messenger Toad instantly dispels the summon and flees back to Mount Mayaboku to report everything. With the witness gone, Jiraiya drops into full despair and blames every choice that led to taking Kagura as his student. But Jiraiya rallies fast, bows deeply to the Great Toad Sage, and desperately begs him to forget the whole thing and not ruin him with the other toads. The Great Toad Sage blinks at him and asks the most dangerous possible question: who exactly are you again? For one blessed second, Jiraiya thinks this memory problem might save him, and eagerly tells the old sage to forget today too. That hope dies instantly when the Great Toad Sage remembers him after all and calls him Little Jiraiya. Resigned, Jiraiya decides the only move left is to summon Gamabunta and explain before the fallout gets worse. Back at Mount Mayaboku, Gamabunta arrives to report the chaos. Jiraiya's new kid summoned the Great Toad Sage and even talked about killing him. Gamabunta immediately answers Jiraiya's next summon, ready to meet the reckless disciple causing all this trouble. Gamabunta arrives on the hill ready to curse someone out, but stops cold when he sees the Great Toad Sage already sitting there. Instead of focusing on Jiraiya, the Great Toad Sage stares at Kagura and says he cannot see this boy's story anywhere in his dreams. Jiraiya jumps on that line at once and asks if this means Kagura is not the child of prophecy he has been searching for. The Great Toad Sage gives no clear answer on fate, but says something stranger instead: nature itself is crowding close to Kagura. When Kagura reaches out and accepts that natural energy, he slips into sage mode on the spot without any training at all. The surge is so violent it knocks Jiraiya and Gamabunta back, leaving only the Great Toad Sage unmoved in front of Kagura. Jiraiya stares from atop the fallen giant toad in utter disbelief, because Kagura has just done in one instant what took him years. As the power settles, the Great Toad Sage gently asks Kagura how sage mode feels in his body. Kagura answers by making a water mirror and inspecting the new markings on his own face. Then he casually reshapes the sage mode markings until the black and white shadow condenses into a leaf mark on his forehead. Even Gamabunta is stunned, grumbling that Jiraiya somehow keeps finding disciples with more talent than he has. The Great Toad Sage goes further and tells Jiraiya that Nagato had the sage eyes, but Kagura appears to possess something even rarer: a sage body. He explains that a sage body carries huge life force, heals naturally, senses nature instinctively, and can absorb natural energy with absurd ease. Jiraiya immediately tries to connect the dots, wondering if someone this strong could still be the prophesied child after all. The Great Toad Sage only tells him that fate will make him understand in time, and admits Kagura's existence is hidden from his sight just like the boy with the sage eyes. Calling Kagura a boy loved by nature, the Great Toad Sage drifts back to sleep and vanishes in summoning smoke. Gamabunta decides he should get back to Mount Mayaboku and warns Jiraiya to train this kid well and never let him summon the Great Toad Sage again. With that warning delivered, Gamabunta disappears too, leaving only teacher and student alone on the mountain. Jiraiya stares at Kagura's forehead mark and admits this lesson got out of hand so fast he never even had time to explain sage mode properly. He is also stuck with a bitter new fact: if the Great Toad Sage cannot see Kagura in the prophecy, Jiraiya still has to keep searching for the child of prophecy somewhere else. Kagura asks directly what this child of prophecy even is, and whether not being that person disappoints Jiraiya. Jiraiya explains that long ago the Great Toad Sage foretold he would train a disciple who would change the ninja world for peace or ruin, so he has been searching ever since. Still, Jiraiya quickly steadies himself and tells Kagura that prophecy or not, he is still his disciple. Jiraiya even finds a little comfort in that answer, because if Kagura is not the chosen child, maybe he also will not be the one to destroy the world. Then Jiraiya sighs over Nagato, the former disciple with the sage eyes, and says it is a shame Kagura can never meet him now. Kagura catches the unfamiliar name at once and asks why no one in Konoha has ever mentioned Nagato. Jiraiya explains that Nagato was never from Konoha at all, but one of 3 war orphans he trained in the Land of Rain during the Second Great Ninja War. He says a messenger toad later told him those Rain children died in the war, and he has carried that loss ever since. Kagura earnestly suggests going to the Land of Rain to pay respects, but Jiraiya refuses because the country is still in civil war. What Jiraiya does not say out loud is that he especially does not want Kagura stepping into a battlefield where his urge to kill could spiral out of control. So Jiraiya chooses the safer route and says they will rest in the next town instead. On the way, Jiraiya realizes Kagura is still holding sage mode with no strain at all and asks if he wants to test that power properly. He proposes Konoha's classic bell test, and Kagura immediately asks the one question that makes Jiraiya hesitate: are there any restrictions? Jiraiya decides there are no special limits, and tells Kagura to come at him with full force, even with killing intent if needed. Kagura warns him one more time that he has picked up some dangerous techniques lately, but Jiraiya only gets more curious and accepts the risk. Before they begin, Jiraiya teaches him the proper confrontation seal used to mark the start of a fight. He also explains the reconciliation seal that ends a clash, then abruptly launches the first kick himself. Kagura blocks the kick with ease, because sage mode is feeding him the natural flow of the whole battlefield. Then Kagura grabs Jiraiya's ankle and yanks hard enough to show his Sage Mode strength is monstrous in close quarters. Jiraiya tries to escape with a substitution, but instantly realizes Sage Mode is locking down the area's natural flow and making that trick impossible. Kagura slams his teacher into the ground and says his taijutsu is only village basics backed by months of training and Sage Mode's boost. Even while being thrown, Jiraiya gets a jutsu off and turns the battlefield into a swamp to drag Kagura down with him. Jiraiya uses that brief opening to kick free and force Kagura deeper, finally putting a little distance between them. The swamp still does not hold Kagura for long, because a vine shoots up and lifts him right back out. Jiraiya retreats behind a tree and admits to himself that fighting Sage Mode head-on was a bad call from the start. But when the woods suddenly go quiet, Jiraiya starts to wonder if Kagura understands the game at all or is about to do something much worse. His answer comes in an instant when a white beam punches straight through the tree and starts erasing everything in its path. The attack keeps boring through multiple trees before ending in a violent explosion, and Jiraiya realizes in horror that this is dust release. Then Kagura descends from above and calmly reveals he copied this technique during Anoki's kidnapping, proving his warning about dangerous new jutsu was not empty at all. Jiraiya suddenly realizes this spell test has turned dangerous, because Kagura can even use dust release now. Too proud to admit he wants dust release banned, Jiraiya attacks first with a blazing flame bullet instead. Kagura answers with Sage Art Earth style wall, raising a tall barrier that blocks the fire head-on. Jiraiya praises the defense, then notices the wall has a carved face that looks suspiciously like Danzo, which only makes the moment weirder. Jiraiya drops a swamp of the underworld under the wall, but Kagura simply rises above the sinking ground instead of getting trapped. Seeing Kagura fly, Jiraiya gets a headache, because that one ability alone makes scouting, dodging, and aerial attacks far too easy. Jiraiya fires another massive flame attack, still trying to pressure Kagura before his disciple starts using wood release too. Kagura vanishes, and Jiraiya instantly remembers the real nightmare here. His disciple also knows Flying Thunder God. Knowing ordinary tricks will not work, Jiraiya throws up the heavenly dome barrier so he can at least sense where Flying Thunder God jumps happen inside it. When a marked shuriken suddenly comes flying in, Jiraiya confidently expects Kagura to teleport in behind it the way Minato would. Instead, the shuriken misses badly and sticks in a tree, leaving Jiraiya staring at a setup that makes no sense. Kagura awkwardly admits he just threw it off target, and Jiraiya remembers this prodigy never properly learned basic shuriken skills. Jiraiya actually perks up at that weakness, because bad shuriken control means Kagura is wasting one of Flying Thunder God's best attack angles. A wooden vine erupts from underground next, and Jiraiya slips aside after sensing the chakra shift through his barrier. Then Jiraiya spots a Flying Thunder God mark on the vine and realizes Kagura is using wood release to make up for his weak aim. Kagura teleports to the marked vine and lunges straight for the bell on Jiraiya's waist. Jiraiya thinks he has him and clamps down on Kagura's wrist before the grab can finish. That confidence dies instantly when orange-red lava chakra flares over Kagura's wrist and burns Jiraiya's hand. Kagura takes the bell and calmly explains that learning dust release also taught him how to combine chakra into lava release. Jiraiya can only feel more defeated, because even after losing he still never forced Kagura to use his true wood release strength. Trying to help, Kagura suggests summoning the giant toad Bunta so he can finally test a stronger wood release technique. Jiraiya says he could summon another toad around Bunta's size, but he suddenly suspects he would just be serving one up for Kagura to beat. The moment Bunta is off the table, Kagura immediately loses interest, and says they can save that technique for another day because he has spent plenty of chakra already. Kagura drops out of Sage Mode, and the little leaf-like eye mark on his forehead fades away with it. Jiraiya bluntly asks if Kagura was trying to get back at Bunta, and Kagura answers with an innocent face that he is never petty. To prove his point, Kagura even brings up Enko and says he still let her teach Karen and Naruto despite their bad history. Jiraiya lets the matter drop and decides they should head somewhere to rest before continuing their trip. From there, Jiraiya keeps training Kagura while roaming the ninja world after Orochimaru and the Child of Prophecy, but all he finds are ruined labs and survivors to rescue. While they travel, Kagura also drills the basics Jiraiya assigned him, from rough shuriken practice to ninja fundamentals and deeper chakra control. Jiraiya proves to be an excellent teacher, and Kagura's progress in ninjutsu and taijutsu becomes absurdly fast. To show that growth, Kagura fires a fire dragon flame bullet with just one tiger seal and turns a tiny spark into a blazing eruption on impact. That speed leaves Jiraiya amazed, because Kagura only needs the seals and chakra flow explained once before he can use a jutsu almost perfectly. Since Kagura likes techniques with fewer seals, Jiraiya decides to teach him the fourth Hokage's unfinished masterpiece, Rasengan. Jiraiya forms a spinning Rasengan in his palm and explains that it needs no hand seals and could one day be combined with nature transformation. Kagura copies it on the spot, casually producing his own Rasengan the instant Jiraiya finishes explaining. Jiraiya just tells him to keep practicing and heads into town again to chase any new lead on Orochimaru. Far away in the land of rain, the story finally reveals why Jiraiya keeps missing Orochimaru. He is hiding inside Akatsuki's secret cave base. Inside that lab, Orochimaru works beside his assigned partner Sasori, whose grotesque Hiriko puppet shell crawls around the room in an Akatsuki cloak. Conan walks in with a cold reminder that Akatsuki's money is not there to fund endless experiments, and she orders both of them onto a mission in the land of rivers. Sasori obeys immediately, but Orochimaru lingers just long enough for Conan to ask about the laboratories of his that keep getting destroyed. Orochimaru shrugs off the losses and slyly blames Akatsuki's own surveillance, since every time he heads for an old base he comes back to ashes left by Jiraiya. Conan's answer is brutally clear: if Orochimaru lets anyone trace Akatsuki through him, she will kill him herself. Orochimaru pushes back by naming the hunter on his trail and telling her the real problem is Jiraiya. The name hits Conan hard enough to make her fall silent, and she finally says she will ask Pain whether he wants to deal with Jiraiya. As he leaves, Orochimaru turns gloomy, disturbed that Jiraiya's old students seem cold enough to discuss killing their former teacher. That thought pushes Orochimaru toward a new idea. If he cannot get to Jiraiya cleanly, he needs a way to reach Kagura instead. Back in the small-town forest, Kagura experiments alone by forcing wind-released chakra into a Rasengan. The unstable Rasengan bursts in his hand and slices open his palm, proving how hard true jutsu development really is. Kagura calmly watches the wound heal almost at once, his body repairing itself through rapid cell regeneration. Away rises out of the ground beside him and says what the failure already proved: developing a new jutsu is not easy. Away did not come just to joke around, because he has stolen a Kagaya clan corpse and says their bloodline experiment can finally begin. Kagura gets dressed at once and asks the real follow-up question, whether Away has located the nearest Orochimaru laboratory too. When Away confirms he found one, Kagura decides they will start by modifying Away's body so he can be useful in even bigger ways later. Soon after, they reach Orochimaru's hidden base in the Land of Rivers, a well-equipped lab guarded by a few managing ninja. To get in cleanly, Away's shape shifts into Orochimaru so perfectly that even his chakra becomes a match. The fake Orochimaru walks into the lab with the corpse, and Kagura teleports in beside him through Flying Thunder God. Even Away gets nervous once they are inside, because he trusts Kagura but still is not sure Kagura actually knows enough science to remake his body. Kagura assures him the experiment will work, because white sets of bodies are naturally compatible with almost any bloodline limit. The experiment succeeds fast, and a sharp-boned spike suddenly tears out of Away's body as the Kagaya clan's Shikatsumiyaka takes hold. Away is stunned that Kagura really pulled it off, and Kagura keeps going by adding Hashirama cells while the body is already open. That reckless follow-up works too, giving Away both Shikatsumiyaku and a wood release strong enough to surpass Tenzo's even if it still falls short of Kagura's. With the power-up complete, Away asks if they should wipe the evidence they left all over the lab. Kagura says no, because this is exactly the kind of mess Jiraiya will rush in to destroy once the right rumor reaches him. The trick is one they have used repeatedly already, because many of Jiraiya's big discoveries were secretly arranged by Kagura and Away from the start. After leaving the base under Orochimaru's face, Away slips back into the look of an ordinary townsman so the guards notice nothing strange. Away heads off to spread another disappearance rumor, and Kagura reminds him this time the news has to move fast. Kagura times the whole setup around fresh intelligence that Orochimaru and Sasori are heading into the Land of Rivers right now. Watching Away leave, Kagura quietly admits the real reason behind all this trouble. After all this time, he has finally made himself a chance to see Orochimaru again. White Setsu Away lured Jiraiya onto Orochimaru's trail by disguising himself as a tavern woman grieving for her missing husband. Jiraiya instantly guessed Orochimaru was abducting people for experiments again, paid his tab, and went hunting for the hidden base. Once Jiraiya was gone, the hostess dropped the act, turned back into White Setsu Away, and sank into the ground with a sly smile. In the Land of Rivers, Jiraiya stormed Orochimaru's experimental base, crushed the guards, and demanded to know where their master had gone. The guards swore Orochimaru had already left, and Jiraiya could only grit through the familiar frustration of arriving too late again. Even without Orochimaru there, Jiraiya freed the captives and prepared to burn the whole lab down. That plan was cut off when Orochimaru returned to the base and found Jiraiya wrecking his hideout. Jiraiya immediately demanded that Orochimaru return to Konoha with him, dragging their old bond straight into the confrontation. Orochimaru mocked Jiraiya's idealism, but Jiraiya shot back that even rotten fallen leaves can still feed new growth. Before they could settle it alone, Sasori's Hiriko shell crawled up beside Orochimaru and coolly announced that he wanted to turn a legendary Sannin into a puppet. Jiraiya didn't know the puppet's identity yet, but the matching Akatsuki cloak told him this new enemy was dangerous. Orochimaru stepped back and let Sasori test his luck alone, clearly expecting his teammate to underestimate Jiraiya badly. Sasori opened with Hiriko's poisoned tail, stabbing hard enough to shatter the stone when Jiraiya dodged. A second later Hiriko's mouth split open and fired a spray of hidden needles, forcing Jiraiya to throw up an earth wall. Then Sasori escalated and summoned his pride and joy, the human puppet made from the third Kazekage. Jiraiya overheard enough to realize this puppet really was the missing third Kazekage, which meant the puppet master might be the man who killed him. The Kazekage puppet slammed a massive magnetized cylinder down at Jiraiya, showing off magnet release right away. Sasori followed with an iron sand needle storm, and Jiraiya had to keep dodging while looking for a real opening. Jiraiya tried to burn the Kazekage puppet down with a great fireball, but Sasori blocked it behind a dense iron sand wall. Knowing puppet masters hate close pressure, Jiraiya sent his hair snaking towards Sasori's real position to catch the controller instead of the puppet. Hiriko's spinning tail shredded the hair attack, so Jiraiya switched to a heavier answer and called Gamabunta. Gamabunta arrived, spotted Orochimaru, and bluntly pointed out that Kagura would make this fight much easier. Sasori refused to back off and gathered iron sand again, but Jiraiya and Gamabunta answered together with Toad Oil Flame Bomb. Sasori's iron sand wall could block the flames, but not the brutal heat, and for the first time he looked cornered. Orochimaru coolly told Sasori this was exactly why puppetry was a bad matchup against Jiraiya's style. When Sasori warned he would report this to Konan, Orochimaru answered with a chilling reminder that he could kill Sasori as easily as Jiraiya could. Orochimaru also hinted that an even more troublesome enemy was about to arrive, and the next instant Kagura flashed onto Gamabunta's head. Before Sasori could even process the newcomer, Kagura fired a dust-release beam that punched through the iron sand barrier like paper. That same shot blasted through Hiriko's head too, instantly collapsing Sasori's outer shell. Forced out of hiding, the real Sasori emerged at last, and even Orochimaru admitted with greedy interest that Kagura had just used dust release. Jiraiya was baffled that Kagura had teleported into this mess just to ask about fixing wind chakra inside his Rasengan. Orochimaru then addressed Kagura directly, and Kagura reacted like he was staring at the nightmare from his childhood lab. Orochimaru openly claimed Kagura as the perfect creation born in his laboratory, and coldly admitted he regretted ever letting him go. Jiraiya instinctively moved to shield Kagura, but Kagura pushed past him and said this was a fear he needed to beat himself. Kagura charged Orochimaru head-on, trying to prove he was no longer the helpless child from that laboratory. Orochimaru immediately split the field, taking Kagura for himself and sending Sasori to keep Jiraiya busy. Jiraiya and Gamabunta turned back towards Sasori, both eager to finish him fast before Orochimaru could spring something on Kagura. Meanwhile, Kagura and Orochimaru met in close quarters, trading barehanded blows instead of flashy jutsu. When Kagura grabbed Orochimaru's shoulder and pulled in close, Orochimaru used the opening to secretly tell him to steer Jiraiya toward investigating Akatsuki instead of burning another lab. Kagura sold the act by blasting Orochimaru away with a furious punch, as if finally hitting back at his old tormentor. Orochimaru answered with hidden shadow snake hands and deliberately weaponized Kagura's old fear by reminding him how terrified he used to be of snakes. Hearing that, Jiraiya got genuinely rattled and called out that he would switch opponents with Kagura. Gamabunta dropped in behind Jiraiya and pushed the swap further by demanding that Orochimaru summon Manda. Orochimaru accepted at once and summoned Manda, adding the giant serpent to the chaos. Gamabunta lunged straight at Manda, and Jiraiya finally told Kagura to take Sasori instead while he turned back to Orochimaru. Sasori opened on Kagura with iron sand spears and another needle storm, trying to bury him in magnet release before he got close. Kagura answered with wood release, raising a living tree barrier that stopped the attack cold and stunned Sasori on the spot. Before Sasori could adjust, thick vines burst from the ground and wrapped around the third Kazekage puppet. The puppet's blades couldn't cut through the wood at all, and the vines crushed Sasori's prized Kazekage puppet into scattered parts. While Sasori frantically reclaimed the debris, he missed that Kagura had slipped a flying thunder god mark onto the broken pieces. Kagura teleported off that mark in the next instant, and slammed a Rasengan into Sasori's chest before he could blink. Desperate to create distance, Sasori unleashed his red secret technique and flooded the field with 100 puppets in red cloaks. From across the fight, Orochimaru shouted the real danger. Once Kagura marks you with Flying Thunder God, a wall of puppets won't save you. Sasori's answer was horrifyingly practical. He ripped out his own cylindrical heart core and abandoned the marked body entirely. The core jumped into a fresh puppet body, but Kagura's vines were already crushing through the puppet army around him. At that point Orochimaru had to step in, not out of loyalty, but because Akatsuki would blame him if Sasori died here. Orochimaru unleashed formation of 10,000 snakes, flooding the battlefield with a dense snake swarm that even Kagura reflexively backed away from. Using that cover, Orochimaru grabbed a puppet body he thought was Sasori and vanished into the belly of the snakes. Jiraiya rushed in with fire and burned through the snake flood, but Orochimaru and Sasori were already gone without a trace. With Orochimaru gone, Manda dismissed himself too, ending the giant summon clash as abruptly as it started. Kagura stood frozen for a moment after the snake's swarm, and Jiraiya crouched in front of him to gently make sure he was alright. Kagura said he was fine and asked to head back, so Jiraiya tried to lighten the mood by offering him pear juice. But as they walked away, Kagura quietly formed a hand sign, leaving one final move behind on the empty battlefield. Once the field went silent, Sasori's real cylindrical heart core started crawling out in search of a body, proving Orochimaru had rescued the wrong shell. Then White Setsuway rose from underground and grabbed the core, neatly collecting the real Sasori after Orochimaru's failed rescue. After the fight, Orochimaru stared at the empty puppet shell and finally understood the trick too late, Sasori had turned his real body into a human puppet. That discovery immediately gives Orochimaru a new ambition, because if he can find Sasori's hidden core first, he might be able to take control of the puppet master himself. But when Orochimaru doubles back, the whole area has already been cleaned out, and he can only assume Sasori escaped after faking his death. Meanwhile, in a small town in the land of rivers, Jiraiya is supposed to be traveling with Kagura, but the second he spots a curvy girl, he abandons his disciple and goes flirting. For most students that would be useless mentorship, but for Kagura, Jiraiya's sloppy freedom is actually perfect cover. Kagura had already found Sasori's heart core on the battlefield first, and now a way leads him to a hidden cave where all the collected puppet parts are stacked up. A way even pulls out the strange cylindrical heart that keeps twitching on its own, and Kagura instantly recognizes it as the real essence of a puppeteer. Holding Sasori's living heart core, Kagura decides this is the perfect chance to turn the puppet master into his own spy inside Akatsuki. Away is baffled because he thinks they already are Akatsuki members, just undercover in Konoha for now. Kagura shuts that down cold, saying if Akatsuki is not led by them, then there is no reason to think of themselves as loyal members at all. Even Obito is not really in control there, Kagura says, so the only answer is to make Sasori into their own man on the inside. When Away calls it control, Kagura reframes it with a smile as finding a like-minded companion, which somehow sounds even more unsettling. Away hurriedly goes off to find a strong corpse, not realizing Kagura only sent him away because Sasori's own parts are already enough. Left alone, Kagura starts rebuilding Sasori with the Rinnegan Six Paths method, not as a traditional puppet but as his own Asura Path body. As he works, Kagura dismisses Sasori's old craftsmanship as outdated art and starts ripping out the old weapons to replace them with black chakra receivers. He condenses a black rod and drives it into the rebuilt limb, turning Sasori's body into a chakra-linked weapon platform under his control. On the floor beside him, Sasori's heart core shakes harder and harder, desperately trying to jump into any puppet it can find. Kagura finishes the lifelike red-haired puppet body, plants the remaining receivers, and presses Sasori's heart core into the open chest compartment. Sasori wakes up inside the new body and feels a flash of relief, but the relief dies instantly when he realizes he cannot move it himself. Kagura calmly raises another black rod and pierces Sasori's heart core with it, invading his will the same way a master puppeteer seizes a puppet. Black yin-yang release spreads through Sasori's core and body, and Kagura explains that this trick works especially well on someone who reduced his own life to a single heart container. Then Kagura reveals his Rinnegan, and the eyes in Sasori's new body change with his, turning the puppet into a true Six Paths vessel. Sasori is stunned because only Pain should have those legendary eyes, so seeing them on a Konoha kid instantly shatters everything he thought he knew. Instead of answering, Kagura makes Sasori test the body by transforming one hand into a gun barrel and unloading a storm of chakra bullets into the cave wall. The same arm shifts again into a chakra cannon, and one clean beam blasts straight through solid rock, showing Sasori just how absurd this rebuild really is. For the first time, Sasori admits someone has surpassed his own puppet art, and he can only ask if Kagura is some kind of god and what his link to Pain really is. Kagura drops his eyes back to normal and answers with just enough truth to hook him, saying his relationship with Pain is a competitive one. Then Kagura lays out the real deal. Sasori will keep his name, return to Akatsuki, and secretly act as Kagura's undercover agent from inside the group. That lands hard, because Sasori suddenly understands the irony in full. The man who loved turning people into puppets has now become one himself. Kagura shuts down Sasori's outrage with one blunt line, reminding him that this is exactly what he has always done to other people. Still, Kagura offers a leash with slack on it, promising Sasori freedom and even his own will as long as he does not act against Kagura's interests. To make the point, Kagura raises Sasori's arm again and reminds him that this body carries power he could never have built on his own. That temptation wins, because no puppeteer alive could walk away from a body like this, and Sasori finally accepts the arrangement. Once Sasori agrees, Kagura immediately switches to practical spy rules and orders him to hide the chakra receiver so Pain never discovers it. Kagura also tells him the Rinnegan power is not for normal use, but if Sasori is ever in danger, Kagura can send chakra to him, or even summon him away. That clue makes Sasori wonder if Pain is also somebody else's puppet, and Kagura casually confirms it while saying the hidden puppeteer is basically his senior brother. Now truly rattled, Sasori realizes there may be two separate Rinnegan users in the world, both tied to Akatsuki from different angles. Kagura stops him from spiraling too far and reframes the issue as simple hierarchy. Someone with his ability should not be stuck forever as a minor Konoha mole. He even describes himself as barely a Hokage candidate, and to Sasori, that kind of lofty cover identity sounds completely believable. With the deal settled, Kagura welcomes his new pawn and future weapon by name, declaring that one day Akatsuki will know him not just as Sasori of the Red Sand, but as Asura Path Sasori. In the hidden cave, Sasori immediately takes to his new Asura Path body and can tell this puppet is far beyond ordinary craftsmanship. The reason it works so well is grimly simple. Kagura built the Asura Path around Sasori's living heart core, so the puppet's chakra and survival still depend on Sasori while its life and death stay in Kagura's hands. Sasori wastes no time testing the body, sending chakra threads into the pile of scraps and rebuilding an ugly Hiriko shell to hide inside again. After gathering the third Kazekage puppet and the remaining spare parts, Sasori seals himself back inside Hiriko and gets ready to leave. Right before crawling out, Sasori drops a warning that Orochimaru asked Pain to deal with Jiraiya. Kagura just smiles at the news, clearly interested in whether Jiraiya can make it through whatever Pain has planned. Sasori presses him about Orochimaru, trying to figure out whether Kagura is some experiment, some subordinate, or something stranger. Kagura answers with a straight face that he has always stayed in contact with Lord Orochimaru, owes him a favor, and even wants Sasori to look after him in Akatsuki. Then Kagura makes the relationship even more unsettling, insisting that he is Orochimaru's subordinate, while openly treating Orochimaru as a useful tool both of them should exploit. Sasori sees through the fake respect at once and realizes Kagura's courtesy toward Orochimaru is only a thin layer over cold calculation. Kagura smooths things over by claiming Orochimaru really did try to save Sasori before his body was destroyed, so Sasori should at least count that as a favor. For a second Sasori accepts that debt, until Kagura casually adds that Orochimaru was also the one who quietly revealed Sasori's hardcore weakness during the battle. That flips Sasori's mood instantly, and he storms out furious at Orochimaru all over again. Back in a dark cave in the Land of Rain, Konan relays Orochimaru's proposal to eliminate Jiraiya, but Pain refuses to move that openly yet. Pain's real concern is not beating Jiraiya but stopping any information from reaching Konoha, because one leak could bring the whole village down on Akatsuki. Konan worries that Orochimaru himself might leak secrets, but Pain says the answer is simple: keep him on a short leash at the base. That decision creates another problem, because if Orochimaru stays in base, Sasori also has to stay and watch him, which leaves Akatsuki even shorter on active teams. Konan says Kakuzu's side is no easier, because he keeps killing his own partners for bounty money before replacements can even be found. When Konan mentions this is the fourth time this year, even Pain is left speechless at how absurd Kakuzu is. Still, Kakuzu brings in serious money, so Pain can only order Konan to keep searching for another teammate for him. Soon after, Sasori and Orochimaru return to the Akatsuki base one after the other, and Sasori arrives first, and immediately demands his puppets back from Orochimaru. Orochimaru hands over the scroll with a smooth excuse about arriving too late, while Sasori swallows his anger and quietly marks the debt for later. Orochimaru also comes back satisfied, because this mission let him pass orders to Kagura and confirm the real weakness hidden in Sasori's puppet body. Konan steps in and first praises the mission's result, saying the employer was satisfied. Then she delivers Pain's answer: Akatsuki still will not move on Jiraiya yet because exposing the organization now is too risky. Orochimaru immediately protects himself by saying Jiraiya may already know Akatsuki exists, and he tries to pin that exposure on Sasori's clash with him. Sasori fires right back, arguing that Orochimaru caused the whole encounter by chasing his own business first, and then refusing to help finish Jiraiya off. Before their blame game gets worse, Konan shuts it down and orders both of them to stay at base and focus on experiments until Akatsuki has enough manpower. Orochimaru accepts with a smile because time in the lab still works for him. Sasori also agrees, but for his own reasons, since he wants time to digest what he gained, repair his puppets, and alter his body further. Konan ends the discussion with one practical hope: if no trace of Akatsuki can be found outside, Jiraiya will eventually hit a dead end. But Jiraiya is luckier than they think, because while drinking in a tavern and brooding over the cloud pattern robes, he overhears a rumor that sounds exactly like Akatsuki work. The moment he hears about 2 killers in cloud pattern robes and a 5 million tael job, Jiraiya snaps to attention and pays to hear every detail. The waitress repeats the hearsay for him: 2 cloud-robed killers wiped out a noble's rivals, 1 palanquin bearer barely escaped, and even that witness was later found dead in a puddle. Jiraiya acts casual and even starts flirting out of habit, but the second he learns she has a husband, he loses interest and leaves with his mind fixed on the rumor. After Jiraiya walks out, the helpful waitress reveals the truth by melting into white Setsu Away, who cheerfully pockets the huge tip. A little later at the inn, Away resurfaces in Kagura's room and reports that everything went exactly as planned. When Away hands over the money Jiraiya spent, Kagura can only stare at the pile and complain that his teacher pinches pennies on pear juice but becomes wildly generous in taverns. Jiraiya gives up on normal investigation and decides to lure the Akatsuki out by pretending to hire them. When the meeting begins in the noble's courtyard, sheets of paper sweep in under the moon and gather into Konan herself. Konan gets straight to business and coldly asks who this client wants the Akatsuki to kill. The client names Jiraiya, and Konan's expression tightens at once because the target is both famous and personal. Konan starts weighing the price of killing Jiraiya, but because the mission touches both Akatsuki business and her past, she decides Pain has to approve it. Before she can finish speaking, Konan senses someone hiding inside the nearby room and instantly calls him out. Paper peels off Konan's body and turns into a storm of shuriken that rips through the window toward the hidden intruder. Jiraiya rolls out of the room in a clumsy dodge, and Conan immediately realizes the whole hiring request was his trap. Jiraiya stares at Conan in shock, because the disciple he was told had died is standing in front of him as an Akatsuki member. Still trying to process the reunion, Jiraiya blurts out that Conan's paper technique is much sharper now and that she has grown up. Then Jiraiya turns stern and demands the truth about Conan, Nagato, and Yahiko, because everything he heard from Mount Myaboka said they were dead. Conan gives him nothing, because without Pain's orders she does not know whether she should answer her old teacher at all. Instead of talking, Conan starts turning into paper and unfurls giant wings to escape into the night. Jiraiya instantly counters with the lion's mane technique, sending his hair lashing after her before she can get away cleanly. Conan dodges in midair, scatters into paper, and vanishes so completely that even Jiraiya cannot tell which way she fled. From an in-window nearby, Kagura watches the paper drifting across the sky, already knowing exactly who Jiraiya just found. White Setsuawe rises from the floor and quietly confirms that the woman outside is Conan, the Akatsuki member who fights with paper. Kagura says Jiraiya has one more person to bring back, because his teacher has a habit of getting tangled up in trouble. When Away points out that Jiraiya would never have found Conan without their push, Kagura smoothly reframes it as fate arriving a little earlier. Kagura argues that letting teacher and student meet now is kinder, because later they might have met only as enemies with no time left to talk. He even concludes, with perfect self-approval, that this was a good deed for both sides even if no one will thank him for it. Away buys it completely, and then asks the practical question of whether they should step in for Jiraiya or for Conan. Kagura refuses to interfere yet, because catching Conan is not the point when Jiraiya causing endless trouble for the Akatsuki is far more useful. He explains the scheme plainly. Later, any Akatsuki member who refuses to listen can be fed to Jiraiya's investigation instead of being handled by Kagura himself. For Kagura, that makes this a four-way win. It pressures the Akatsuki, helps finish Orochimaru's mission, can force Obito to show himself, and may even open more profitable missions later. He also tells himself he was helping Jiraiya emotionally by leaking Conan and Orochimaru now instead of letting the shock hit all at once later. Watching Jiraiya standing alone at the highest point in town, Kagura privately congratulates himself for doing his teacher a big favor. Away agrees again, and Kagura finally closes the window and says their next destination is definitely the Land of Rain. Away warns that the Land of Rain is still a mess, because the Great War ended but the country's civil war never did. He lays out the bloody history. Hanzo and Danzo crushed the old Akatsuki, Yahiko died, and most of the group was wiped out in that betrayal. Away adds that Obito dirted his hands there too, using the chaos to cull weak Akatsuki members and shove the blame onto Hanzo and Danzo. After that, Obito guided Nagato into creating pain with Yahiko's body, while Conan helped rebuild the Akatsuki in secret. The new group also built support inside the Rain Village, drawing disillusioned shinobi into a rising rebellion against Hanzo's rotten rule. Even with the war growing hotter, Hanzo has hidden himself so carefully that not even Pain can find where the old demigod is hiding. That catches Kagura's attention at once, and he asks if there is a chance to meet the famous Hanzo of the Salamander in person. Away confirms Hanzo is still alive and says almost nobody can track him, except White Setsu through its underground movement. Kagura immediately starts thinking bigger, deciding that Hanzo's huge reputation might be something he can use. Then he says it outright. Stepping on Hanzo might be the fastest way to climb higher himself. Away hesitates, but Kagura keeps going and hints that by using Danzo's old connection to Hanzo, he can even dress the move up as Konoha business. At night, Conan slips away from town, and Jiraiya returns to the inn empty-handed and visibly weighed down by what he just learned. Jiraiya abruptly tells Kagura to go back to Konoha, trying to keep his student out of the dangerous mess ahead. Kagura presses him at once and guesses this has to do with Orochimaru and a bigger threat Jiraiya found tonight. Jiraiya finally admits the problem is worse than expected and that the enemy group tied to Orochimaru is far stranger than just strong. Then Jiraiya reveals the real shock. He met Conan, which means Nagato and the others may still be alive and working in the same organization as Orochimaru. Because of that, Jiraiya decides he has to infiltrate the Land of Rain and the Rain Village himself, even if it is too dangerous for Kagura. Kagura pushes back and reminds Jiraiya that his own power has already proven useful against dangerous members of that organization. Jiraiya warns that this time they may run into Hanzo of the Salamander, the old war legend whose poison and strength still scare him. Kagura immediately twists that warning into an argument to stay, saying he could support Jiraiya and pull them both out with Flying Thunder God if things go bad. For one brief moment Jiraiya almost sees Kagura as dependable, until Kagura casually suggests killing rain ninjas on the battlefield to create a distraction. Jiraiya gives up on leaving him behind and tells Kagura to come along, prepare Flying Thunder God Kanai, and mark the area before they move. Kagura keeps nudging Jiraiya's suspicion toward Hanzo, while Jiraiya admits he still deeply fears that demigod's poison and battlefield power. Back in the Land of Rain, Conan reports to Pain that Jiraiya set a trap, escaped with her identity exposed, and may trace them home soon. Pain answers with cold regret that if Jiraiya truly finds their base, they will have no choice but to kill their former teacher. Even so, Pain knows killing Jiraiya is harder than beating him, so for now he tells Konan to stay safe and let others handle missions while Akatsuki keeps building strength. Meanwhile, Jiraiya and Kagura enter the land of rain, where endless downpour, flooded rivers, and drifting corpses make the civil war impossible to ignore. Jiraiya uses the grim sight to teach that every corpse leaves broken families behind, trying to make Kagura feel the human cost of war. Kagura agrees in his own alarming way, saying the answer is to eliminate anyone who might start a war in the future. Jiraiya tries to soften that view by saying some people are pushed into war just to survive, but Kagura instantly catches the bias in that excuse. Kagura follows that logic to a chilling conclusion, claiming that killing those people solves both the threat of war and their struggle to survive, leaving Jiraiya baffled again. Unable to win that debate, Jiraiya cuts it off and leads Kagura toward the Rain Village. The Rain Village rises ahead as a fortress of concrete, sewers, and giant drainage pipes built to endure endless rain. Jiraiya studies the village's heavy security and tests Kagura by asking how he would sneak inside. Kagura answers smoothly that he could tag a rain ninja with Flying Thunder God and teleport into them, which earns Jiraiya's approval. Then Jiraiya shows a different trick by summoning a small green toad and explaining that a shinobi can hide inside its stomach space while it swims in unseen. Before Kagura can answer, the little toad opens its huge mouth and swallows Jiraiya whole. From inside the toad's hidden space, Jiraiya orders Kagura to use his own summon and sneak in without alerting anyone. Jiraiya's toad slips through the water and sewer pipes, and the infiltration works exactly as promised. Inside the Rain Village, Jiraiya climbs back out of the toad and crouches on the water, pleased with the clean entry and wondering where Kagura is. Outside the village, Kagura decides he absolutely is not using that method and summons the Great Toad Sage instead. Kagura politely dumps the problem on Jiraiya, calling this infiltration test the Great Toad Sage's job now. After a long, baffled pause, the Great Toad Sage pulls out his crystal ball and starts searching for a safe route into the Rain Village. Guided by the crystal ball, the old sage slowly leads Kagura past guards, pipes, and blind spots while Kagura keeps stressing that they must not alert anyone. As they sneak along, the Great Toad Sage admits the crystal ball cannot see people whose fate lies outside its sight. After an exhausting guided detour, the Great Toad Sage actually delivers Kagura right to Jiraiya inside the village. Kagura praises Mount Mayaboka's stealth support with a straight face, making it sound like they simply walked in. Completely winded, the Great Toad Sage cancels the summon and pointedly asks Jiraiya to choose easier jobs next time they work together. As soon as the Great Toad Sage leaves in a puff of smoke, Jiraiya spins around and furiously bans Kagura from summoning him again before the toads scold him to death. Kagura answers with pure results logic, calmly insisting the Great Toad Sage was the best choice because their relationship is good and the summon helped him pass Jiraiya's test. Jiraiya has no comeback, so he swallows the argument and tells Kagura to move out with him. While following, Kagura checks his reward and quietly gains a stealth support jutsu that lets a toad hide in someone's shadow and control them without being noticed. Jiraiya decides to start with the villagers, buying 2 raincoats, and carefully helping Kagura into his like an attentive teacher despite all the grumbling. Kagura stays quiet but returns the gesture, reaching up on tiptoe to fix Jiraiya's hood too, and the mood briefly turns warm. Jiraiya starts talking about grabbing food and listening for rumors, but a sudden explosion tears through the street before he can finish. Rain ninja rush in and kill the rebel on the spot, leaving a rain forehead protector half submerged in muddy blood. The patrol's search turns uglier fast, and they even throw shuriken at slow-running civilians, as if anyone nearby might be an accomplice. An old shopkeeper, too numb to even hide, tells Jiraiya that this is everyday life now: rebellions, crackdowns, mistaken killings, and a war that never ends. When a search team comes closer, Jiraiya immediately pulls Kagura into a narrow alley because 2 unfamiliar faces could get killed just as easily. The suffering around him clearly hits Jiraiya, but he forces himself to stay focused because his power and position still do not let him fix the whole country by impulse. So Jiraiya switches back into ninja mode and decides they need captives, explaining to Kagura that enemy information has to be checked against multiple prisoners to trust it. Jiraiya keeps teaching even in the middle of infiltration, showing Kagura that basic fieldcraft matters just as much as flashy power. Soon they spot a 2-man patrol, and teacher and student strike together in a clean ambush. They pin both prisoners by the throat, and Jiraiya immediately separates the questioning so the stories can be cross-checked. Under pressure, the captive admits the Akatsuki are Hanzo's enemies, and Rain Village has been hunting them as rebels trying to overthrow his rule. When both prisoners tell the same story, Jiraiya realizes the picture is stranger than expected because Akatsuki are not serving Hanzo at all. Kagura coolly points out that a legend like Hanzo of the Salamander would be an obvious target for ambitious, powerful people to challenge. Kagura even proposes the blunt solution of killing Hanzo first and ruining Akatsuki's plan before it starts. Jiraiya shuts that down and chooses a more careful next step: leave the city and interrogate battlefield Rain Ninja with scratched forehead protectors instead. Kagura agrees, and with one hand on Jiraiya's shoulder he uses Flying Thunder God to pull them straight out to the outskirts in an instant. Even Jiraiya can't help admiring how convenient Flying Thunder God is, especially when he gets carried around by it himself. Kagura asks if they are heading to the battlefield, and the eagerness in his eyes makes Jiraiya decide to go alone before his student gets too excited about killing. Jiraiya leaves Kagura waiting in a cave, trying to keep him away from the battlefield's worst temptations. The moment Jiraiya is gone, White Setsuaway rises from the ground to ask what Kagura plans to do next. Kagura reveals his real move at once. He is going to meet Hanzo himself and push events so Hanzo, Jiraiya, and Akatsuki crash into each other. Away warns that Hanzo has grown old and timid, more interested in hiding and surviving than facing enemies head-on. Kagura just smiles and says Hanzo will find his courage if Kagura is the one standing in front of him. The story shifts to Hanzo's secret refuge, a heavily guarded breeding base full of giant salamander ponds hidden away from the war-torn Rain Village. Hanzo lives there in fear because he still cannot forget the day he and Danzo ambushed Yahiko's Akatsuki and Nagato's Rinnegan nearly killed them all with the ghetto statue. That fear is exactly why the so-called demigod no longer dares to stay in Rain Village and instead hides on the top floor, letting only his closest aides come near. Then a knock comes at his door, and Hanzo assumes breakfast has arrived until the server suddenly opens the door without permission. Hanzo instantly grabs for his sickle, only to find a strange boy standing there with the tray and treating his hidden sanctuary like a joke. Kagura immediately presses the weak point, warning Hanzo not to move unless he wants everyone to learn where he has been hiding. Hanzo demands to know who Kagura is and who leaked the location, but Kagura only circles closer to the point by bringing up Hanzo's old ally against Akatsuki. The mention of that alliance makes Hanzo realize this intruder is connected to Danzo, the same partner who dragged him into the Akatsuki disaster years ago. Even while blaming Danzo, Hanzo still keeps his hand on the sickle and asks what Danzo wants now, because his first instinct is still survival. Kagura answers by helping himself to Hanzo's breakfast, casually eating in front of him as if the hidden ruler's room belongs to him now. That finally snaps Hanzo, and he swings the sickle up to Kagura's neck, threatening to kill the boy on the spot. Kagura doesn't even pause chewing, mocking the famous demigod's courage and criticizing the food while steel rests on his throat. Only after completely seizing the room's power balance does Kagura finally give his name and hint that every identity he carries could decide Hanzo's fate. Then Kagura ends the exchange with a chilling offer, telling Hanzo to choose which identity he wants to hear before learning which future is coming for him. In Hanzo's rooftop room, the old warlord studies Kagura in silence, and realizes one thing first. This fearless boy does not feel like Danzo's obedient pawn at all. Hanzo tests the biggest suspicion out loud and asks if Kagura is with the Akatsuki. Kagura calmly grabs the sickle at his own neck and warns Hanzo to worry about his own fate before obsessing over who he serves. The second Kagura confirms the Akatsuki link, Hanzo tries to behead him on the spot with the poisoned sickle. Kagura stops the strike with his bare hand, lets the blade cut into his palm, and does not even flinch under Hanzo's poison. That impossible resistance shakes Hanzo, because his deadly salamander poison should have dropped any normal target already. Then Kagura opens his Crimson Sharingan at point-blank range and drags Hanzo into a genjutsu before he can get away. Hanzo's fear spikes even higher when Kagura's Sharingan twists into a Mangekyo pattern right in front of him. A space-time vortex swallows them both as Kagura quietly frames this trap as a lesson about belief, not just survival. Inside the limited Tsukuyumi, Hanzo lands in a vivid Rain Village from his glory days and hears old subordinates praising him like a living legend again. Kagura twists the knife by reminding Hanzo that these people once trusted him completely when his title still carried real weight. Hanzo quickly realizes this is no ordinary illusion, because the village and its people feel disturbingly real and alive. To prove how complete his control is, Kagura offers Hanzo a taste of the god of shinobi's power. In an instant, vines explode from the ground, the whole village becomes a forest, and Hanzo's own men are snared and drained by wood release. Hanzo finally understands the real danger. In this illusion, Kagura's power hits as hard as the real thing. Refusing to fold, Hanzo forms a summoning seal anyway and calls up his giant salamander inside the illusion. Kagura answers with an enormous wood human that slams the giant salamander down before Hanzo can seize momentum. Hanzo still charges personally, leaping at Kagura with his sickle while ordering the giant salamander to crush the wooden giant. Kagura ends that rush cold by releasing a wood dragon that smashes Hanzo aside and coils around the giant salamander's neck. When Kagura asks why he is not using poison, Hanzo falls silent, unable to bring himself to kill the followers who feel real in this dream. Then the illusionary rain ninja shout back at him, begging Hanzo to use poison and keep fighting even if it means their deaths. Those words hit the dead center of Hanzo's old creed, and his fighting spirit finally comes roaring back. Hanzo flashes onto the giant salamander's head, orders it to unleash poison, and drowns the battlefield in toxic water. Watching Hanzo's counterattack, Kagura notices the poison is still clinging to the cut on his real palm, so his healing is strong but not instant. Then Kagura raises the scale again by wrapping the wood human in Susanoo armor and turning it into a silver war giant. The armored giant drives its spear straight through the giant salamander, and pins the summon to a wall in one brutal strike. Seeing wood release and Susanoo combined in one enemy leaves Hanzo staring at Kagura like he is facing something beyond reason. Kagura speaks almost gently, telling Hanzo not to despair because this defeat is meant to become the start of his rebirth. The next reveal is worse. Kagura's eyes shift into the Rinnegan, and black receivers lance into Hanzo's body. Hanzo can barely process it, and demands to know who Kagura is, and how he connects to the other Rinnegan bearer. Kagura ignores the question, rips Hanzo's soul out by hand, and starts explaining that Hanzo will serve a much larger plot. Kagura calmly lays out the plan. Hanzo's eventual exposure will help reveal that hidden players beyond the Akatsuki are moving in the dark. After driving in his own receiver, Kagura shoves Hanzo's soul back into the body and turns him into the first animal path Hanzo. Hanzo immediately feels the violation and tries to resist, but the receivers leave him unable to take his own body back. Kagura's Mangekyo returns, a red tint enters Hanzo's eyes, and the two vanish back out of the illusion together. Back in the Rio rooftop room, Hanzo sits there dazed while Kagura casually tidies the dishes as if this were routine. When Hanzo bitterly says he has been turned into a puppet, Kagura answers that it was a fair trade because he gave Hanzo the dream he wanted most. Hanzo cannot deny how deeply that illusion shook him, because for a moment he truly had his loyal followers and his lost beliefs back. At the door, Kagura gives his new pawn a first mission: return to the battlefield, meet Jiraiya, renew the alliance with Danzo, and pull Konoha into war against the Akatsuki. In the downpour of the Land of Rain, Jiraiya watches ninjas keep killing each other without pause and feels the bleak weight of a war that never stops on its own. Using the rain as cover, Jiraiya starts preparing to capture two scratched headband rebels so he can pry Akatsuki intel out of them. Before he can move, heavy footsteps cut through the storm, and Jiraiya ducks back into hiding to see who just entered the battlefield. A squad of rain ninja in gas masks appears around a single central figure, and the moment someone shouts that Hanzo has arrived, the whole field jolts. Jiraiya instantly recognizes Hanzo of the Salamander. An old fear hits him because this is the same monster of a shinobi he remembers from the war. Hanzo does not even need to attack. His mere presence breaks the rebels' nerve, and the rain side surges forward to crush them. When the rain ninjas start executing prisoners on the spot, Hanzo coldly stops them and takes control of the aftermath himself. Hanzo demands to know why they turned rogue, but one defiant prisoner spits back at him instead of begging. Even when his own men want the prisoner dead for that insult, Hanzo stops them again and orders every captive taken alive. Hanzo says he will wipe out Akatsuki first and only then deal with the prisoners, because they are still Rain Country shinobi and he intends to end the civil war fast. That command thrills the Rain Ninja, because Hanzo's return from hiding makes them believe their broken village can finally be dragged back under control. Once the others leave, Hanzo dismisses his guards too and deliberately stays behind, staring straight at Jiraiya's hiding place. Hanzo calmly calls Jiraiya out by name, and even reminisces that the three Konoha youngsters he once judged promising really did become famous. With no point hiding anymore, Jiraiya steps out and greets Hanzo with the wary respect of a junior facing an old legend. Hanzo remembers Jiraiya clearly, then gets straight to the point by asking whether Konoha sent him to chase Orochimaru, or to clean up old business in the Rain Country. That phrase about cleaning up old business makes Jiraiya probe carefully, because Hanzo clearly knows more about Akatsuki and Orochimaru than he expected. Hanzo drops the real bombshell. Yahiko was killed and Akatsuki was nearly wiped out because Shimura Danzo asked him to do it. Jiraiya is jolted by the news that Yahiko really died, and even worse, Danzo's hand was behind it again. Trying not to show too much, Jiraiya asks about Nagato and Konan, and Hanzo confirms the Rinnegan boy survived, though his legs were ruined. Hanzo says he had wanted to recruit the orphans, but Danzo forced the ambush to seize Nagato for Konoha, and that choice is what poisoned everything between Rain Village and Akatsuki. Hanzo goes further and bluntly accuses Konoha of helping create the disaster now swallowing the Land of Rain, warning that Nagato's Rinnegan will eventually turn that hatred back on Konoha. Jiraiya pieces the story together at once. Danzo pushed Hanzo into attacking Akatsuki, Yahiko died, Nagato and Konan escaped, and all the hatred he once helped calm has been dragged back to life. He finally understands why Konan wanted nothing to do with him in town, because to her he still belongs to the village tied to Yahiko's death. Pushing past the shock, Jiraiya asks Hanzo for everything he knows about Akatsuki, since he now has to understand the enemy before he can do anything else. Hanzo accepts at once and invites Jiraiya into Rain Village, saying they should settle the old mess and restore peace together. Jiraiya agrees, trusting that a man like Hanzo had no reason to spare him now if this were a trap. But when Hanzo asks where Konoha's backup is, Jiraiya is forced into an awkward silence because he came here unofficially, and really only has himself. To keep the plan alive, Jiraiya takes the burden onto himself and says that if peace is still possible, he alone will handle it. Hanzo immediately pushes back, saying this war passed the point of easy peace the moment Yahiko died and nearly all of Akatsuki was butchered. Hanzo reminds him that only Nagato and Konan escaped that massacre, so the hatred now runs too deep to wash away with words alone. Jiraiya still steadies himself and asks to hear the current state of Akatsuki before deciding his next move. Soon after, Jiraiya enters Rain Village openly beside Hanzo, and the grand welcome Hanzo orders only gives him a bigger headache because he was never here as Konoha's official envoy. Even so, Jiraiya knows he cannot walk away now, because Akatsuki was built by his former students and Danzo's crimes have tied Konoha directly to their hatred. Inside the village, Hanzo fully treats Jiraiya like an ally and starts laying out the intelligence he has gathered on Akatsuki. Hanzo says the current Akatsuki leader goes by Pain, but even he has not uncovered what this man actually looks like. Then he lists the main members he knows: Orochimaru, Sasori of the Red Sand, Kakuzu, Nagato, and Konan. Hanzo adds that Akatsuki keeps recruiting more rogue shinobi, and any ninja who scratches a line across their forehead protector can join them. The group is also feeding wars across smaller nations while launching a civil war inside Rain Village, so Hanzo warns that Akatsuki is only getting stronger. Hanzo finally admits his age is catching up to him, and the one thing still holding him together is the hope of erasing Akatsuki before he dies and restoring peace to his country. Jiraiya immediately realizes just how dangerous this is, because sneaking into a base full of S-rank criminals could get him killed before he learns anything useful. Even so, he clings to the idea of talking first, hoping he might still pull Nagato, Konan, and even Orochimaru away before the whole thing ends in blood. So Jiraiya says he wants to try speaking with Akatsuki first instead of jumping straight to slaughter. Hanzo seems to go along with that idea, saying peace talks could become a chance to end the war at last. Then Hanzo reveals the ugly version of peace Danzo once proposed: lure Akatsuki's leader out with negotiations, kill the leader first, and mop up the rest afterward. Jiraiya inwardly curses Danzo all over again, because even here the old man has already laid down another trail of poison. He pushes the discussion back to what he can actually do now and proposes finding Akatsuki's hidden base so he can infiltrate it himself for better intel. Hanzo agrees but makes it clear Rain Village cannot offer much beyond helping track the base, because it simply lacks Konoha's depth of talent. With the meeting over and a grim new picture in his head, Jiraiya leaves Rain Village carrying both fresh intelligence and the burden of what really happened to his students. The moment Jiraiya is gone, Hanzo orders his men to spread the news of Jiraiya's visit across the entire land of Rain. Once the room is empty, the truth slips out. Hanzo's soul regains control long enough to ask Kagura why he exposed all of that, admitting he really had been tempted when Danzo first targeted Akatsuki. From a distance, Kagura brushes off the smaller sins and tells Hanzo to focus on the real assignment now, which is collecting and strengthening summoning beasts. Hanzo cannot resist, and for the first time the old demigod truly feels he has been dragged into a much higher level game than he ever understood. Kagura says Jiraiya probably cannot solve any of this, but if his teacher is willing to try, he still wants to give him that chance before the pain deepens again. Elsewhere in a cave base, Konan finds Pain and quietly reports that all across the land of Rain people are talking about Jiraiya being invited into Rain Village by Hanzo. Pain tells her it does not matter, because even if teacher Jiraiya opposes them, this war's outcome will not change. He already guesses Jiraiya may come to persuade them, but Pain refuses the very idea of verbal peace now, because this time he will not forget the pain the world gave him. Back in the cave, Jiraiya finds Kagura exactly where he left him, and the boy calmly asks what went wrong with the mission to catch Akatsuki members. Jiraiya admits they learned almost everything already, but his heavy expression makes it clear the truth is far more complicated than he wants to say. Kagura immediately catches the contradiction and asks why Jiraiya is suddenly saying they already know so much when he only just went out to gather it. Put on the spot, Jiraiya dodges the real issue and says the Akatsuki situation is bigger than expected, so they may have to remain in the land of Rain longer. Kagura suggests the obvious next step, sending the intelligence back to Danzo and the third Hokage, and Jiraiya cuts him off so sharply that the room goes tense. Inwardly, Jiraiya blames Danzo for creating this entire Akatsuki disaster, and becomes even more determined to keep Konoha's hardliners out of it. Jiraiya steels himself around one desperate hope: Nagato is still alive, and he wants to pull Nagato and Konan out of Akatsuki before anyone else gets involved. So Jiraiya lies smoothly, telling Kagura that spreading Akatsuki intel too widely might scare them off before he can track them down properly. Kagura presses again, pointing out that Akatsuki already includes dangerous monsters like Orochimaru and the Puppet Master, so 2 people may not be enough. Jiraiya answers with confidence that the 2 of them are enough, not noticing how much Kagura has already led the conversation where he wanted it to go. Jiraiya had planned to send Kagura back to Konoha, but now he decides keeping the boy close is safer than risking a report to Danzo before this is over. That choice hardens when Jiraiya remembers how strong Pain and the rest of Akatsuki must be, because even a peaceful rescue could still end in a brutal fight. Before they can say more, Hanzo's messenger reaches the cave and brings the newly found location of Akatsuki's base. Jiraiya is genuinely impressed by Hanzo's speed when he hears the base was found this quickly. Hanzo's messenger lays out the terms. Jiraiya may still try for peace, but if that fails he must meet Hanzo at once and move with the alliance to crush Akatsuki. The messenger makes the stakes personal, reminding Jiraiya that for Rain Village this is the long-awaited chance to finally end the civil war.